And I think we are ready for the next run coming up. I am High Spirits. I will be hosting the first half of this run. And we're going to send this up now to the runners. TheCowness, anatoleu, SUMDeaner, take it away for some Dragon Quest IV.
All right. Well, welcome RPG Limit Break viewers to the Dragon Warrior 4 block of RPG Limit Break. We're going to be doing a co-op any % run of Dragon Warrior 4 here. Going to be rotating between the three of us here. Myself, I am again TheCowness, and I'll let the other two introduce themselves.
Yep, I'm anatoleu.
And I'm SUMDeaner. Hi.
All right. So yeah, this is a pretty long run, so we should get it going here. Do we have the hero name and gender results for us? Yeah, the incentives for the hero name and the gender.
Okay, sorry about that. We had a little bit of a snafu here.
No problem.
With a $75 donation at the end by Lisa Rocks, BDD will be the name of the hero.
Wow. All right. And which sprite are we using?
Male or female?
We are going to be the female for this run.
Nice, correct choice.
Best hair.
Okay. Yeah, the other option we got there, message speed 8, that's going to be...
Start the timer.
Oh, yeah, the timer.
We should probably start the timer. All right, that's good enough. Close enough.
All right.
We'll retime this world record paced run.
Yeah, if we're 5 seconds, underestimate, then we're actually over. We won't worry about that. Okay. So, yeah, this game is a little unique throughout the Dragon Quest series. It's broken into a bunch of chapters. You'll notice that we are not playing as BDD quite yet. We're playing as Ragnar the Royal Soldier. So, yeah, this is we're going to go through 5 different chapters here, meeting a bunch of different characters along the way. And, hey, Armor Shop Girl didn't get in our way. Cool.
This is a good sign.
Yeah.
Off to a good start.
So yeah, we start off being tasked by the King of Berland Castle to investigate some mysterious disappearances from the town up north. All of the children in the village of Izmit have been kidnapped. And we're setting off with our other soldier buddies to try and go find them.
First thing that you do on every adventure is walk on top of the castle for about half the day.
Yeah, so we're doing this to pass the time of day to nighttime. We need it to be nighttime when we hit Izmit to hit the first quest trigger. And I made it without falling off.
Very nice.
It's the hardest part of the run. Okay. So yeah, walking on top of the tiles like that, there were no random encounters, so that's why I do it there. There is a little bit of randomness to time of day, but with that many steps, it should be pretty comfortably nighttime by the time I get there. And you also saw me sell my sword for a wooden hat to give me some extra defense power to help out in the early parts here. We're not going to be fighting anything quite yet. There is a very powerful sword in the final dungeon of the chapter. It's a pretty short chapter. So we're just going to load up on armor, and we're going to try to make our way there to that sword at level 1. And then we will fight a few things right before the boss. So that's going to be kind of the flow of the chapter here. Our first task over here, we're going to head up to Izmit. If we can make it through this cave. And then investigate the children that are missing. We're going to talk to a child who's running around the school there and see what he knows about it. There's actually 2 quest triggers that you can use to advance this part. There's another guy in the prison that the child's going to tell us about. You can talk to him instead. Oops. But the kid's a little bit closer to you.
Yep. The kid's also sometimes tough to catch, so we'll see how cooperative the kid is.
Yeah, I'm actually going to exploit something that's very annoying for casual players of this run, where if you press A while you're walking, then when you stop walking, the menu will open as soon as you stop. And a lot of people play in this game, it confuses them because it feels like the menu's opening randomly, because you can press A and then get into like 3 fights if you just aren't don't stop moving, the menu won't open, and then you don't understand that you hit A like 10 minutes ago. And that is why your menu has opened.
Yeah, it buffers the menu open input for a very, very long time.
Yeah, but it's very handy there because that kid moves so fast that you want to hit A and then just run into him, and as soon as you collide with him, the menu will open and you can talk to him.
Yep. So this is the first of many death warps in the speedrun. Ragnar doing a death warp there is the fastest way for us to get back to Berlin Castle here, where the next story triggers for us to talk to Flora.
Yeah, anyone familiar with Dragon Warrior or the Dragon Quest series, you don't get game over when you die. You just get sent back to the last place, typically the last place you saved the game, and you lose half of your gold.
Yep.
But in this case, we use death warping a lot in Dragon Quest speedrunning because it's actually a very convenient way for us to return to places or travel long distances. And in this case, we barely have any gold anyway, so losing 3 of our 5 gold coins doesn't really affect us much.
Yeah, later in the game we'll have some access to fast travel, but we still even, like very late in the run, we'll even be doing a death warp because there'll be a dungeon that we can't use that fast travel inside of.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is Flora that I've got with me. This is, we talked to the kid and he said that there's a guy in the prison named Alex. He's my pal. If we were to talk to Alex, he acts kind of strangely. He acts like he's a child, basically. He uses very simple speech and says he's scared and doesn't know what's going on. And if we'd talked to everybody in Berlin, we would know that Flora here was looking for her husband named Alex. So once we get that lead, we can go back, pick her up, and we're going to take her to see him. And then he's going to give us a hint as to where the children might be disappearing to. And here's a treasure chest here that I walked past the first time. Like Diener said, when we die, we lose half of our gold, and this chest has gold in it. And I'm going to pick up the chest so that I can buy some herbs in town, but I was not able to buy them at nighttime, which is why we get it now. So, 40 gold here is going to buy us 5 herbs.
Yep, and Ragnar obviously not really capable of doing any healing magic or anything like that, so he's going to rely on medical herbs to get him through, especially until we can get Healy the heal slime, but maybe even after that, depending on how Healy is feeling.
Yeah. Come on.
Encounter rate's been a little hefty here, and the run rate has not been super either. We're going to see a lot of running away from monsters. This is a lot faster than fighting in a lot of cases. For the first 4 chapters, when we want to run away from monsters, the first 2 times we try to run, it's a 50-50 chance. The 3rd time we try and run, it's a 75% chance. And the 4th time is a guarantee that we'll escape. And in chapters 1 through 4, when we fail to run from monsters, we'll take at least one of the monsters is guaranteed to take an action, but sometimes monsters will not attack. Once we get to chapter 5, that changes, but for now, that's kind of how it works. And that's going to be pretty important to know for the first few chapters here, or for the whole run, really.
Yeah. Running away is sort of the default here. There are definitely going to be areas where we're going to take more fights and get some experience and gold along the way, but it's much faster for us to run away from most of these encounters along the way.
I once did a for fun speedrun where I was not allowed to run away from any of the monsters, and it took like 3 or 4 extra hours to finish the game.
Right.
Yeah, I bet. And so, we dropped off Flora there. She met up with Alex and restored his memory with a smack, which is a strange localization of kissing him. It's kind of confusing because in context it kind of makes sense to try to, snap him back to his senses. But, yeah, she kisses him and then he starts acting like himself again and says that he saw the children over at playing at this well over here, 4 steps south and east of the signpost. So we're going here to check out what's happening to them. We jumped in this well, and we're hearing this weird voice that's telling us to come this way, and if we step off the path, it says, not that way, so it kind of guides you where you need to go. If you stay on this path, there are no monsters, but we are going to have to step off the path to grab one last thing after we get the item that's in here. So, yeah, this item over here is going to explain where the children have been disappearing to. In this treasure chest, we're going to find a pair of winged shoes. And when we put those on, we're going to fly off to the final dungeon of the chapter. But we'll have to get out of here before we do that. If we use it now, we'll fly up and hit our head on the ceiling. But there's one more thing that we're missing, and the localizations actually added a nice cue to make sure you found him. If you pick up the shoes without recruiting Healy, you'll hear his voice. He'll say, "Hey, I'm over here. You should come talk to me and I'll help you out." Something like that. So you explore the dungeon a little more and you'll find him. But yeah, the disembodied voice isn't supposed to be Healy. It's supposed to be one of the bosses of the chapter, which we'll see as soon as I use the shoes.
Yep, this has been a nice walk over to Healy.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
Very nice.
We're going to be doing another death warp to get out of here. This death warp is a little frustrating because, as you can tell from Healy's name, he likes to heal you. Sometimes. But especially when you don't want him to. So we're going to try to get ourselves down to 0 HP without Healy wasting too much time healing us. We're going to look for a fight that is 2 monsters that do not contain a heal slime like Healy himself. And we're going to bounce back and forth on these tiles here. You're going to see this a lot. It's just, you know, you kind of get this impression playing the games casually, but you do in fact have a higher chance of getting into a fight when you step through a room like this. It's about equal to taking 4 steps on normal tiles. Okay, I should actually... No.
Yeah, the gopher's going for Healy there, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, there are certain monsters that have specific attack patterns, and these lethal gophers will pick one of the characters in your party and then only hit that character. So we want one that's going to focus on Ragnar, not one that's going to focus on Healy.
Yeah, the Scissor Mages do not focus, but they do high damage when they cast their spell, so yeah, that's not in a good
Gonna
spot.
get healed here,
Yeah.
But we need Healy safe too, so
It's a good range. See
that's
what happens
looking better.
here.
Nice big hit there.
Okay. And
Okay.
we'll just run away till we fail to run from something and they finish us off. It takes like over a full minute to walk out of here, so even if it's a little sloppy death warp, it's still faster.
Mm-hmm.
Well, unless you succeed to run from absolutely every monster. But that definitely will not be happening later when we're trying to get away.
Oh,
Go for hitting
Go for
Healy again. It's actually kind of fun trying to set up this death warp if you've got 1 or 2 gophers that are targeting Ragnar. Like, you try to manipulate them into building up power and then having your health right above that 12 HP line where Healy will heal you. Okay, that was good though. We didn't use too much of Healy's magic.
Yep, didn't have to heal on the walk to Healy as well, which is
Yeah.
nice to bring all of our medical herbs into the tower here.
Now we're going to be having a couple of friends join us along the way that have this question mark level like Healy. Also, you can see the little witch-looking thing there said, "Come this way." That's the clue that this is the monster that was guiding us toward the flying shoes. But like I was saying, Healy here, there's a couple of properties to him. First of all, when Ragnar dies, but he's still alive, we still get kicked back to town because he's not one of the 8 chosen ones, sadly. He is in our heart, though. But yeah, I also cannot control him, as probably obvious by now. In the remakes, you can at least cast his heal spell outside of battle, but in the NES version, you can't even do that. He just has a mind of his own. When you're low on HP, he has about a 97% chance to cast heal on you, which is not 100%. Hopefully, we do not demonstrate that along the way.
Yep. It's a good start to the tower. The tower has a pretty high encounter rate, too, so sometimes it takes a long time to actually walk through this section that TheCowness has already kind of blasted through.
Yeah, a lot of areas in this game have modifiers to the encounter chance on them, and I think this tower has like a plus 75% chance, so almost double versus the average dungeon. And we'll see other dungeons with high encounter rates, we'll see other dungeons with low encounter rates, same for overworld sections. Now we'll just fight.
one other last important distinction with these guest characters, they can't level up or get any stronger than they start as, so Healy is going to have 35 hit points and 30 max MP all the time in this chapter, no matter what. We can't make him any stronger.
Right. Can't give him any items or anything either, so it's kind of rough, because there's a lot of options in this chapter for making Ragnar a little more durable, but at the end of the day, you can do all that preparation, and Healy can just still die on you. Oh, right on the chest, too. That's fine, I wouldn't have fought that anyway.
We got away. It's all good.
Okay.
This
So
is...
Here's the Sword of Malice, which is like, basically it's the strongest weapon that you can find in any of the first 4 chapters. So Ragnar having it right away is great. We are immediately able to grind on these enemies that you're supposed to be like level 6 or 7 probably in this tower. Healy, that was...
Could have healed there.
That was
Healy, thanks.
That was the 3%, so that's fine.
We need a little bit of gold. No, we don't, because
Yep.
Healy didn't
Yep.
die. We can just go straight back in. Yeah, that's good.
That's if you're gonna die in this chapter, that is the absolute best place to do it, because we're just grinding on enemies anyway. So it'll be a little slower leveling up. We're trying to level to 6 right now, just because we're not walking back and forth between 2 rooms like that. But yeah, we'll still get there fast enough. And yeah, like this whole grind here is there's a kind of a lot to learn about it. Every monster in here has a different level of durability, a different amount of XP that they give, and depending on what level you are, you'll have a higher chance of killing the stronger monsters in one hit. There's also a mechanic in Dragon Quest games where random encounters don't start with full HP every time. They usually start between 75 and 100% in this game. Some games it's like 80% or higher. The range varies a little bit. But so you might see like Ragnar might hit an enemy for 20 damage and it kills it, but then the next fight he hits it for 20 damage and it survives, and that's going to be why. So in addition to the variance in your damage, there's variance to how much health they have.
Yeah, and that's kind of Dragon Warrior 4 in a nutshell. Is anything that could have some randomness in it probably has some randomness in it. Didn't mention it, but even the day-night cycle at the very beginning of the chapter had some randomness as to whether the time advanced or not every time we took a step.
Yeah, definitely a lot of RNG that you got to play off of as you go through the run, and you have to know how it works and what to do when you get bad luck so that you don't lose as much time.
Yeah, that's important to know that like we're not really using any techniques to manipulate the RNG in this game. In fact, it's extremely difficult to do anything like that. So with how it's programmed. So really, we're just having to do our best with the cards we're dealt.
Yeah. We might see a little bit of manipulation when we get to Chapter 2, but what little we do there is basically the extent of what's possible, and it's kind of surprising that what we do there is even possible to begin with.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. Unlike, the previous entries, Dragon Warrior 1, 2, and 3 on the NES, this game's RNG is cycling every frame and doing it in very unpredictable ways, so... there's no way to kind of predict, I'm going to find a metal slime, and if I wait, 3 flashes of my cursor, then I can get a critical hit. Like, nothing like that exists.
No. Not here, unfortunately. Yeah. Or fortunately, depending on your perspective.
Yeah.
And we actually found good fights up on the top floors. There can be a lot more heal slimes on the top 2 floors than on this floor and the one underneath, which are not worth as much experience as anything else. So the death has not slowed us down much, if at all.
Nope. Our major target's going to be to reach level 6 on Ragnar, and then we'll probably be strong enough to start. Importantly, we're looking at Ragnar's stat gains on these levels. We want lots of strength, but more importantly, we want lots of maximum HP. And level 6 typically gives Ragnar greater HP gains than the first 4 levels here up to level 5.
Yeah, the potential of the vitality gain in particular jumps up at level 6. And the HP gain is, sort of directly tied to vitality gain with a lot of RNG in the middle.
Yeah.
So while we're grinding up here, you mind if I get some of these donations off? Because we got a lot so far.
Oh, awesome.
Go for it. Let's go.
Awesome. Yeah, there's a lot of love going for this game right now. Just before, by the way, we closed the naming incentive, we also had Wells drop $200 to make sure BDD got met. So that ended up getting met very handily, I should say.
Ooh, nice. All
right.
We also got $100 from Agathos Sophos with no comment, but that went to naming one of the Final Fantasy IV characters later in the game. Thank you very much. $50 from Zytoriak. Says, if anyone dies, don't get discouraged. Just remember, good thing Chamorro knows Vivify.
Good thing Chamorro knows Vivify.
That is a little... No one ever wants to use Vivify, please. That is like the worst revive spell ever in any video game.
Well, it's the only one we're getting in this run, so...
I'm going to be leaning on it heavily.
Let's not jinx it now.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment, Zytoriak, because it makes me glad we're not playing Dragon Quest VI.
Yeah.
We also got $25 from Hactical. Says, I'm so glad we finally got to see Dragon Quest, the Dragon Quest game that invented going down into wells on the big stage. Thank you very much. And Creative Ellie with the $25 donation says, Diener anatoleu running Dragon Warrior 4? One heck of a way to start the Saturday morning. Good luck to these amazing runners. Thank you for showing this off and hope to see all the incentives of our childhood game met. ! Linguar C.
Thanks, Ellie.
Yeah, thanks so much, everyone.
All right, 3 vitality turning into 7 HP is
That's
pretty
not bad.
average there.
I think that puts me at 50. That's pretty good if I'm right about that.
Yeah, overall HP gains have been good, so we're a little above average for level 6. So this upcoming boss fight is never guaranteed, essentially, especially because Healy is just perpetually squishy. But Ragnar having a little bit more HP is going to add some stability to this boss fight. Yeah, this is really the big first wall or obstacle of the speedrun, where we've only got, roughly 40-ish% chance to beat this boss every time we fight him. So what TheCowness is doing is trying to get to the boss as quickly as possible and then setting himself up to be able to get as many attempts at the boss as quickly as we can. And that's sort of how you want to get through the end of Chapter 1.
Okay. Alright, so we're at the boss basically, so I can explain this as I'm walking up to him. There's going to be 2 targets in this fight. The main boss is Sorrow's Shadow, but he shows up with a giant eyeball friend. And the giant eyeball is the real problem in here, though the Shadow does have a powerful spell that can put us into bad positions. If we hit the eyeball basically under a third of his health, he's going to enrage, and that's going to happen probably because he defends a lot. And normally it would take 2 attacks to kill him, but if it's 1 attack and then 1 half attack from his defending, then, yeah, and he cheated, so that's half an attack, then we'll see him enrage, and if Fireball happens on the same turn, it's not going to be good.
Ooh, okay, this is pretty rough right here.
Yes, it is. Well, nothing to do but to go for it.
Let's go, Ragnar.
Ragnar didn't outspeed it, and
No,
2
we're dead.
crits is bad.
Yeah. Alright. So yeah, this is the first of many places in this run that we're pretty much expecting to die once or twice throughout this run. Oh, Peely didn't die. Alright. Go refill his magic real quick and buy my herbs back. But, yeah, that fight, you've got roughly about a 40% chance to win that. It's not quite in your favor, but once you get past the eyeball, your chances go up tremendously. It's about a 50% chance for him to defend each turn, so you can kind of do the math on that. It's pretty likely that he's going to defend once and then not defend once, and then you're stuck in the enraged state. And when he enrages like that, he also heals up to 30 HP, so if you've got good strength, you can kill him in 1 attack after that, but you still have to survive a round of getting crit, and if the eyeball has cast his Fireball spell in the last 2 rounds, which is a 1/3 chance each round, then it's very likely going to kill somebody.
Yeah. Just an unfortunate combination of things at the start there, but there isn't much control over that, and we could have loaded up with extra armor, more meta. None of that would have helped in that scenario.
Yeah.
If only we had Vivify.
Yeah.
If only Healy knew Vivify.
Yeah. Well, he couldn't cast it many times with his HP level. I'm gonna run from that one. As I walk back to the boss, I'm going to try to get to level 7, because it's only, I think, 140 XP off of level 6, so it's like 5 fights, roughly, if each fight has 2 enemies in it. So I'll probably get it just by fighting instead of running away. I won't need to take any extra fights.
Yep, and basically Healy will usually heal Ragnar if he's in the bottom half of his HP range, so
Yeah.
if Ragnar gets more max HP, then it's actually a little bit easier for Healy to decide to heal Ragnar instead of attack or defend or do something else that's not quite as useful as healing.
Yeah, it kind of gives you 2 bonuses, right? Because you have a larger range where Ragnar will be healed, but you also have a larger range where Ragnar will not need to be healed, which frees Healy up for healing himself. There's also, I should mention in his AI, like, I don't know what the chances are, but when Ragnar and Healy are both low, Healy is more likely to heal Ragnar, but not guaranteed. It's something like a 70-30 split. Okay, and the Giant Bantam, this is why I usually don't fight these guys at all, but I thought if there was just one, it would be fine. But when he attacks you, there's a 1 in 6 chance that you go to sleep. And fortunately, the sleeps did not last very long, so I'm probably going to parry first in whatever fight I find next if I'm not fighting it. Healy can heal himself. Fortunately, Healy has a decent amount of agility. These guys also aren't too dangerous, because usually on turn 1 or turn 2, they'll cast Speed Up.
Yeah, they are the fast enemy though, so
Yeah.
probably the most likely enemy to outspeed Healy in any encounter here.
Yeah. I think Lilliput's have more, but it's Dragon Quest turn order.
Yeah.
I don't think anything in this chapter is more than 20 agility, but Healy only has 18. Saro's Shadow also has, or I think the Shadow has 16 agility and the Eyeball is 20.
Yeah, it's very rare for us to outspeed the Eyeball, even though it often would be really nice if we could.
We didn't mention one property of the Sword of Malice, which is that you can hold it up to cast that Fireball spell that Saro's Shadow is using. I'm going to use it on these healers and hope it hits both of them. Good.
Very nice.
It's like an 80% chance for it to hit each one of them, but, you know, it's a little better than my single target attacks because the damage is pretty much guaranteed to kill them. This fight's really obnoxious just because the Bantam is usually the last target, and it's probably going to put you to sleep throughout the fight.
Can I go ahead and give ourselves a couple more donations here real quick?
Yeah, sure.
How about $50 from Palantris? It says, love to see Dragon Warrior 4 in the marathon. Good luck on the run for everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And Alu Vixapede, which I hope I didn't get that wrong, donated $12. It says, I was gifted a sub at the start of this marathon by a random stranger. This donation is dedicated to you. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much for your generosity, everyone.
Yeah, it's great to see so many names from the Dragon Quest RTA community kind of showing up already early in Chapter 1, so it's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, now that we're level 7, we're a little bit stronger, a little bit tougher, and we'll just keep trying until we break through here.
Yeah, it looks like I got 7 more HP at that level, so I'm in a pretty good spot now.
Yeah, 57's really about as comfy as you can get for going into this boss fight.
Yeah.
And Ragnar's continued to get pretty decent strength gains
Yeah,
as well,
I
so he's
think
in
he got
kind of a good
+4
spot
on
there.
that last one. Yeah.
Yeah, so if I die again to the boss, I probably won't try for level 8 just because if your strength gets too high, you run the risk of enraging the eyeball off of one normal attack.
Oh, Healy 16,
Yeah, I should probably have parried there since the Ice Bolt was out of the way, but we'll see. We'll try it.
So yeah, we want to really try to save as many medical herbs for the boss fight as possible, so we'd prefer to use Healy's MP for healing before the boss fight here, which is why we're trying to kind of sit through some fights, give him some opportunities to heal us up here.
Yeah. Yeah, I at least want to keep 2 herbs to heal before the boss fight, but it's good to have one during the fight too, in case we get in a situation, because Healy will only heal himself at 16 HP and lower, but the boss can hit him as hard as 23, so if he's in that range of 17 to 22, I may throw an herb at him.
Yep.
Okay. We are back at the boss.
Alright, time for our next crack at this guy.
Yep. You fool.
We have found the children that have been kidnapped. See if we can rescue them this time around. Okay, Eyeball's attacking, but that does not mean that he is not defending as well.
Yeah, we'd like to see a big damage hit, but yeah.
Nope.
Now we want to see a low damage hit.
Yeah, now we want a low damage hit.
And not another fireball. Wow.
Ooh, this looks exactly like last time so far.
Okay.
Minute of fireball. Go Healy. Oh, this is very scary. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, so just
Didn't
kind of
even hit, yeah.
everything just lining up exactly the wrong way there.
Yeah.
So yeah, the eyeball really is kind of like the boss fight's, you know, it's a lot more stable, at least after the eyeball is out of the way. It's pretty tough there because even though we've done quite a bit of damage to it, as soon as it enrages, its HP goes right back up to 30.
Yep.
So it usually takes 2 hits to kill it after it enrages.
And I was mentioning earlier, there's some like strats that you can do to make Ragnar a little safer that sometimes people do in marathons or races. Like you can get more defense power on Ragnar. You can shuffle his equipment around a little bit so that you can have a couple more herbs on him. But in both of those 2 fights, that would not have helped at all because it was Healy that got knocked out. So Yeah, generally I find that statistically the fastest way you're going to get through this chapter is just normal RTA strats, just push through as, you know, like instead of investing time in buffing Ragnar, spend that time fighting the boss again.
Yep. And at this point, we're strong enough that we're not looking to get too much more experience. We just want to get back down to the boss as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, additional setup, probably we'd be having us try our first attempt pretty soon, but we've already had two shots at it, so hasn't worked out yet, but we'll just be persistent. Eventually we'll get through here. But if you're running this game and trying to get a top-tier time, this is a very tough break point here that you might spend hours trying to get a good chapter 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really don't want to die more than once in this chapter in a good PB attempt, maybe twice. Like 2 deaths, you can still get out of the chapter under 30 minutes. Blazing fast time is like 20 minutes, maybe a little under that even. I think the fastest I've had is like 20 and then 0x on the seconds. But I think I've seen someone get 19 XX.
Yeah, my PB run has 1 death to the Shadow in chapter 1 here, and it just kept going. Because you just, it's just chapter 1. You let it happen.
Yeah. I've always reset it really Oh. You can go ahead.
I was just going to say, how about to cheer you up a little bit? How about a $50 donation from Evil Ash?
Oh, thank you.
It says, great finally seeing Dragon Warrior 4 at RPG Limit Break. Good luck and have fun to SUMDeaner and Anatoleu.
Yeah,
Special thanks to everyone in the community who has contributed to the DW4 speedrun over the years. Don't forget to always equip and always save.
Yeah, always in.
Thanks, Ash.
Yeah, I'll equip, don't forget. Don't worry.
Yeah. There's several people, especially, who have put in a lot of work routing over the last few years. TheCowness here, Evil Ash, and our friend Vaxerd has also been really instrumental in kind of demystifying some things about this game. That there are definitely things that seem a little bit mysterious how they work, and he's kind of been able to pull the curtain back on how the game works in some of those spots.
Yeah, he's been decompiling some of the functions on how things work in this game, like all of the AI routine. He did a big write-up on that, which was really fun to read through.
Yeah, that's a nice start.
Hey.
Okay, that was a much better first round.
That's what we want to see.
Okay, eyeball attack. Just don't cheat, eyeball.
Full damage?
Don't Healy. Oh, he's cheating.
Yeah,
Healy tried to help, though. Okay. Yeah, he can not crit, believe it or not. Oh, but then the Shadow
went for him.
Okay, well... Yeah, the Shadow has 250 HP, so Ragnar cannot beat him on his own, even with the 2 herbs that I have. I'd need like 3 or 4 critical hits to make it through there. Yep. Whatever, we'll load up and try it again.
Better off just getting back to town as quickly as possible.
Yep. Yeah, that was a pretty good walk getting down there. Only Healy had taken damage after that heal tile. So, at least it was a pretty quick attempt.
Mind if I fish out some donation incentive stuff here?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so we have a lot of incentives that you can donate for during this run. I mean, besides the hero's name and the gender, because we got some stuff coming up fairly soon. Like, next chapter, we got a bid war to figure out which Lingwar we're going to be attacking in the arena. Right now, C is currently in the lead with $25, and B at $15, and A and D, well... No one apparently, no one wants to see A and D get hurt.
Always A.
We also we also have Chapter 3, which we have 2 goals that we need to reach. They're not too far into the game. And if we want to see them, that is working the shop with Taloon. That's currently at $400 out of 1,000. And if you want Taloon to return the dog, well, we need $1,000 for that one also, and we're only at 147.
Yeah, Taloon working at Taloon working at the shop is so fun. It's not something we usually see in the speedrun, but yeah, I think a lot of some of their favorite memories of playing this game is all of the fun things you do with Taloon in Chapter 3.
I mean, you got to earn your money somehow, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
And don't forget, if you donate, you have a chance to win one of the prizes that we have right now. And we got several that go through the end of this game. We have a Dragon Warrior 4 NES cart that is a custom Necrosaro shell brought in or donated by TheCowness. For a minimum $50 donation, you can win a copy of that cart. We got the RPG history book, which I heard is probably inspired by Newtopia. That is a $10 minimum donation. Dragon Quest Mimic plush. I actually have a Dragon Quest Mimic tissue box cover, and which I believe that's what this is, and it's amazing. You got the tongue for the Mimic is where the tissues come out, and it's also
Nice.
it is great. And it's a $10 minimum donation, and a copy of Trails to Cold Steel 4 Frontline Collector's Edition. It's the big box with all of the goodies. That one is a $25 minimum donation. All of these end at the end of this run. But we also have some grand prizes. The giant, like 4 or 5 foot at least wide Whale Lord plush. It has been on stream almost the entire marathon. It is a $75 cumulative donation, which means as long as you donate $75 at some point from the middle of the marathon to the end, you can win that. And then the the Buster Sword replica, $250 cumulative donation throughout the entire marathon. The thing is 60 to 70 pounds. It is 5 feet long. It has materia you can equip. It is amazing.
All right, here we are again. Let's see what the first round looks pretty good, actually.
Healy's tanking for us. No, he's
No.
defending
There's a
that.
guard.
Okay, so we're probably going to see a
10
mad
damage.
eyeball again. There's
That was-
also a very small chance that even if you get in the damage range, the eyeball doesn't enrage. It'd be nice to see that.
Yeah. Okay. He missed one.
Yeah, Healy should heal.
We go for 30.
Oh,
Okay,
31. Okay, okay.
All right. I'm going to throw an herb at Healy. Healy's going to get him. Okay.
Ooh.
Healy was cheating where he would have died there.
Very nice
Healy-
cheat, Healy.
He parried and attacked at the same time, which is Healy and the eyeball can both do that. It's very stressful. All right. And it's actually much rarer to see that happen after
Nice.
Healy gets an attack, too. Because you'll see it often, like he'll decide to parry at the start of his turn and then attack halfway through.
Okay, this is good.
Okay, good turn order. Yeah, we're in real good shape here. Shadow has basically a 50% damage of, or percent chance of dealing low damage, like 10, and then a 50% chance of dealing higher damage, like 20. I'm gonna throw this at Healy. Okay,
Good.
I
All
like
good, all
cheating. Max damage on Fireball is 18, so that could have killed Healy, but it did not.
So from here on, we're out of medical orbs, so hoping Healy could just take care of us for a little while.
Yeah. I want high damage on this? Nope. Okay, Healy's in the danger range. Hit Healy? Nope. Okay.
I think
Very
we're
nice.
good, though.
We're good.
That,
Nice.
all right, not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad at all.
It was that fourth try, I think?
Yep, fourth try.
Okay. Yeah, that's within acceptable parameters. When we were budgeting out this run, we were expecting this chapter to take up to 40 minutes, and we're going to get out of here under that. So that's good.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So that's not uncommon at all to have a go like that. And honestly, I think all of us have experienced it in a race going much, much worse than that.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've been stuck in chapter 1 for over an hour before, and never feels good. But as just to know, as how we arrange this and set it up, our estimate of 7 hours and 30 minutes, that includes all the incentives that we're very much hoping get met by your generous donations, but also precisely for things like this. Sometimes things go well, but sometimes they don't, and we're going to need to try certain things several times. So that's kind of built into the budget of our estimate. If everything in this run went extremely well, we'd finish probably significantly faster than that, but
Yeah, it doesn't usually happen.
that doesn't usually happen. No.
Yeah, we can really expect to see a few more things in the run that feel a little bit like this, where we've got to make multiple attempts at it before we break through, and that's what Dragon Warrior 4 speedrunning is like.
Yep. Yeah, we've returned the children here. We're going to use the Wing of the Wyvern that I just picked up out of the tower. I didn't pick it up earlier because 2 reasons. My inventory was full of herbs, and also after I defeat the boss, there are no more random encounters left in the chapter, so it's perfectly safe and faster to pick it up now.
Yep.
I don't think you can even buy Wing of the Wyvern in this chapter because there's only 2 places that you can go to.
I was going to say, I looked through at one point. I think that's the only Wing of Wyvern in Chapter 1 is in that box.
Yeah.
I could be mistaken, but...
Yeah, we'll get a lot more of them later when there's more towns that we need to bounce between, especially in Chapter 2 coming up and then Chapter 5 later. But, yeah, that's just a quick way of getting back here without having to walk through the tunnel. Even though there's no random encounters, it's a bit faster to go out of your way for that wing.
All right, so Chapter 1 is basically completed, and the King of Berland here celebrating our success. It's going to let Ragnar go off on his greater adventure. He also awards us with 3,000 experience points, which probably would have been helpful earlier, but, you know, that's fine. We had to earn it.
Hoping Ragnar gets better stat gains than he's been getting here, because we will need to rely on him later in Chapter 5. Yeah.
Yep. But that kicks him all the way up to level 11, and that's the level he'll be when we meet him in Chapter 5.
Yeah, it's kind of a classic thing in Dragon Quest where the king's got this treasury full of gold and weapons, but he just gives you a copper sword and says good luck. All right. So yeah, that's the end of Chapter 1. We're going to start up Chapter 2 here. I'm going to be playing up until the first boss of this chapter. So I'm taking control now of Princess Alina, who is kind of like the martial artist class from DQ3 and a couple of other games with similar characters. Ray did not give me the good RNG, so I took an extra step out of my way. That's about 32 frames lost.
Unacceptable.
Yeah, we're going to talk to the guard on the left here. If you're having trouble getting past this segment, you probably need to talk to the guard on the left. There's a lot of that in Dragon Quest where there's 2 guards and you got to talk to the right one. Especially DQ7, that happens like 8 or 9 times. And sometimes it's the left one, sometimes it's the right one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there'll be a couple of times in this run where there's some specific NPCs we need to talk to or specific things that we need to do to advance the story that sometimes don't seem super intuitive, but fortunately as speedrunners we've figured out precisely what we need to do, and we do only those things.
Yeah, so we talked to Bray there, who's kind of our caretaker, and he just kind of, told us to behave, and then, we're not going to behave. The king was yelling at us for having kicked through the wall yesterday, but they repaired it with some flimsy boards, which we just kick right through again. Alina walks up and does this statistical analysis on this flimsy boards here. The heads-up display determines that she could kick straight through it again, so she does, and Christo and Bray follow her out this time. They decide, okay, it's too hard to keep you in the castle, so at least take us with you so that,
we can help keep you safe.
Yeah. So, if we were to go back into the castle at this point, the king would come to the same conclusion. He'd be like, okay, whatever, just Krista and Bray, watch out for her, and the guards at the entrance will get out of your way from then on.
So we're going to start Chapter 2 off with a little grind. We need to get Christo up to level 4, where he's going to learn the upper spell, and that's going to be really useful in this first boss fight. So we bought a copper sword for Christo. We're going to pass that club over to Alina, and then we also grabbed a feather hat out of Alina's bedroom, which is the best hat in the chapter, unless we get a really lucky drop from a metal slime later in the chapter.
Yeah, so we've got our 3 characters here, and this is going to feel a little bit more like traditional Dragon Warrior or Dragon Quest, where we've got kind of a more fleshed out party. We've got Alina, who's focused on fighting. We have Christo, who can heal and support the team. And we have Bray, who's an offensive spellcaster with this Ice Bolt spell.
I always think of this chapter as kind of a miniature Dragon Quest of itself, because it's kind of long. Our speedrun here is going to take a little over an hour of it. And, you get a kind of balanced team here with a healer, a wizard, and then a fighting type character. It's basically one of each of the archetypes that we have available to us in the NES games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we mentioned we're looking for Krista to reach level 4. Bray's also going to reach level 3 along the way, and that's important because this next town here, Tempa, we cannot progress through until we defeat the boss there, the chameleon humanoid. And getting this upper spell is going to make that fight a lot easier.
We like to see this minion monster while we're doing this grind because even though it's going to take a minute to get through, these guys are really pretty good for experience and great for gold. And gold in the early part of the chapter is actually going to be pretty important for us.
You especially want to see it at higher levels than this. You can see we're not doing much damage to them because they've got really high defense power and they're immune to Bray's spell, but we'll still get through them eventually. Christo and Alina are splitting up their damage for some reason, so that's why it's taking so long to kill the first two.
Yeah, fortunately, they're really not very dangerous at all.
Yeah, even though they build power, which doubles the attack power of their next hit, they're still not doing much damage.
Yeah. Okay, there's that gone. So 5 XP each, and then
54 gold, that's a lot. Okay.
Yeah.
Most of the enemies in this zone give 2 or 3 XP. There's a couple of stronger enemies that give a little more. So we'd like those ones to show up because we can take care of all the monsters pretty equally. The 2 XP enemies are still even like kind of a damage range like I was talking about in Chapter 1. Especially if you start out with the shopping that I did here. This grind can be a little stressful because, Alina could kill everything here in one hit. Like these gophers are a good example. But if she rolls low and like if that gopher had 10 max HP, it could have survived that, but fortunately it did not.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. We're also paying pretty close attention to Alina's stat gains as she's gaining levels, because the way that Chapter 2 ends is with a kind of boss rush tournament, which is Alina only one-on-one versus several opponents in a row. Finishing with Lingwar, which again, that bid war is open right now to see which Lingwar do we want to target.
Lingwar.
Yeah, we'll meet Lingwar later, but what he is he's a RPG boss that just splits into 4 clones, and you can only damage whichever one's the right one, and there's no way to tell which one he is, no way to RNG manipulate to know where he is.
No pattern to help us get. No, it's a blind 25% every time we want to attack.
Yeah,
so.
Attacking A is only fastest because that's the one on the right, or the one on the left. It's the first
one on the
list.
menu. Yeah.
Yeah, Lingwar is less of an intellectual exercise than a spiritual exercise.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, I know something about spirits, okay?
That's true.
And right now, C is still in the lead, but only by $10 over B, so you got time for that.
It's a fun donation incentive because it's kind of like, everyone who went to public school, taking multiple choice quizzes, you had a favorite A, B, C, or D that you picked when you didn't know the answer. So kind of the same thing here. Okay. So a lot of my strategy in these fights is going to be having Alina and Christo team up on whatever the strongest monster is, and then having Bray attack the weaker one. Just because Bray's Ice Bolt ranges from 10 to 16, and there's a very small chance he might roll 10 damage and the enemy might have 11 or more HP.
Yep. Since we know so many of these kind of granular details about the spell ranges and the monster HP ranges, whenever we see that really kind of like edge case, we're always like, oh, hey, there it is, which is actually part of the fun of Dragon Quest speedrunning.
Yeah, like right there, Christo rolled max damage on his hit, and the gopher had minimum HP, so it actually killed it.
Yep.
It's actually pulling his weight. Not that one, though. That one had more than 8. Yeah, you reset over these first 2 chapters enough that you just learn all of the stats of every enemy in the chapter, because you get frustrated and you look up, okay, what were the odds of this thing happening that just happened?
Yeah, so in addition to Chapter 1 being a pretty difficult barrier for really good PB times, Chapter 2 is probably even more serious when you're competing for a very top time.
Yeah.
There's the 10 damage bolt that didn't kill the giant worm. That
right there is a 1 in 21 chance. There's a 1 in 7 chance that Ice Bolt will deal 10 damage. There's a 1 in 3 chance that the worm will have 11 HP, and we hit both of those. Great.
Always lucky.
That's a very special early Chapter 2 meme.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is why I Ice Bolt the gophers instead of the worms when I have a choice.
So, we're definitely trying to earn experience here. The good news is that the inn is right at the entrance of town, so it takes very little time to recover. Mostly what we're doing is using Bray's MP is to kill things as quickly as possible. We don't worry about MP efficiency per se. It's really easy to recover more MP, so we want to kill things quickly and not really necessarily be very efficient on resources.
Very rarely you can get through this segment only healing once in the middle of the grind, but that usually involves fighting a lot of those minions, which are kind of slow fights to begin with, so you kind of just bleed out as much Bray's MP as you can. Go use the N. It takes 10 seconds, and then you'll save that 10 seconds if you've run into 6 gophers again.
And so we should be getting a little closer here.
Yeah. Yeah, Lena will hit 4 first, and then Christo probably 1 fight behind, maybe 2.
Oh, nice. Now we have the sap spell. The Bray can actually participate in this fight.
Yep. Yeah, so in addition to Alina and Christo both having a little more damage, I can use the sap spell to reduce their defense power to 0.
Yeah, that's what the sap spell does. When it lands, it decreases the enemy's defense power all the way to 0. Or similarly, if there are enemies that use sap on us, then and it works, then you lose all of your defense power. Enemies have different resistances to different status effects, and the sap and defense spell share a resistance type. In this case, the Minin has no resistance at all to it, so it's guaranteed to hit. But you'll see other enemies where certain effects either do or don't work with different probabilities, depending on the monster resistance.
Yep, we'll be relying on some of those to really land, especially later on in the run after this chapter.
Yeah. Yeah, Chapter 5 in particular has a couple bosses that are resistant to things that we need to hit them with, and how those fights go sometimes depends on how bad your luck is with those. Okay, this might do it. If not, one more fight will. And Bray's got plenty of magic to get through this fight and probably one more.
Seeing that Minin fight twice is actually really, really nice for gold. So
yeah,
right after we fight this boss, we're going to be looking to get an upgraded weapon for both Alina and Christo. And it's actually going to be quite a bit easier because we got sort of, I don't know, 80 more gold than sometimes we're used to getting.
And there it is.
All right.
Christo actually gaining HP. You love to see it.
6 MP too.
Alright, so I'm going to use the N to heal up first. So, in this town, this is a plot point that gets repeated a lot in Dragon Quest games, but this town's being attacked by a monster. The monster has kidnapped all of the women in the village. It's forcing the village actually to offer up sacrifices to it regularly. And what we're going to do is volunteer to be the next sacrifice so we can fight the monster. And yeah, again, that's reused quite a bit in Dragon Quest. You see it in DQ3 with the Orochi, DQ11 used it, DQ7 used it in the first island. So, yeah.
Don't ever litter the litter.
Yeah, don't ever litter the litter. Very important. So, this fight, there's 3 targets in this fight. It's not nearly as scary as the Chameleon Humanoid, or the Saros Shadow fight, rather. Basically, we're going to buff Alina's defense power, and if Christo gets even 1 turn to do that, we're guaranteed to win the fight, and everything else is just speed at that point. So I'm going to attack, cast Upper on Alina, sap the Chameleon Humanoid, and Christo did not get put to sleep, so we're good.
Yeah, should be alright.
Okay. There's a 1 in 9 chance that he puts you to sleep when he attacks. So, let's have him. Yeah, we'll have him all jump on the Rabbit Hound. The Humanoid can cast Sleep up to twice, or heal rather, up to twice. So we kind of try to burst down the Rabbit Hounds. Okay,
right?
That's fine. Alina can carry it from here if she needs to.
And she will.
Yeah, no, okay. Tried to get greedy and have both Christo and Bray survive, but did not work. So we're probably going to have to put up with him healing here.
Yeah, this is going to make the fight take a little bit longer, but statistically, there's almost no way Alina can lose. She's even holding a medical herb in her bag as an item drop. There's 0 chance that we're going to die here.
Yeah, these monsters don't have critical hit abilities, so we're pretty safe here. And fortunately, Bray did get that sap spell off, so Alina's going to do really good damage to the Humanoid here.
And at this point, you saw it tried to heal. It's out of MP, so it can only heal 2 times, as Countess said. And now Alina's just going to kick this thing a few times, and she's going to take
to sleep. She won't get hurt when she's asleep.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
All right, Chameleon Humanoid down.
So yeah, he's going to drop a very important item, the Life Force Nuts, which is a stat seed which will raise your HP somewhere between 4 and 6. We're going to use up to 3 of those on Alina in this chapter. And this is where I hand over to Anatoleu. He's going to finish out Chapter 2.
All right.
All right. Thanks, Countess. You set me up with so far, a really strong Alina, which is a relief. She's rolled +2 strength on every single level so far, which is just really what you want to see.
Yeah, we alluded to this earlier that the end of the chapter is going to require Alina to complete the arena section by herself, and her stats, particularly her strength and her max HP, and to a lesser extent her agility, are critical in determining how likely you are to win. The higher these stats are, the easier a chance we have, so definitely want to see.
Yep, so I'm selling Alina's old club. I'm going to get her a boomerang instead. I also sold Christo's clothes there. That was mostly so that I can pay to revive him. Because we're okay with leaving Bray dead for a while. It's actually what we want to do. But Christo, on the other hand, we actually want to have around for a little bit. So let's bring him back. It's completely safe to have sold his armor, however, because this is the first time in the speedrun, first of many times, that we will be exploiting the glitch known as the coffin block.
Yeah, so the way the coffin block works is most enemies in this game, and most enemies in most Dragon Quest games for that matter, will prioritize attacking your lead character over the back characters. So the back characters should take less physical damage. But there's a flaw in the targeting routine in this game where if there is a dead character anywhere in the party, then the character in the back of the party, as long as that dead character isn't the back character, will be protected from being hit. The monsters can't see the back character for purposes of targeting. So if we've got Bray in the middle or even in the lead of the team, Christo will not be able to be hit. And we'll use that a lot more also in Chapter 4 and in Chapter 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll even exploit that in the final boss fight of the run. So it just continues to be useful as soon as we have 3 characters and we can use it.
Yeah, so get used to these menu colors because Bray's not coming back till the end of the chapter.
Yeah, anyone who's bothered by the menu being red, I'm sorry for the next 30 to 40 minutes of this run, because, yeah, Bray's not going to be around. So, yeah, objective 1 here is going to be getting enough money to afford the Iron Spear for Christo, which is going to be a really big upgrade from the Copper Sword. And then he can contribute some nice damage, and then we'll kind of progress through the chapter here, getting experience for both Alina and Christo as we're going along.
Yeah, we've chosen this particular route that anatoleu is going to show off here for the marathon. It's going to show a lot of variety for this chapter, but also be fairly stable. There are lots of different ways of getting through Chapter 2, all with different pros and cons, and even within the last year, I would say, within our community, there's been a lot of discussion about new strategies and new ideas, and I've even, for races and marathons, completely retooled how I'm doing this chapter myself, and it's been really exciting seeing a lot of different ideas. The top end times are still going to come from the pure metal slime grind, but
all right. See you, Carnivore Plants. Carnivore Plant fight is really nice to see here because they actually give a lot of gold.
A lot of cash, yeah.
Yeah, so it's pretty good.
It's worth noting now that Alina's over level 4 that her critical hit rate is actually tied to her level. It's a factor of her level divided by 256, whereas most characters have a 4 in 256 or 1 in 64 chance of getting a critical hit. So once she's over level 4, she has a much higher crit chance than everybody else.
Alright. Don't want to spend too much time trying to fight Blaze Ghosts, but if Alina happens to take it out in one shot, then I'll take that. If it splits into 2, I'm going to run away.
Yeah. This is a very weird enemy, and there's another enemy much later that has the same property, the Demighoul. But yeah, you attack Blaze Ghosts, sometimes they dodge like that, sometimes they split in half, sometimes you hit them. As we're entering Fëanor here, I want to discuss the story beat that's going on here. So we walk in here, and all these people are standing outside this inn, talking about how Princess Alina is staying at this inn. And, I can't wait to see the princess. That's what everyone's standing out there for. And so, that's kind of confusing because we are Princess Alina and we do not have a reservation at this inn right now. So we go up and see what's going on and we witness a kidnapping happening. There's a lady dressed up like a princess with an old man and a priest, which sounds kind of familiar. They've apparently heard of our adventure and these actors are just pretending to be us. but it doesn't go so well for them there. And so what we do after that, like, there's some NPCs you can talk to figure out what to do next. They're not required plot triggers in this version of the game, though the remakes make some more triggers in this chapter required. But if you talk to the kid running around by the item shop, he says that his dog found a note that says, if you want the princess back, then bring the golden bracelet to the graveyard at night. So we talk around to a couple more people. I think the mayor of the town tells you that the golden bracelet is in the cave to the south, so we're going to go down there after we're done grinding a little more gold. And, like, that sounds like a pretty straightforward RPG quest. The kidnappers want just some random jewelry as a reward, so we'll just go get it for them. That's not really a big deal. The town can live without its golden bracelet. But, it turns out much later in the game that bracelet is actually a pretty important item. After you turn it into the kidnappers, you talk to the mayor again, and he says something kind of ominous. He says something like, "Oh, wait, you gave them the golden bracelet? Oh, no, I'm sure everything will be fine." Like, he just reassures himself there. But
it'll be fine.
Yeah, in this version of the game, that is the only hint that you have that golden bracelet might be something other than just a golden bracelet, jewelry stored away in a cave, random RPG treasure to go grab.
It turns out there's a little more to it than that.
Yeah, we will find out in Chapter 5 that it has something to do with the villain's plot, but for now, there's only that little piece of foreshadowing telling you about that. But the remakes of this game add something kind of cool that I really like. In the Japanese versions of the PS1 and DS version specifically, if you go to the casino, they've redone the casino a little bit because the prizes in the casino in this version really aren't good. So they added 3 items to the casino and took out some of them that weren't so great. And one of the 3 items isn't actually useful, and so it stands out as strange, but its name is Golden Bracelet. So where in Japanese, the item you get here is the Ogon no Udewa, literally golden bracelet. The one in the casino is spelled out in Japanese katakana, Gorudo Braceletto. So the name is different, but it's still the same thing. It's still a golden bracelet. So you ask yourself, you see it in the list, did the kidnappers make their way to Indoor and, fence the golden bracelet? Now it's wound up in the casino again? Do I need this later? Should I get 1,000 coins and see what it is? So, you do that. And then you get your bracelet and you equip it, and it's this junk accessory. It gives you 5 defense power. It's a big waste of casino coins, and you realize that it's just a novelty item. Maybe Indoor heard about the golden bracelet and they made a knockoff of it to put up as a prize for people who have heard the story of it. Or maybe they're intentionally misleading you to trying to make you think that it's the real gold bracelet. Maybe they even know it's gone missing. So that's a really cool thing that really doesn't make it into the translated version of the DS version of this game, because they renamed the golden bracelet key item in here to Armlet of Transmutation, which both, it kind of ruins that accessory in the casino because it's just a junk accessory now with no real tie to the other item. And then on top of that, it also it's like in your face foreshadowing versus having to talk to the mayor to find out that it does something other than just being jewelry. And I don't know, I feel like if Alina knew that the golden bracelet was something important, that she might try to negotiate a little harder, right? Like, you show up to that hostage exchange and you tell her, hey, you do not have the real princess, maybe you should let her go and try to fight me instead, because that would be perfectly in character for Alina. But she's not supposed to know that it's anything more than just a bracelet, that we're just here, take the bracelet, get out of here. But
yeah, I like that it is kind of a little more mysterious what this thing is. So.
Yeah.
And in general, Dragon Warrior 4, I think, does a really excellent job with telling its story kind of between the lines a little bit. As an NES game, obviously, there isn't a huge memory bank for thousands of lines of expository dialogue or lots of elaborate cutscenes. It's a little bit more minimal in its storytelling and lets you, the player, kind of fill in a lot of those gaps, which is really cool.
Yeah, and even in the Japanese scripts, whenever they re-release or port these games, the Japanese script doesn't change at all. They might add some extra stuff, there's an extra chapter added in the remakes, but chapters 1 through 5 in the Japanese script are going to be completely the same. So, the Japanese side, they keep that subtle storytelling, whereas the new localization was a little more blunt with a lot of things.
So we got the dangerous body blow.
We got the body attack, yeah.
Yeah, these enemies have two unique properties to them. They can sometimes start the fight asleep, and if they're asleep, they have an attack where they can roll over on top of you for some damage. But also when they get low on HP, they can do that body attack, which can do about 40 damage. And if it kills you, it actually has special flavor text that says you explode to bits.
Usually it ends up knocking you down to very low single-digit HP, which if someone is going to follow up with pretty much any attack, then yeah, you're going to lose Alina in the front there.
Yeah,
we got pretty lucky with turn order, so it didn't turn into anything too bad. So yeah, I'm still looking to get a few hundred more gold here so I can get Christo that Iron Spear. I'd like to take a few fights in that Golden Bracelet cave I dipped into to grab that gold chest, but all we're seeing are Thevros and Somna Beetles, which are really, honestly, the two monsters I just don't want to see for this part of the grind, and we're just seeing them over and over. Somna Beetles especially are just very slow to fight right now because they're just going to want to cast the sleep spell, and they're very good at it. They have both sleep, which can hit Alina and Christo, and they have the sleep more spell, which is single target with higher effectiveness.
Yeah.
So, and that's mostly what they do, is they just keep casting those two spells.
It's in the name, yeah.
Yeah, the series.
Speaking of gold, do we got some time here to catch up on all this gold that we're getting for Nami?
Oh, we sure do.
Yeah, we're just grinding for a bit here.
Okay, because we've gotten a lot, including some movement in the Linguar.
Nice. All right.
Let's see what we can get through here. How about $50 from KFizzle4? It says, love this game and series so much. The final boss fight has the greatest transformation sequence on the NES.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm
Speaking of that, we had a $250 donation from Sorrow.
Sorrow.
It didn't have a comment, but I bet you can guess where the money went towards.
Oh boy. Very
And of
nice.
course, that's meeting Rosa.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's awesome. We really want to see that incentive get met because there's a lot of the Chapter 5 lore we don't usually see in the speedrun, but we'd love to kind of show some of that off today, including an extra boss fight that most speedrunners don't do in the speedrun.
And just for explanation,
we got lots of incentives.
Yeah, that incentive is going to include a couple of things, because there's a couple of dream sequences you can get in Chapter 5, as well as meeting Rosa and fighting the extra boss there. So if that gets met, we'll do all of that.
Okay, we got $250 again from another anonymous. Says good luck for the run, but also I wish my best to all the streamers and crew behind the scene. We got $10 from Shadow Killer.
Yo, Shadow Killer.
Hey, that's
good to see
good.
you.
What a handsome group of Dragon Quest boys on camera. And the ones trying to hide in the background right now. Sorry I couldn't make it this year. Miss y'all. Good luck on the run, guys. Good thing nothing can go wrong in Chapter 2. A and pray.
A and pray.
A and pray. We got $50 from Scarlet Shadow. Donating during Chapter 2 because it contains my favorite part of the Dragon Warrior game. Killing metal slimes. Even if that's not the plan for today.
Oh,
Let's put
it's the plan for today.
There is always metal slimes.
That's right.
Let's put $15 of the donation towards Linguar B and the rest towards Taloon working the shop.
Yes.
Nice.
Tim's Variety with $15 says Linguar C is the only Linguar not inspired by Newtopia. We also got a $50 donation from Anonymous. No message. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And Asmati Games with an $11 donation with no message. Thank you very much. And the update to the Linguar at $50 in the lead is D right now. C is at $40, B at $30, and A at $21.
All right.
So we got some moving and shaking going with that.
Glad to see every single Linguar represented a little bit there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And don't forget, after this chapter, we got 2 incentives that need to be met. Work the shop with Taloon is up to 635 out of 1,000, so we're getting there. But returning the dog, which you have some time, you don't do that at the beginning of the chapter. You got $147 out of 1,000. We have been perfect this week, everyone, with reaching these goals. I know I have faith in everyone that we can keep up this perfect streak the entire marathon. It's the last day to raise money for Nami. Let's do this. Let's go.
Let's do it.
You definitely want to see these bonus incentives get met for the extra content. Just to clarify, the Taloon shop thing, yeah, it's going to be right at the end of at the start of chapter 3. So at the end of this chapter, we still have some time to go, but it's going to come up quick. Anatoleu is going to get through this chapter really quickly, so don't hesitate to get your donations in to meet the incentives, or to push that Linguar bid war a little further along too.
I appreciate the faith that Diener has in me. In this fight, while I'm grinding here, the monster I'm really scared of are these Cordras, which have one of the highest critical hit rates of any normal monster in the entire game. So I'm being quite cautious and keeping Alina very, very topped up on her HP when these guys are on the screen. Sometimes they just run away too.
Yeah.
He had enough.
Yeah.
He saw what you did to his friend.
One important thing for anyone who's not familiar with this mechanic in Dragon Warrior and Dragon Quest games is that critical hits have a little bit of a unique property in that in addition to dealing more damage than usual, they also ignore all of the target's defense power. So even though Alina's defense is really cranked through the ceiling with upper, the critical attacks just go straight through that and do pretty much the same amount of damage every single time. If you were paying really close attention to the Shadow Eyeball fight at the end of Chapter 1, the critical hits from the giant enraged eyeball are actually even a little more unique, but they always do exactly 15 damage. Doesn't matter how high your defense power is, it always does 15 damage.
All right, so that was all the gold that we need right now. So I'm going to take the inn, we'll do some upgrades, and move on with the quest, which is to go grab that golden bracelet item out of the bottom of the cave here. So let's upgrade Christo from Copper Sword. So Christo, for a little while, is basically going to do as much damage as Alina does now, which is going to be pretty nice as we take out a lot more monsters along the way.
Yeah, especially with those strength rolls.
Yep. It's pretty important, really quick, that we go down here and talk to this horse. This horse is one of the things we could transform into at the kind of later part of Chapter 5. That incentive is also open. Horse would be a great choice. No personal bias there necessarily, but there you go. We're also going to grab a strength seed that's less important than the horse, but still pretty important for us. And then that guy's going to be a story trigger that's important for us to make sure we talk to him. All right, I'm going to come over here real quick just to buy some more Wings of the Wyvern. Since Bray's not currently alive to gain experience, we are going to have to rely on Wings of Wyvern to do the return spell for us for a little bit through the chapter here.
Yeah, at about level 9, Bray is going to learn the magic spell Return, which basically for 8 MP lets you teleport to any town that you've previously visited, a la Wing of Wyvern. So until we get to that point, we have to just spend money to travel around. It's going to be much faster than walking all the way to these places sometimes, especially with the random encounters that keep getting in our way.
Yep. This Bromard is always kind of a fun monster to see because they have a very, very low chance of dropping a strength seed, which, when it very rarely happens, is kind of a game changer for the end of the chapter. So it's only a 1 in 128 chance. We definitely don't rely on it or count on it. But if there's like a formation that has other monsters and also has a Bromard, then I'll save the Bromard for last, because the last monster that you kill in the fight is the one that has the chance to drop an item.
Yeah, item drops are generally quite rare for monsters unless it's a monster that always drops something. Certain bosses always drop special items.
Yeah, the chameleon humanoid that Countess fought a little bit earlier always drops a life force nut, which is really important. We always want to make sure when we're taking that fight to save him for last as we're going through that, because we would never want to not get that HP increase item there. Alright, so here we are in Golden Bracelet Cave. Before I just kind of dipped in here and grabbed some gold out of that chest. We actually have a confused one here, so this is kind of a nice fight for us to take. Oh, it just ran away.
There he goes.
When they're confused, sometimes they actually help you out and attack their friends, which is really what you like to see to get through these fights a little bit more efficiently. But I actually want a little bit more gold as I'm walking down here, so this is a pretty good fight to take for it. Alright, Lena at level 8 is capable of getting higher strength rolls there, so she got a +4. That's good to see.
Yeah. From here on to the end of the chapter, we want to see strength gains of at least 4. 4s are good. 3s are okay too. But it can roll lower than that, and it can roll higher than that too. So the really good strength gains are like 5, 6, or extremely rarely there's like up to +7.
I got a 7 one time.
I don't think I've ever seen +7.
Yeah, I think it surprised everybody, and because the Lewis script hadn't ever shown it when we simulated things, and then Vaxherd looked deep into the game's RNG and found how it is somehow possible, I don't know, 4 in 10,000 times or something.
Yeah. Yeah, the stat variance in this game can be very frustrating, especially in this chapter, but also in Chapter 5 just with your HP rolls. The last full run I did of this game, I actually had a Christo that was worse than the 10,000 Christos that I simulated. None of them were as bad, so it was a 0.001 percentile bad Christo HP. You had like 115 HP going up to Necrosaro. Well, an average of like 3 or 4 per level. It's not good.
It's not good. That's not the Christo we want to see today. Fortunately, this one's actually on a better track than that. So
yeah, it's probably already gained enough that it'll have more than that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, when you speedrun this game a lot, you see a wide variety of final stats for different parts of the game, and you're sometimes scratching your head, wondering how your character has as low HP, or sometimes as high HP, which is the opposite situation. Definitely a good thing to have lots of HP, but
yeah.
All right, there's our golden bracelet.
There it is.
Plus or minus 20 on all your stats in the in-game is pretty common.
Yep, totally. So at this point, the fastest way out is for us to do a little death warp here. SUMDeaner beetles aren't really the best death warp fight. They might slow us down by putting us to sleep. But the Crested Viper is actually pretty nice because it will lower our defense and hit us pretty hard. So hoping it casts the defense spell, which they really like to do, and hoping we don't spend too much time asleep here. Because, yeah, when you're asleep, you're taking half damage. It's like you're parrying while you're asleep.
Yeah, interestingly, the paralysis status effect does that for your party as well. Monsters, that's not true, though. If monsters are sleeping, they still take full damage, which, as we'll see later on in the run, that sleep is pretty good.
There it is when you got 2 HP left.
Yeah, you guys can just attack. It's okay. All right. Sleep more. Defense. All right, so nice little death warp there. That was actually a really nice quick dive in the cave. I'm going to revive Christo. I saved enough money, even after we lose half of it, to make sure I could revive Christo here.
Yep.
And then I'm also going to roll a couple of those seeds I picked up. And, you know, I mentioned before that Alina's stats are really, really important in this chapter. And they're actually so important that we're going to save Scum these seeds and make sure we get maximum rolls on 3 of them. So here we go. We're hoping to see some 3s here, and yeah, this is why I'm the one in front of the reset button.
So this might take a couple of tries, or more than a couple, but it's really important, as he said, that we're trying to max out our stats. Every little bit, especially strength, is going to matter a lot, so...
Yep, as slow as this is, it's always going to be faster than bringing Alina to an additional level later on.
Good. So the difference between +1 strength and +3 strength, that's 2 strength. That's basically half of a level at this point, or one of our earlier levels, so...
Yeah, and the enemies later on in the tournament... Oh, nice, that wasn't too bad at all, actually. It can really be the difference between Alina taking them out in 5 hits or 6 hits, and sometimes that turn is really what gets you through. So it's really, really key.
And just again on like the randomness of stats, like a average Alina with all the seeds maxed has probably about a 35 to 40% chance of getting through the tournament in 1 try, which it's not a big deal to take multiple tries at it. You can immediately get up and try again. But yeah, like there's some things we're gonna do to try to increase those odds. We'll see. He's probably going to save Scum his final level for level 11 to try to make sure it has good strength and HP. If his stats leading up to that point aren't good, he may still go for level 12, which doesn't take too long to get. Certainly better than just getting locked on the arena for 5 or 6 extra attempts.
I made that mistake learning this game, taking a level 11 Lena who wasn't strong enough and just spent 30 minutes dying to the arena over and over again, and realized that sometimes just taking a little extra time to make Alina better is the way to go.
Yep.
Rather than trying to pray for critical hits.
Yeah, it sure is. All right, so I needed to make it nighttime there so that we could do the next story trigger here where we trade in that golden bracelet to free the fake princess. And in return, she's going to be grateful and give us a thief's key, which is how we can enter the next dungeon.
She thanks us, and then her, Christo, and Bray are going to show up and take her away. There they are.
Yeah, so this is like a troupe of actors, and she's pretending to be a princess because, well, everyone treats her much better, but she knows we're the real princess.
Except the kidnappers.
That's right. All right, and then before I go off to the next dungeon, I wanted to get one more wing of the wyvern. Wasn't able to quite afford it earlier, so I'm going to just grab that right now.
Yeah, so now that we have the Thieves' Key... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, if you got something, I was just going to say, how about a couple more donations?
Yeah, this is a good time.
User Ben gave $25, warning you about those bullfinches and saying, please, try not to explode into bits.
We'll do our best.
It was close.
Rifunis gave a $100 donation that says, I wasn't feeling evil today, so I decided to have Taloon work an honest day in his life instead of returning the dog to the swamp-infested kennel.
Very nice. Thanks for
Good luck on the run. I've been looking forward to this for a month.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I'm actually avoiding those
Thank you.
tiles right there that are in the earlier encounter zone because I want to be fighting things and getting experience right now, which is a little unusual. Usually we try to walk through that because we're avoiding fights.
Yeah, I alluded to it earlier. There's definitely a lot of different routes and options for Chapter 2, and one of the more popular ones has you come here to this part of the game at a much lower level without any weapons, and you just run away from everything and hope things work. But with the weapons that we have, that we can actually do some fighting. We want to actually do some fighting, so.
Yep. Yeah, and
part of we also got Okay, one more. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
We also got $250 from Rygen, 300. Says, always enjoy watching these marathons. Have fun and keep up the great work with the runs. Donation to Tech's Choice. Tech has chosen to put that towards the Working the Shop incentive, which is now at $885 out of 1,000. Almost there. Let's reach that before this chapter ends.
That's awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, you can, anytime it's a really awesome donation like that, you can interrupt no matter what, High Spirits. That's exciting.
All right, so for our next part of the story here, we have the Thief's Key, and that's going to let us gain access to the upper floors of this tower, the Birdsong Tower. There is an important quest item at the very top of the tower, the Birdsong Nectar, which we'll see what it's for after we get it. But this can be quite a perilous part of the game. In particular, as we get further up into the tower, there are some combinations of enemies that can deal a lot of damage. In particular, the area of effect spells will not only damage Alina, but Christo as well, and that can actually be kind of scary.
Yeah. So Deaner was talking a little bit some of the routing choices we made as we were thinking about what did we want to do for Chapter 2 here at RPG Limit Break. And one thing that is important to me is there's kind of a pretty rich history of Dragon Warrior 4 speedrunning and then really approaches to Chapter 2. So one of them that people have done historically, and it's not quite as popular now, but it's still something you see people do sometimes, is actually related to the grizzly saber enemy that I just fought there. You can see that it called for reinforcements, and every time that you fight a grizzly saber, you get 30 experience, which is really good, and they also give a lot of gold. And so, as I'm getting some more experience for Lena, I still need, quite a bit more. I'm going to be taking advantage of those guys if I see them as I'm climbing the tower here, and let them call for some reinforcements, take a few of them out. It's kind of a nice, safe fight. Well, safe-ish. They do have a low critical hit chance, which can mix things up a little bit.
Yeah, this route that he's doing is kind of a combination of several different routes that we do through here. Like, there's routes where you grind as you go throughout the whole chapter. There's routes where you just sit here and farm grizzly sabers till you get enough gold to buy Christo a real weapon. And then there's routes where you just go to the end and fight metal slimes. And we're going to do some of all of that.
Yeah, it's part of what we want to do is keep it interesting and show off all the different ways that people can kind of go through Chapter 2, because Chapter 2 is just a really interesting, wide-open chapter, and how you want to approach it, what feels good for you.
Yeah, it was something I think you mentioned, Cowness, during the interview with the fairy water on targeting on the metal slime. So in the Japanese version, Famicom version, Dragon Quest 4, there's definitely a much more obvious, I'd say, way of approaching the chapter, because the metal slime grind can be made quite a bit more stable. But since that property of fairy water has been removed from this version in Dragon Warrior 4, we can't rely on it.
Yeah.
As it turns out, hunting for metal slimes does still have the best top-end, speedrun, fastest times. It also has the highest variance, where sometimes it just doesn't work.
Yep.
And as I was alluding to earlier, that's one of the things that if you're competing for one of the best times in this game, you really do need to go for this metal slime grind strategy, and there are a lot of times you get there and it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Or not quickly enough for you to really be competitive. So Chapter 1 is a big reset point for PB grinding, and Chapter 2 is another huge reset point for PB grinding. If I were sitting down and doing PB grind, I think the vast majority of my streams never even get past Chapter 2.
Yeah, it's pretty normal. I think anyone who's seen any of the three of us running this game has seen us get stuck in Chapter 2.
It's time to get excited when you get to Chapter 3 on good pace.
Yeah, I just don't feel anything until the tournament's over. It's just...
Yeah, so today, to reduce some of that variance, we're only going to fight one metal slime instead of two. And that's why I've been continuing to get experience here as we're going through the tower.
Nice. Critsto.
Critsto coming through there. So I'm actually almost at my
speaking of
target.
Speaking of metal slimes, I do have a relevant donation for you.
Sure.
Wonderful.
Hactical donated $25 and said, I'll donate another 10 for every metal slime that runs away in Chapter 2.
Ooh,
Don't kill one too quickly.
Cool. Yeah, I'm going to match that as well. So hopefully, we see not too many, but I do expect to see a few. All right, so this is one of the worst fights we can find in the tower. Yeah, these guys like to cast the fireball spell, and they can each cast it twice, and they really went for it there.
For a very long time, I thought that was the worst fight until I realized about a year ago that you can actually find 4 of them in one fight.
You can get 4 of them, so I'm going to do something kind of weird here. I'm going to grab this strength seed out of this chest. Let me see if I can make it. Yeah, let's just see if we can make it. So I'm going to heal Lena up to full here. Still got a couple herbs. I'm going to grab this gold. So obviously if I die here, I'm going to lose half that gold. It's not a huge deal if I lose half of it. We fought enough monsters that we actually have a lot more gold than I'm used to right here. But at the same time, it would be nice to keep it.
Yeah. It's also the case that if we needed to fight for a little extra gold, we're a higher level with better weapons, so it would be easier to earn that gold than if we were doing some other route where that gold might be strictly required.
Right. Yep, so ideally we don't get ambushed by too many things here.
Yeah, if you're level 6 in here and going for the metal slime route and you lose half of that gold, you're kind of just stuck because you don't really have any weapons or armor to work with to build that gold back up. You just have to reset and come back in.
Yeah, despite metal slimes awarding extremely high amounts of XP, they give, what, 5 gold?
Yeah, it's almost nothing.
You don't get any money from doing that.
Yep, so there's two things we're really trying to accomplish in the tower here. One of them is what I just did there, where I grabbed that strength seed and that gold. The strength seed is actually more important than the gold, to be honest with you. And then the other thing that we'll do in here, once I have Christo back, is we'll kind of go up the other branch of the tower to get the birdsong nectar, which is the story trigger item that we actually need to continue on with the chapter.
Yeah, ideally, Anatoleu would have tried to just do everything here in one go. But with Christo dead, there's a very low chance that Alina can complete the rest of this dungeon by herself. We just don't have enough medical herbs to keep her alive throughout the whole dungeon.
Yeah, Christo dying, you lost 8 shots of heal there, so... But...
Yeah, but not a huge deal. I actually bought extra wings just for this exact kind of occurrence, so... we're used to dying in Birdsong Tower. It's one of the worst dungeons in the entire speedrun.
It used to be my least favorite dungeon until I played the run more and did more of Chapter 5. And then there was something else that
come down
eclipsed
here.
it. But
Place my wing.
And so, speaking of metal slimes, there's another neat community thing I wanted to touch on, which Diener was saying that, in the Japanese Famicom version of this game, if you use the fairy water item, which is holy water in the Japanese, on any monster in the game, it deals about 10 damage to them, which instantly kills metal slimes. And somewhat recently, we've been doing some international community races put on by Anatoleu and Crimson, where Japanese runners would join us, and we'd use kind of a common rule set where the Japanese runners, they're allowed to play on the Japanese version of the game, but they can't use holy water on metal slimes. So it's been kind of a new thing for them to try to route around that, and they've been coming up with ways that they can get through the chapter without using fairy water, because it's not something they've really had to think about. There's no category in the Japanese board that bans that, because they don't consider it to be a major glitch since it doesn't skip any story beats or anything. So, and also that's just kind of like the main area that we've focused on as well in the West, looking at where we can improve the route. Because like I mentioned in the interview, the route that I started with 9 or 10 years ago was very much just a copy of what they do in the Famicom game. But the metal grinds were very inefficient because you can't throw fairy water at them. You're just kind of hoping for critical hits. And there's been a lot of stuff that we've come up with to help with that. Like picking up the Demon Hammer in Chapter 5 and some other things like that. We used the Metal Babble Sword for a while, but it's very risky to pick up and wasn't really worth it unless you get it without dying. So
yeah, it must have been about maybe 4 or 5 years ago when I started running this game, where some of the new strategies really started coming into fleshing themselves out, including the more efficient way, as you were talking about, the more efficient ways of grinding for metal babbles, as well as more advanced endgame strategies that don't require as much experience.
Yeah, there was a lot of that development going on in early 2019, which was the year that Cleartonic ran the DS version of this game in RPG Limit Break.
And all those changes, the top times on the board are down 40 minutes, 45 minutes from where they used to be. So it's made a major impact, not only in improving the run times, but also too for some consistency and some stuff too. It's also really exciting too. Some of the strategies we use are, I feel, a lot more sophisticated and require a lot more understanding of how the game works.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, we've come a really long way in understanding pretty much how everything works here. I'm looking to get about 50 more total experience for Lena before her next level. That gives me 30 right there, and the Copper Sword drop. Shoutouts to Dragon Warrior 2. So this is kind of right where I want to be, because I'm going to go hunt a metal slime, and then I want to be right beneath the threshold for level 11, so we can save some of that for some nice stat gains if we need to. So we're in pretty good shape here. We're about 25 experience below that, so I'm really probably not looking to take any more fights in the tower here, because almost every monster here is worth more than that.
yeah, I think that's really clever, the way that you've set this up to kill the metal slime and almost but not quite reach level 11. I think it's actually, like I said, very, very good idea, very clever. So
yeah, it's we're all kind of used to, sometimes you have to grind up to level 12, but it is a little bit slower to do it. It's nice to avoid it if Alina's kind of just close. It's a lot faster to just reset and yeah, just see if you can get a nicer strength roll or whatever it is that you need. We're almost through the tower here.
Just 2 more steps.
A couple more steps.
Yeah,
You know, when you get to that metal slime grind, I do have another incentive here for you, anatoleu.
Alrighty.
We got a $20 donation from Yelsrek. It says, so stoked to watch this run. Anna, every crit you achieve on a metal slime or metal babble can be exchanged for a D20 roll on my stream the next time I see you. Good luck to all the runners. Let's get Talon working the shop. And right now, that is only $45 away from being met.
Nice.
Also, we got a tie for Lingua right now. C and D have $50 each.
Dude, we're gonna
Does someone want to break the tie?
gonna need to break it, or else we're going back and forth.
I was going to say, we can go back and forth, but... Okay, so Alina's father, the king here, is got a problem where he can't speak. He's going to talk about it a little bit here, and to help him, we need to give him the birdsong nectar, so that's what we got it for here. He says he has a dream about something from the evil world coming and destroying everything, so he tried to tell his counselors about it, and then he lost his voice. So there's something very strange going on with that. Birdsong nectar, however, helping our father, the king, and now he's like, okay, you are actually a pretty brave hero, so I'm going to give you permission to continue exploring the world and figure out what's really going on, because there's definitely something afoot.
Yeah, so basically, there was a wall before we could actually leave this continent and go to the continent that has Endor on it. There was a guard that's in place that basically doesn't let you continue through, and he's gonna let us by now.
Yeah, we have permission to travel through this this shrine through the Traveler's Gate to the other side now.
And there's a little Easter egg on the other side of the shrine. If you come here at night, you'll actually see there's an inn on the other side of this, and Ragnar's staying there at night. Yep, he shows up in most of the chapters if you look hard enough for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's really cool. At the end of Chapter 1, Ragnar's going on his adventure, and he makes little cameos in the other chapters before you meet him, and he joins the party in Chapter 5. I think the idea is that there's a fair bit of time elapsing between some of these chapters, and Ragnar's traveling the world, and the hero, who we haven't met yet, is getting older.
Yep. So, welcome to Endor. We're going to see a lot of Endor as we go through the run. This is kind of like the main castle town of the entire game.
Yeah, it's going to play a pretty significant role in Chapter 3, and Chapter 4 ends when the two sisters arrive in Endor, and coming to Endor is one of the first things we do in Chapter 5. It's definitely a kind of a central spot in the world of Dragon Warrior 4.
Alright, so we don't have to have the red menus anymore. We can finally bring Bray back, because having Bray around is going to increase our chances of successfully beating a metal slime. Let's go hunt one down.
How about some more donations while we're looking here?
Perfect. It's a great time for it.
Okay, I was like, wait, we gotta get first try metal? No, okay, it didn't show up.
high expectations from High Spirits.
Hey, you know, I have faith in you, in y'all. Don't worry about that. We got $50 from Night Flyer. No comment. Thank you very much. We got $10 from DePaul Doug with no comment. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
We got $115 from Anonymous.
Awesome.
No message again, but thank you very much. Tan Young gave $100 also. Thank you very much.
Cool.
And then we got $50 from Purple Mario 920.
Yo, PM.
Hey, PM.
OMG. I made it in time to see the run of the millennium.
Run of the millennium.
Good luck, have fun to three of my favorite runners. It's so awesome to see Dragon Warrior 4 at Limit Break. I hope to hear the music loop in dungeons and the Kirk to be kicked. Money goes to Torneco working at the shop, so I'm not the only one working today.
Nice.
Thanks, PM. Purple Mario 920, of course, veteran Dragon Quest speedrunner.
Yeah,
friend of all of ours.
So happy to hear from you, friend.
Alright, so, it's about a 1 in 9 chance that any particular encounter is a metal slime out here, so we're gonna run from everything else that's not a metal slime. We're not interested in any of these other guys. And hoping to see a friendly, smiling face. finding the metal slime, of course, only about half the battle. The other half is damaging it. Here he is, metal slime number 1. Didn't run away first try. And no damage.
Still here?
Still here. Bray has gotten some damage taken there. More than the metal slime has taken, that's for sure. And metal slime runs away.
Well,
That's $10.
yeah.
So yeah, some interesting statistics around metal slimes. Let's see. So yeah, there are 30 out of 256 of the encounters out here, so about a 1 in 9 chance to meet them. And then when you attack with the normal attack, it's a 1 in 3 chance to damage it for 1 HP. Metal slimes have either 3 or 4 HP. You know, we were talking about that variable monster HP earlier. So you never know, you know, does this metal slime have 3 HP or does it have 4? You don't know until you've done that 3rd damage point, essentially, whether it has 3 or 4. And then, of course, we've always got a very low chance to get a critical hit on them. Okay. So that's always something we're looking for. Alina, in particular, has a much higher chance to crit because of her fighter class, where everyone else has basically a 1 in 64 chance to get a critical hit. But with Alina, every time she attacks, it's actually her level divided by 256, which is a lot higher than everyone else. Right now, it's more than twice as high.
You know, we got a friend of the community, Zarnax, here in chat, and made a really good point. We should really get that $10 up to 100 and still reach level 11 in 20 minutes. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, let's see lots of metal slimes, and then yeah, we'll finally beat one. I'm
Great.
fine with that.
Ray's HP is so low that at 5 it doesn't change the color of the menu.
We also got a $25 donation from Musashi219. Says Musashi219 here at the remote donation station. Hi, Musashi. I see you. Here's $20 to work the shop and $5 to split that linguar difference. Let's keep raising money for a great cause, everyone. That puts C in the lead by $5 right now.
Okay.
And we're only $25 away from working the shop. We're getting close to the end of the chapter here. This is when these incentives are going to close, so we got to hurry it up.
Yeah, that's the big thing here that we're waiting for is this metal slime. So once the metal slime is defeated, we're gonna get just a little bit more XP to get that 11th level. Hopefully our stats look good, and then we're gonna be ready to proceed to the arena where we will be needing that linguar incentive cut off. And then, as a reminder, the shop section starts. Taloon shopping starts right at the start of chapter 3. So
yeah, those two are going to be really close together. And Alina's stats so far actually look pretty good. So unless she really tanks level 10, which, I mean, she could.
could happen.
We're probably not going to have to go to 12. So part of what I'm doing here, every time I reset because of, you know, Bray dying or getting ambushed by armor scorpions or whatever, is I'm holding down my inputs to see if the first battle outside of Endor with specific directional inputs is a metal slime. Because if I happen to see one that way, then there's a chance, if the RNG will let me, that we could bring that same metal slime back again and get more opportunities to beat one. So if you see it kind of loading a little bit slowly as I'm exiting the church there, that's actually why. It takes about, I don't know, 2 or 3 extra seconds every time I'm loading because I'm not mashing through these text boxes. But it increases the stability of this grind a little bit, especially kind of as it goes along, because I'll see more and more what it's like when I'm resetting and what's out here. Like I mentioned before, there's no real way to know ahead of time where the metal slimes might be. There's just too many things that impact the RNG. This is kind of a slow fight.
Yeah, because the starting point of the RNG is determined by the checksum on your save file, so all the different stats you get as you level up, all your inventory, your gold XP, even what you did in Chapter 1 is influencing where it starts, so there's really no way to know where your starting point's going to be, so you kind of have to come up with this on the fly. And sometimes you kill it before you find a reliable manipulation, and really there isn't reliable manipulations. Like you find a metal slime, and usually there's like a 1/3 or 1 in 4 chance that you even get it every time you reset. So
Yep. Exactly. Okay. We don't need to see what happens there.
So we got a $10 donation from Zytoriak that says, Spirit Cowie told me it's Linguar D. Which puts Linguar D in the lead. Oh, wait, never mind. As I said that, I see a huge jump up there for C.
Oh, boy.
Ooh.
Oh, what is this? Give me a moment here. I think, okay, we got a $50. Oh, there goes another metal slime.
Yep, ambushed and ran.
We got a $50 donation from Ivan the Cow. It says, picking Linguar C, as that happens to be my Wi-Fi SSID. Good luck on the run. With that, C is in the lead with $80, $20 over D. But we also met the Working the Shop incentive. Thank you, everyone.
Awesome.
Nice.
Guys, thank you so much for your
That's good.
generosity.
Now we just have one more big one we got to reach for Chapter 3, because we're a long ways away from returning the dog. But you got the entire chapter to reach that one, so we need to work on that one. But we also need Linguar A to win, by the way, just for the sake of saving the frames. That's what's important.
It is extra frames to menu down past Linguar A.
Yeah, thanks so much for your generosity, everyone, meeting the Taloon shopping thing. I'm really excited to showcase that one.
Yeah, that's going to be really fun.
That'll be fun.
As soon as we even damage a metal slime. They're very slippery today.
Yeah. Yeah, random encounters are another very flexible point on the RNG in this game. Like there's certain walks where I reset aggressively over the very beginning of the game like nobody else does, but sometimes it takes an extra full minute just to walk from the starting castle to the first town, and I usually just reset over that. And we can see it here that sometimes usually you find about a metal slime every 2 minutes. We are doing much worse than that. Sometimes it's 4 minutes, sometimes it's 1 minute for your average. It's just the game's very much when it rains it pours with its RNG.
Yep.
Yeah, in both directions sometimes.
Yeah.
But this is sort of what I was alluding to. If you're competing for a very, very top time in this game, the best strategy, the strategy that is the best outcome is basically to race to Endor as fast as possible and just hunt 2 metal slimes. But as you can see, the success rate of that is not great. Maybe you come out here and you get your 2 metal slimes really, really fast and you're feeling great about it, but well, not just as often, much more often you spend a long time out here and it basically scuttles your run sometimes. But
Yeah.
that's kind of just what you got to do if you want to compete for the very best time.
Yep. But yeah, for sure, we're seeing fewer metal slimes than on average.
That's not... No. That's not to say that you can't get a very solid time using other strategies in Chapter 2. You absolutely can. But for the very, very best times, you're looking for this part to just go really well. And so far, not so much, but
yeah. Also,
that's okay.
As Dragon Quest speedrunners, we love the metal slime grind. I mean, the quintessential Dragon Quest experience.
Wait, what? Did you just say we love the metal slime grind?
You look deep into your heart, High Spirits. You know deep down inside you love it.
I mean, it's better than relying on Healy, I'll be honest.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
How about $10 more from DePaul Doug? No comment, but that creeps up D a little bit, so C only has a $10 lead over D right now. And B and A, well, they're way at the end. They need a lot of love.
But I'm really excited that we are going to have a couple of chances to fight metal enemies throughout the run today, because it is actually a very fun and kind of the heart of playing Dragon Quest sometimes is hunting down metal enemies and how exciting it is when you beat them.
Yeah, for reference on what a metal slime is worth, and this applies to this grind and the metal babble grind later, but the metal enemies are worth about 50 of the other enemies in the same zone, so even if this takes a while, it's faster than grinding, just off of whatever else.
Yep. And we've been here for a little bit, but not really too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes this can drag on for a little while. As long as it's taken so far, not concerning at all, honestly.
Yeah, again, we budgeted for plenty of time to do this for our estimate. So,
Would you mind if I speak up here for a little bit while we're working on this metal slime?
Go for it.
this is
Great
the
time
perfect
for it.
time.
I would just like to remind everyone that we are RPG Limit Break 2024 coming to you live from Salt Lake City, Utah. With right now, we got the run of the millennium as spoken by the viewers, with Dragon Warrior 4 currently going on. And we are here to raise money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And hopefully this metal slime wants to cooperate. Oh, I'm sorry. I jinxed it. But NAMI was NAMI was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they have maintained that focus to this day. And how have they kept that focus? Well, by following their three main pillars when it comes to helping dispel the stigma on mental illness, and that's education and support, awareness, and advocacy. NAMI engages in federal advocacy and supports NAMI state organizations, such as like the one in Utah, where RPG Limit Break is taking place, and their state-level advocacy efforts, I believe, in all 50 states. That's why we are here today, is we're trying to help out NAMI. We're trying to make sure that we get Linguar A into this, but unfortunately, C is now in the lead. And we're enjoying this great run here by TheCowness, Anatoleu, and SUMDeaner.
Yeah, I don't know who's been keeping up the metal slime count.
I believe that was 13. I mean 3. Maybe 4.
Ooh, one from Alina, one from Bray. Let's go. Come on, Christo. Oh, it's still here. Let's go. Come on, let's go.
It's looking
3.
good.
Boom, we got it.
Yes. So 3 runners we had.
2 strength. Alina's tanking. Yep.
So yeah, 1350 XP in a zone where everything else gives between 30 and 50, and the 50 is kind of an outlier. Most are like 30 to 42.
All right, so nice to get the metal slime here, because it gets Alina that experience to get her closer to being ready for the arena, but it also, we utilized Bray being dead for that coffin block to get pretty safely and efficiently through a lot of the chapter. But that meant he was pretty behind on experience. And we actually do need him to have a lot of experience later on. So getting him the metal slime experience here really catches him up to where he needs to be.
Yeah, this is I feel like one of the understated things about like the variety of Chapter 2 strategy we can do. Like for some of the routes, Bray just ends the chapter at level 3, and that actually has significant consequence when we get to Chapter 5. You have to be prepared for that. You need to know extra strategies for how to deal with things, because Bray at level 3 does not know return or outside, and you might need to rely on another party member for that instead, or in other cases just come up with other ways of handling things. But with this metal slime, just having one metal slime, then
Just looking at Elena's stats, don't mind me.
I am too. Okay. Yeah, anyway, by killing one metal slime, getting Bray this XP, he's going to get those spells, and we're going to have them available when we recruit him in Chapter 5.
Yep, so Alina, I think she's got stats that are just good enough for us to do the save scum and not do the grind up to level 12. We might have to be a little aggressive on this one, but her HP and her agility are both looking actually pretty good.
Oh, that's right. You haven't used the other life force nut yet,
Yep,
right?
we still have a life force nut we haven't used.
Good.
And we'll definitely want at least a +4 on her strength. But,
yeah.
We don't need to go too much harder than that if the other two stats are looking pretty good.
So we got a lot of action going on right now for the Linguar.
Ooh.
Awesome. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
We got Tim's Variety with $5 that says Linguar C Speedruns DW4 Casino Royal Slime Flush %. Ooh, that was a mouthful.
Wow.
Donation goes to Linguar C's War Chest. $15 from Vela V that says Grizzly Grind Gang Represent.
Yeah.
Yep.
And $20 from Purple Mario 920 that says we should just be efficient and hit all of the Linguars. As of right now, C and D are in the lead, tied at $90, and B at $35 and A at $26.
Cool. Love to see all the love for picking the Linguars. It's one of my favorite parts of the speedrun, so that's really fun to see. So I'm just going to pop in here and grab the Iron Claw for Alina. This is her best weapon of the chapter. We couldn't get in here too much earlier, but come in here and get this now when it matters.
Mm-hmm. So this is the actual arena. We spoke with the King of Endor. He's challenging us to win the arena.
Yep. And we're going to save scum this Life Force Nut because I do want to make sure we have decent HP going into the level 11 grind and just try to maximize our chances of having a Alina that can survive the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Definitely another heavy RNG point here. In addition to needing to get the XP needed to attempt the arena, we still actually even need to win. So, and that's not guaranteed, even when we do have the good stats. Linguar invented 25%.
That's true.
Yep, so Life Force Nut can roll 4, 5, or 6. I am going to go for 6 on this one. I think this is the last stat seed of the whole run that we're going to save scum like this.
So we are almost here at the arena, getting the 6 there. That means we're just one fight away from this, and I think we have a big leader right now.
Oh.
$50 from Hactical. It said the metal slime that ran away says Linguar D.
Linguar D, okay.
So D is in the lead, $50 over C, and when should we cut this off? At the start of the arena, or
Yeah.
when we get closer to Linguar?
Why don't we say once we see Samson's face, we will cut off the Linguar bid war.
He's got the helmet, though.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's true.
So that's fight 4 in the arena. So we only got a couple minutes left. Any last chance to snipe the Linguar choice? Get him in
Strength
fast.
So we want to see at least 4 strength there, minimum. So we'll
Yep.
just reset over that.
3s and 4s are the most common strength gains for here. If we're really lucky, we'll see something like a +6.
Okay, save after my Life Force. No, I did. Okay.
At this point, actually with how the math and the attack power works, we're looking for even values of attack power. So multiples of 2, 40, 42, 44, 46, etc. And 42 is like the lowest one that we're really going to be happy with, honestly. 44 is better, and 46 is amazing, but we're not going to get to 46.
All right, since I'm trying to be a little aggressive at this level and we got a little bit closer to it there, I'm just going to go save again so that we don't have to take too many extra fights. Oh, we don't save in here. Our return point is the castle, but the town is actually more useful than the castle.
Yeah, so the physical attack damage formula in Dragon Quest is very simple, and it's also consistent throughout pretty much all of the Dragon Quest games. So, like, basically when you attack something, you're going to do your attack power minus half of their defense power divided by 2. So 2 points of strength is going to give you 1 more point of damage every time you attack. 4 points of defense power is going to reduce 1 point of damage off of every attack you take. It's very easy to visualize, if I buy this equipment upgrade, what's it going to do for me?
So we're only 6 experience points away from the level here. Almost any fight, even in this very easy zone, will get that for me. So I'm just going to go here because it's easier.
Okay, good.
5 strength, 4 agility. Let's see some HP maybe. 6 HP. I think this is probably okay. Let's just take a look.
82, 81.
This looks good. Let's go for it.
29 agility.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. We're not going to see too much better.
Yeah, so I believe anatoleu has some specific thresholds for strength, agility, and HP he's looking for, and we're basically just barely over each of those lines. So this is going to give us a solid chance at doing this arena successfully, but it may take a couple of tries.
Yeah, we can expect the arena is going to take more than one try. I think almost anyone who's gone against the arena in Chapter 2 has experienced that you often don't get it in one shot.
The big thing that can happen that will really kind of change the complexion here is if Alina scores a critical hit early on either the second fight, Rurik, or the fourth fight, especially Samson. Samson is pretty much the reason why this arena is so difficult, why we need the stats up. Lingwar is a big troll, but Samson is actually legit really powerful.
Yes.
Yeah, Samson kind of determines how many opportunities you have to hit Lingwar.
Yeah.
All right, so first up is Hun. Hun is the weakest of all of the opponents we're going to fight here. He's only got 70 HP. Sometimes if you have really good damage rolls, you take him out in 3 hits, but what you're hoping for is just to outturn him on turn 4 there, which we did, because we have pretty good agility. That's one of the stats that's really working in our favor here. So we pretty much always want to use a medical herb after that, because every opponent is going to drop a medical herb at the end of the fight. And so if we don't use it, basically we might lose it. So Rorik's a little bit tougher. He's got 90 HP, and he does a lot more damage with his attack. Another thing that was really important about agility was it got us above a defense threshold, where Rorik and Samson both won't do quite as much damage to Alina. So it's cool to see him doing all these guards. We outturned him and actually crit him on the last turn. That's fine.
Yeah. That crit was a little later in the fight that it didn't make a big impact, but with how many times Rorik was on guard as well, we took very little damage in that fight compared to some other times. So he's nearly at full HP with only 1 herb.
Yeah, this is a great start. Vivian's next. She's the magic user, so we're going to see her use some spells here. We'd like to see her cast Fireball, because it doesn't really do much more damage, but it uses more of her MP. That's fine. We don't need to worry about it if we're just going to crit her early in the fight like that. That's perfect. Usually she heals, and then she hangs out and hits you. But we don't have to worry about any of that today. So we're actually going into Samson with more healing than usual, which is nice.
All right, time to cut off that Lingwar.
Yeah, here we are. Let's hear which Lingwar we're going to face off of when we get there.
So Samson's got 90 max HP, and when he drops under 45, he has a chance to heal, and we really don't want to see that.
Yep, I do have to use 1 herb here just to make sure we're going to be safe. And hopefully he does not choose to do that.
Well,
unfortunately, Samson using a medical herb almost always kind of crushes our resources and our possibilities of winning. So
yeah, you try to not hang out in that lower damage range if you can help it, but also it's pretty rare for him to take that action even if he's in the range. So here we're going into Lingwar with really low HP. There's a chance we can win it. We're definitely going to go for it. We should find out which one we're going for, but we're almost worst case scenario going into the Lingwar fight here.
Is it still Lingwar D?
And with $140, we will be picking Lingwar D.
Lingwar D.
Okay. All right, Lingwar D today.
Let's go, Lingwar D.
A attacks me. So usually we'll have to hit Lingwar 3 times unless we get a critical hit on him. C builds power. In some cases, it makes sense to try to chase the one that built power instead of just kind of picking your favorite Lingwar, but in this instance, it does not, and we were really hoping it just wouldn't be C there.
Yeah, we're basically toast here.
Yeah, we need to crit him.
Yeah, if he builds up power and does not move, then he'll hit you for double damage, but if he moves, he loses the built-up power, so he can technically just keep switching slots, building up power over and over and over, and stall out the fight a bit, but yeah, not what happened there. It's kind of what you need if you end Samson with 5 HP and no herb.
Yeah, and then the last medical herb. We haven't talked about medical herbs too much, but medical herbs can heal between 30 and 40 HP. And which kind of where you land in that range is really important on how you survive the tournament. So we had some okay heals early on in the tournament there, but we really got the minimum roll on that last one.
Yeah, that last one hit 30, which was a big bummer.
Yeah.
A bigger roll might have given us one more swing. Not that that probably would have helped much, but it only takes one swing if you're really lucky.
Yep.
Typically, we have to hit the Lingwar 3 times. He has 55 hit points, but if you score a critical hit or if you get very good damage rolls, I'm not sure if 42, 43 strength Alina can actually hit hard enough or not.
Yeah.
For that, you have to get 28.
It's pretty unlikely at this strength, yeah.
Yeah, he's got 55 HP, so it takes a 27 and a 28, but we're probably not hitting that high.
25 is a really nice hit. 25 again. We only need 20 here. Nice. It's
good.
Really, really nice.
Okay.
All right. Okay, back to Rorik. Rorik was really nice last time. I'm not expecting to be quite that nice every time. Throws the boomerang. Yeah, we'd love to see some guards, but he's just throwing the boomerang today. So nice thing about Alina's HP being as high as it is wasn't really in danger of dying to him, but that's about as much damage as he can do to us there. So in this case, we'll actually heal twice before Vivian because we've got the room for it. Vivian at most does about 50-ish damage even on the worst fights. So if you're above that, you're almost always safe. Alright, Fireball is great, especially when it rolls minimum damage like that. That's wonderful. And Ice Bolt for 11, that's really good. She's probably going to cast Heal More here. Now she's all out of MP. She'll try to cast spells and it won't be successful. And now hopefully she just guards and she doesn't do physical attacks. That's what you really want to see now. Nice. One physical. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like we'll still be in good HP.
Yep. Yeah, that was a nice Vivian fight. Alright, back to Samson. Hopefully Samson goes better this time. It wasn't really about the Lingwar fight last time. It was about Samson using that medical herb.
Yeah.
Let's go, Alina.
Alright, let's get him. 14 is also better than what we were seeing last time with all those 12s. 12. And 15, nice. Okay, it's pretty solid for 7 hits here to get through. We were outturned there, it's fine. Alright, 4 more hits. 2. 3. We're gonna outturn him on this last one. We need to go first.
Okay.
Nice. Alright, much better shape this time.
Yeah, we're, again, completing the fight at very low HP, but we have more medicine this time. We should be able to go up to closer to full HP, which is going to give us a lot more swings at Lingwar D.
Lingwar D.
Let's go, D.
Alright, we're going to see a lot more Lingwar this time than we saw last time.
Show me the Lingwar D.
Lingwar D, let's go. Alright, A builds power. In this case, it does make sense to chase the one that built power so that if it does hit me, at least I hit it back. So that's the instance in which we don't hit Lingwar D, and it's going to work out for us here. We get a solid hit on Lingwar A there.
Alright, that's 1.
Back to D. A builds power again. We'll go back to A. Yep, no one listened to High Spirits and picked Lingwar A. That's okay. It's fine.
B build power.
I tried to help everyone. I don't know.
It'd be over by now if we did what High Spirit said. Just saying.
I mean, I tried.
Legendary.
I tried my best.
Let's go back to D. C attacks. So we need 2 more hits on Lingwar. C emits a fireball.
He gives you that cheeky tongue every single time you miss.
Lingwar tongue comes out. A builds power again. Okay. So we're still in a position where it kind of makes sense to chase that one. Yeah. C anyway. Alright, this is where I check my inventory to see if I have another medical, even though I'm pretty sure I don't. There comes that point in the Lingwar fight where you do that. It's ritualistic.
I don't want to leave anything on the table.
You know, C did come in second place, and if C would have just got a little bit more love,
We would be through here, but alas.
Yep. C brings down Alina there for sure.
I don't think we've seen a single Linguar D yet.
Yeah, there were not very many Linguar Ds in that fight. I think Linguar is listening.
He was the one donating for Linguar D.
I was gonna say maybe it was Linguar that was donating all that for D.
All right. Fortunately, it's really fast
Well-
to get back in here. We just replace our herbs, heal up, and get right back
Yep.
in.
Well, I'd like to keep talking about some of these incentives for this run, because we still got lots to donate for just for this run. We're not even talking about the rest of the day. We still have the Taloon returning the dog next chapter. That still needs a lot of donations to get to. We're only at $147 out of 1,000. Later, we still got at least a few hours for this one. We got the Rosa cutscenes, which is up to 675 out of 2,000, but that's still quite a ways to go. We got the Power Up Zenithian Sword, which is at $214 out of 750. You got most of the run to reach that one. And then we also have the Staff of Change. What animal are we going to swap into? Right now, Cat is in the lead with $100, and Yeti is at 25. Now, Linguar is doing a pretty good job in this chapter. I think Yeti deserves to be the winner of that, don't y'all? I mean,
do.
he is like he's putting in the work
Really
right
is.
now.
That was a great Rorik fight. We crit him when he guarded, but he guarded again, and we took him out. It was great. Or we outturned him on that last one.
Yep.
And a small update here. With a $235 donation from Vela V,
Oh, wow.
spend this on wings to get Grandpa Tom's grandson's dog home.
Awesome.
That was a tough one to say.
Thanks so much,
That
Vela V.
raises the Taloon Return to Dog up to 382. So we're getting there. We're almost halfway. Let's keep going. Let's keep our streak of reaching every goal alive.
Yeah, thank you so much, Vale, for that donation,
Yeah.
and everyone else too.
Yeah. Again, so cool to see, especially the DQRTA community showing up. That's really awesome. Appreciate all of you. All right, Samson. It'd be cool to see the Samson crit today at some point. We've seen crits on some of the others, not on this guy, where it really helps the most.
Yep.
Yeah, turn one crit on most of the other enemies can save you 1, maybe 2 herbs, but getting it on this guy saves you like 3 or 4.
Still one hit. Yeah, he's hitting pretty hard, and my herbs have healed less than usual in this fight,
Yeah.
so this has been a little bit scarier than the last one. 19.
We'll just have to go for it.
Yeah. All right. So that wasn't ideal. We're this is a little bit worse than the last Linguar, a little bit better than the first one.
But yeah, each time we get here, we've...
Oh, actually, no, we had 2 there, so up to full. Okay. That's nice. I guess it was because that Rorik fight was so good.
Yeah.
All right, Linguar D. This is the time. This is the time. Pause for luck. Okay. There we go.
Ooh, here we go. That's
All
a good start. D built power, so we're definitely going to chase that one, even if it wasn't the selection.
C builds power. Okay, we'll chase C for a second.
Yep.
Very nice start, though. A fireball.
D.
B.
Well, we've had representation from all of them now.
Yep, we're seeing all the Linguars here. All right, B builds power. We'll chase that one. Okay, great. Wonderful. All right, we only need 1 more hit.
That was a really low damage build power fireball. That
Yeah,
was a
that's
12. That's
amazing.
really lucky. One more
Yeah.
hit. Come on.
Come on, Linguar D.
Just need one more
he attacks. We've got a few more turns, but not too many. Come on, 25%. There it is.
All right.
Lingard D attacks.
Yes!
Is defeated.
Excellent.
All right, time to fight Necrosaro.
All right.
The final boss already? I'm not ready. We didn't level up enough for me to beat Necrosaro yet.
Oh, he's scared of it.
He hasn't
Oh.
leveled up either.
Oh, you're right.
He's not ready.
All right. So yeah, what we were doing here, we joined this tournament because the King of Endor promised to let the winner of the tournament marry his daughter. That then he finds out midway through the tournament that his daughter already has a boyfriend. So he asks Alina, "Hey, can you win the tournament and not marry my daughter?" And she agrees to it because Alina's just here to punch stuff.
Yeah.
Gasp.
So
It's one of our first gasps,
yeah.
the speed run here.
All right, before I finish out the chapter here, I'm going to get some things ready for when Countess is taking over this party in Chapter 5.
Yes.
And in particular, I'm going to load Bray up with a whole bunch of fairy waters here.
Yeah, we didn't talk about it too much because it's really not super relevant in Chapter 1. But when you complete a chapter here, you basically lose out all of the gold that you had in your inventory at the end of the chapter, but you're allowed to carry items with you from the inventories of those characters when you meet them and recruit them. It's going to be somewhat helpful here as we stock up on fairy waters. We're going to fill Bray's inventory full of a bunch of this fairy water. We'll see it. It's much more important in Chapter 3, so we're going to bring in some more fairy water and some heftier items that we can sell for gold. So while you can't carry gold from one chapter to another, you can buy a bunch of expensive items and take those with you to Chapter 5 and then sell them for money.
Yeah, and on the other side of that, it's also good, and especially chapters 1 and 2, to make sure that you don't have any medical herbs left over, because your characters will use them in battle when you are expecting them to attack. It's very common if you luck out and have a very good tournament that Alina has like 3 herbs on her, and then the first fight with her, she throws an herb at Christo or something. And
Yeah.
it's like, no, you attack. Christo will heal himself.
Yeah, we'll talk about it much more when we get to Chapter 5, but if anyone's not familiar, we don't quite have full control of our entire party in Chapter 5 the way we would expect, so...
All right, and that's it for me for a little while. I'm going to pass the control over to Diener.
All right, thanks
For
so
the
much.
Chapter
The
3
end of
action.
Chapter 2, Princess Alina's Adventure. We're going to begin the next one, Taloon, the Arms Merchant. Taloon's chapter is very unique in that...
I'm going to step away for 1 second.
Sure. Taloon's goal in his chapter, we saw Ragnar and Alina had to face difficult challenges against enemies, and we had to win combat against bosses to win the chapter. Taloon does not need to fight anything at all. Taloon's goal is to make money. In total, I need to earn approximately 100,000 gold coins over the course of this chapter to complete it. And since we all met this donation incentive, how do you make money? You go to work.
Yeah.
Taloon works here at this weapon store, and customers will come, and I work in retail, and I know that the customer is always right. Is this a weapon shop? Yes. Can you show me things for sale? Yes. I'll take the Thorn Whip. Sure, have a Thorn Whip. Oh, you don't have enough money? Sorry, I can't sell you that. So this is really cute. This is basically like the reverse of what we normally would do. Oh, he's selling me a club. Sure, I'll buy it. NPCs don't say no.
Yeah, it's actually a very complicated like decision tree that you can go through here, just based on whether they're buying or selling, and then everything that the customer says is a reflection of what the shopkeepers would normally say to you. That guy who just came in didn't have enough room in his inventory, so he's gonna go leave and get rid of some stuff and then come back, just like the shopkeepers tell you to do. And you'll also see there the previous person sold him a boomerang, and that got added to the shop, and then the next person bought it, which is cool. People who have played this chapter casually know that you can actually buy those items if somebody comes in and sells them, and then you go home and then come to the shop as a customer, because Sword of Malice right there is, if that gets sold, we will immediately be done with our shift here. That'll push us out. Yeah, okay.
All right.
Well, that's fast.
So this goes until you earn at least 100 gold coins. 245. Wow.
You could almost skip the chainsicle with that.
Almost. So 245 gold is way more than I ever earned from doing this in practice, but 245 gold. I said I needed 100,000.
And
I'm going to have to do this a lot of times to get that much gold, and we don't have time for that. Talon's done going to work for somebody else. Talon's working for himself now.
you gonna go tell him you quit?
Nah, he'll figure it out when I stop showing up. No call, no show.
All right.
Okay, so now that that's taking it, we're going to do what we normally do in Chapter 3. And this is how we're normally going to get progress in Chapter 3. We're going to come up to this cave up here. As I said, Talon's not going to need to do any fighting. In fact, Talon is not going to want to do any fighting in this chapter or anywhere in this game. For this speedrun, Talon will end the entire game at level 1 with 0 experience points earned. Well, this is a little slow too, but it's fun. Whee! That's for you high spirits. Whee! Whee! Fun little water slide there. Nice. I'll wash this off a little too. I do not want to take this water slide because I want this treasure chest over here. This is a chain sickle. This is a weapon that's a door. No response, it's just a chest. This chain sickle is going to provide us like our seed money. We're going to sell it for about 400 gold coins, and we're going to use that to buy the like starter things that we want. So to get out of this dungeon, we're of course going to perform Desuruda, the Death Warp.
You missed the shop minigame. They sold a Sword of Malice and just immediately...
The next customer came in, bought the Sword of Malice, and we made 245 gold in practically no time at all.
No, I guess we won't be getting Talon all that experience with the most powerful sword in the chapter.
Yeah, we didn't leave it in the store to come buy it later.
That's too bad.
Yeah, something I get asked a lot when I'm running this chapter. Someone will pop in my chat and ask if I'm going to do the shop minigame to get a Sword of Malice for Talon out of it, or load up my inventory at the end of the chapter with Sword of Malice. But it's actually very rare for them to sell Sword of Malice to you. You can do that shop like 3 or 4 times and they'll only sell 1. And I think if it's the same rules when Talon's buying, I think if you buy 1, then it's gone. So you might need to wait for multiple people to sell them. And yeah, Talon gets some random encounter item shops in this chapter occasionally.
Yeah, this is unique. There's several things that are unique to Chapter 3. Some of the random monsters are actually just that shopkeeper guy, and finding one on the way to our next destination, the castle town of Bun Malmo, is actually a little bit of a time save, because I would want to sell the chain sickle and buy 5 wings of wyvern anyway, but in this case I don't have to walk out of the way to get to the store. Talon's feeling a little hungry, so he's going to eat his lunch. Lunch is basically a medical herb, but tastier.
Delicious.
Anytime we talk to Netta, our wife, and we don't have lunch, she's going to give us she'll give us 1 lunch per day when we start the day. But lunch is basically a medical herb. That's nice. Talon is only level 1 and has not great armor at this point in the game, so I want to be a little careful with his HP because I don't want to die in this early part. Can impact my gold a little bit. Okay, since we already did the shopping, we're going to come up here and speak with the Prince Reed of Bun Malmo. So what's going on in the story here is the King of Bun Malmo is interested in invading the castle town of Endor. And Prince Reed, in love with Princess Mia of Endor, does not want that to happen. So he's going to try and help us figure out a plan to avoid that war. I gotta do a little sneaking here. If the guard spots me, then he kicks me out and I have to walk back. This guy here, he's the son of Grandpa Tom from Lakanaba. And we need to give him a wing of wyvern. Since I have one, I'll just give it to him.
Yep. It's kind of loud to leave the dungeon, but it's fine.
And then I'm gonna use the wing to head to Bun Malmo. Prince Reed said to come visit him behind the weapon store at night, so we're gonna do a castle walk here. Seen one in Chapter 1 and in Chapter 2. We'll be doing it again in Chapter 3 here.
Can I take over here for a moment?
Absolutely.
We got a few more donations that have come in. Rifun, I am sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Rifunis, with the $100 donation, said, I had a premonition about Santine last night. I think Bray needs backup when he visits later.
Ooh.
Vengeful Blade upon thee gave $25, says, gotta put my money towards becoming the Yeti. Or, considering my donation history this event, the Yeti. That puts Yeti at $50 behind the $100 for Cat for the animal transformation.
We're rallying for Yeti.
All right.
All right.
Rallying for Yeti.
Now we're going to, since we helped Tom, he's going to let me borrow his dog, Tov. And we're going to have a little guest companion here, Tov the dog. This is the dog we're talking about earlier, so I'm going to be taking the dog with me until the donation incentive is met to bring the dog back. So,
And right now, the dog is still at $382 out of 1,000. So this is a fairly long chapter. You got time, but do we want to return? We want to return the puppy to its owner, right?
Yeah.
We don't,
Yeah,
He'll
otherwise
make his
has
way
to
back there
just
anyway,
eat the
eventually,
scraps of
but-
Taloon's lunch.
yeah, so with the dog in tow, actually I'm pretty hurt. I'm going to use the medical herb. Demon stumps hit pretty hard, and oof, didn't help much.
Ooh. Yeah. Oh, that's fine.
I can't heal, so I just got to go for it. Okay. Okay, so we bring the dog to Foxville here. Foxville is kind of an illusionary town, and the magical fox here is the one creating the illusion, but he does not like dogs, and the illusion's going to break when the dog sees him here. This is really important because we want to go to Endor, but the bridge to Endor has been destroyed, and we need the architect DeGardi to repair it, and he's stuck here. So by doing this, and agreeing to let the fox go, we get a full plate armor, which is very valuable armor. And this fellow here is the architect. He's going to head back to Bunmalmo Castle now. And that will help me advance the story. So we're going to go to Bunmalmo.
And that illusionary town is kind of cool because there's some shops in there that sell some suspicious items. Like there's broadswords that you can buy for 10 gold, which is a heck of a deal. But when you wake up and the illusion's gone, you look in your inventory and they turned into cypress sticks.
Yep, the medical herbs turn into gum pods, which is a completely useless item.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. It reminds me of Dragon Warrior 2, what happens when you get to the fake
Yeah.
Yeah, Hargon's
in the Hall
Palace.
Castle, yeah.
Yeah,
Where you can do things and it looks like they're working, but then you leave and everything's reset. Okay, so this is our first trip over to Bunmalmo Guy. Bunmalmo Guy is a little bit special. He buys armor from us, and normally when we sell something to an NPC, ooh,
Nice.
that's really good value
Really
for a
good.
try.
Yeah.
Normally when you sell something to an NPC, you get 75% of the base value of the item, but Bunmalmo Guy will buy armor from you from anywhere between 75% and 125% of the item's base value. So you can actually get more money by selling armor to Bunmalmo Guy. It's very important to sell that full plate to him there, because full plate is one of the most expensive, valuable pieces of armor we can get, and selling it for a lot of money there means I have about 3,000 gold, which is going to be very important when we get to Endor. I've saved the game there because getting to Endor is quite scary. Taloon, I sold his clothes. He has no armor. I've got a couple of medical herbs. He's got 20. He's going to die very easily if something hits him, probably twice. And I'm carrying a big sack of gold. If I die with this big sack of gold, I'm in a lot of trouble. Yeah. So that's why we saved the game.
Tov will chase the monsters away.
Well, so far so good.
So far so good.
It's not a long walk, but like I said, it's very dangerous. So
Cool.
oh,
All
great. Good. Arriving here at Endor safely, the first thing I'm going to do is stay at the inn. This isn't because I want to recover. This is actually a reset day-night cycle. There are different monsters during the daytime versus nighttime, and if I don't do this, it's going to hit night, and I will get attacked by more deadly monsters that I don't want to see.
Yeah, in particular, those blaze ghosts that we saw a little bit in Chapter 2 can show up at nighttime here, and Taloon has no defense against those. They'll just take him out in like 2 blaze spells.
Yeah, so we're going to stock up on some really powerful armor here. The Iron Apron, Iron Shield, and Wooden Hat. And even though Taloon's level 1, his defense power is going to protect him from a lot of things. But one thing it does not protect us against is magic. So Blaze Ghost throwing Blaze at me can do up to 12 damage. That's more than half of my health. Whereas virtually everything else that tries to attack Taloon with his 52 defense power is going to do almost nothing. So even though we
Or
only
one of my favorites, a metal slime using fire.
Yes, actually, non-ironically, the metal slime is one of the most deadly enemies we can run into. Okay, good. So we're gonna give Prince Reed's letter to Mia here, and the King of Endor is gonna be like, okay, if this is what's going on, then I need to fix this out. So I'm going to write a letter to my friend, the King of Unmalmo, to get him to try and reconsider. So we got this royal scroll. We're going to turn this in later.
Yeah, peace isn't... We don't need peace yet. It's fine. We have treasure hunting to do.
Okay.
Got time for another donation?
Please.
Awesome. We got $400
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Thank
from
you.
SUMDeaner's mom and dad.
Aw, thank you so much, Mom.
Aw.
Love you guys.
We're waiting for you to tell us all about making those chocobos. When do we get the golden egg? Wait, what? That's a different game? Clearly we just can't keep up with all of this. Have a good game.
Thank you so much, Mom and Dad. For the support. I really love it. And I really appreciate every year I come out here and I'm on the show and my mom donates and she just picks something that she knows is from a different game. But just, oops, what am I doing? I'm going the wrong way.
Oh, that's later. That's me. I take these stairs.
I got a really great text message from her last night. She said, "Don't forget to equip." So
far, so good.
even she knows the core key advice for Dragon Warrior 4. Oh, and one more thing. Yes, we saw some orcs in this game. They look a little different than the other orcs, but yeah, we had to deal with some more evil orcs. Another little in-joke for us. But thank you so much. It means so much to me that I have your support. So love you, Mom. Love you, Dad.
And just a reminder, we're still at $382 out of 1,000 for returning the dog. I mean, you sure you don't want to return that adorable puppy back to its owner? I mean, we can't just take it with us everywhere we go. We really need your support.
The dog is going to be very, very sad if he doesn't go home to his owners. He's going to get very homesick, so...
And just think, there's an NPC in this chapter that is afraid of puppies and won't join SUMDeaner if we still have the puppy.
Do we want him to join us anyway if he doesn't like dogs?
Strom is my...
I'm trying to help out here.
I think Strom might be my least favorite NPC precisely for that reason. But yeah, no, I'm really, really hoping we can make that donation incentive. Not just because it'll break my heart if we don't bring the dog back, but remember that all of your donations are going towards NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and I'm very proud to be here helping support, raise money for that cause. So please, 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 can we do this? Okay, so our first goal here, we came to this cave. I haven't talked about it too much yet. Our first goal is to come up to this switch here. I'm going to turn around and pet the dog while we do this.
Good dog.
Good boy. So this drains the water from this level into the lower level of the dungeon. That does two things. One, it opens that shortcut on the left-hand side. If something goes very wrong in this dungeon and I die, then I'll have a shortcut to come back and it won't take as long. But also I need to drain the water to the lower level in order to progress and get the key item that I really want, the silver statuette. There's a lot of treasure in this dungeon, and let's go ahead and use one medical herb. I have two. Some of it we will be collecting, like this treasure chest has some gold, and there's another treasure chest I'm going to grab that has an iron spear in it. There's some other valuable treasures in here that you could pick up and sell to help earn a lot of money for Tulun in Chapter 3. But there's another thing you can do, actually, is by not opening these treasure chests and coming back here in Chapter 5, you can loot them in Chapter 5 and collect their contents then at the start. And there's a few treasure chests in specific that I definitely want to leave behind for TheCowness to pick up in Chapter 5. It's going to be very important to get a very powerful sword and armor for our hero at the start of the chapter by coming back here.
Sure are seeing some ducks in here.
And if you saw that guy walking around on the floor underneath here, don't worry. Tulun knew he would be fine.
Yeah.
When we dropped all that water on him, like he's fine.
It'll be okay.
Tulun didn't really know what the button would do. He just does stuff.
Yeah, like.
I talked about the Blaze Ghost and the Metal Slime being big threats because they have the blaze magic spell, but there's another enemy here that we saw a couple of times, the Duck Spill. He has another spell. It doesn't do damage, though. It's the Sap spell. If I get hit by Sap, Taloon will lose all of his defense power, and he is a sitting duck from that point. Anything that looks at him funny, I'll basically die. So Duck Spill is one of the most threatening enemies here, but we got through this cave really smoothly if I don't die to this encounter right here, which I don't think I mathematically can. Okay, good. So that was really smooth. We got our silver statuette. This is a key item that we can trade to a specific NPC in Endor to earn a lot of gold. We'll see exactly how much in just a minute. Okay.
We got a couple more donations in here.
Please, let's go.
We got $30 from Nick KP, which says, yeah, Dragon Warrior 4 at RPG Limit Break. Good luck on the war profiteering and whatever else happens in this game.
Thanks,
Please
Nick.
put my donation towards meeting Rosa. You probably going to need that spear. Which put the Meet Rosa at $705 out of $2,000. And we also got a $50 donation from The End Beta. No comment, but that went towards to Taloon returning the dog. We still need $593 to reach that incentive.
Okay.
So let's go.
High Spirits, if at any point that incentive gets met, feel free to cut in and tell me. I can return the dog at any point from this
Oh,
point
you know
on.
I will.
Yeah, please. All right, great. And you all at home, don't forget to get your donations in if you want to see that. And you do want to see that.
Yep.
It'll make me happy. Okay, we gotta use the rose scroll. I almost talked to him. Okay, so death warping out of the cave there sent me back to Bun Mulmo, and I can use the royal scroll to progress the game. I also traded out all of my armor to Bun Mulmo guy for profit. So in addition to using that equipment to help me get the silver statuette, I can then sell it to Bun Mulmo guy for more money than I paid for it in the first place. So that's going to be something we see a lot here in a little bit. I want to buy a Wing of Wyvern.
We're already up to 4,000 gold. You said we need 100,000, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
good. 4% of the way through the chapter.
All right.
Here, let me just... I'm trying to keep track of that for you.
We got the Abacus of Virtue over here.
Okay.
Don't forget the 245 earned from the shop.
Okay, so we're going to trade the silver statue to this guy, and he's going to give me 25,000 gold.
Does that count up to 25,000?
Oh, yeah. I mean, each row's a 10 digits. So
Okay.
like, we can go to a billion, you know?
Oh, nice.
All right, so that obviously is why we wanted the silver statue. We traded for 25,000 gold. That's a lot of gold. And I'm going to buy a bunch of these iron aprons with it. In fact, I'm going to continue buying iron aprons until I can't anymore, which basically is because my inventory is full. Every character in Dragon Warrior 4 has 8 inventory slots, and inventory space in pretty much every chapter and every part is like kind of at a premium, and this would go a lot faster if I had a bigger bag, but I don't. So, all right, I'm just double checking to make sure I have the wing and 7 iron aprons. All right, because next I'm going to complete this part of the Endor Bon Malmo story. Peace is assured between Endor and Bon Malmo because of the arranged marriage that's going to happen here. And as thanks, we now have permission to purchase our very own store. So Taloon is almost his own shopkeeper. Unfortunately, while we have permission to own the store, there's a guy in Endor who's going to want to retire and sell us his shop, but he wants 35,000 gold for it. We're not quite at 35,000 gold, so we need to make some money. And that's what we are going to do here. This is the Iron Apron grind.
Yep. You think you've seen some grinds so far. You haven't seen anything yet. This is the real Dragon Warrior 4 grind.
So we bought a bunch of iron aprons and took them over to Bun Malmo guy. Remember, I can sell them to Bun Malmo guy for more than I paid for them, 1,500 an apron. I'm trying to get values of at least 1,700 or better from these iron aprons so that I can actually turn a reasonable profit. There's one more small detail I haven't mentioned about Bun Malmo guy is that he has a small chance, a 1 in 32 chance of offering me what's called a critical offer. The critical offers offer between 150% and 200% of the item's base value. So if we do see any critical offers, I want to pledge $10 every critical offer Bon Momo guy gives me. Because the critical offers afford me a much better profit per apron, the critical offers are really helpful, and we're going to want to see at least one, but the more we see, the better.
Nice. Anything over 1,800 is a really high natural roll, so we love seeing those.
Yeah, the maximum value from a non-critical apron offer is 1,875. So, but yeah, like I said, I'm gonna take anything at 1,700 or better. This can take a little while and is certainly not the most exciting or engaging thing to watch, I imagine. It's not completely mindless when you're doing it. I have to at least pay a little bit of attention, and I'm trying to do some quick math in my head to make decisions about what to do next. But we're going to have to do this multiple times. Typically 3 batches worth of aprons. But Momo Guy's being very stingy today so far.
Earlier we talked about how there's randomness, there's RNG, and basically anything they could put it into in this game. And they're like, what if selling items was more random? That'd be fun.
You know, the math shouldn't be too difficult because you do have an abacus right next to you.
That's true.
Yeah,
I got some backup right here.
Yeah, we're prepared. Countess has got all the math. You don't even have to think about it.
Hey, the math says 1,200 is not enough, so if he could go up, please. This guy opens by saying they're desperate for more armor, and then he has the nerve to offer you 1,269.
Well, to keep us updated here, we did get a $100 donation from Finnegan.
Nice.
Thank you.
Doesn't have any comment, but it did go towards Taloon returning the dog. We're now over halfway there.
Come on.
I did some math of my own from home here, and I've realized that if we will just about reach this incentive if we hit $65,000 during this chapter. I mean, we're getting close. They're pretty equal, so let's keep this up. Let's reach this goal. Let's keep our streak alive in this marathon of reaching every goal, and support Nami at the same time. And hopefully the shopkeeper will give better deals if we reach that goal, because maybe he's afraid of puppies, and we really need to return the puppy.
Might be it. I'd say Finnegan does have a stake in getting the dog returned, so thanks very much for your donation, Finnegan. Really appreciate that. It's definitely not. Finnegan is definitely not anyone else.
No.
All right, so that's our first trip down for Iron Aprons. And I said $10 for every critical offer. I'm going to change that. I'm going to go $20. Come on, Bon Momo guy.
Yeah.
Don't you like charity?
I like that you're now bargaining with the Bon Momo guy in real life.
If only he could hear me.
We've been talking about this a bit, but it's just really cool how unique this chapter is. Like, even within the Dragon Quest series, to have such a segment that's so dense with very specific mini games and special things. Like, there's a lot of things that we're not even touching in this chapter. Like in the first town, there's an old man that you can push him to the church, and then he gives you 4 gold for your effort, and just a couple other mini game type things. We saw the item shop guy random encounter. There's also an inn that you can encounter. I think they're more frequent at night. Also, all the monsters in this chapter, they have a very high chance of dropping good weapons and armor. You could luck in and have them drop a half-plate armor or a broadsword if you just kill something, but it's very rare at low levels for Taloon, which is why Diener's not bothering with it.
Yeah, it's something I mentioned earlier. We're going to ideally, well, almost certainly, finish the entire game with Taloon never earning a single point of experience, and that's very deliberate. We don't want him to gain levels. Gaining levels takes time, and if we don't need them, then why gain them?
Oh, there it is.
There's one.
25-31. All right. But yeah, you just need to sweeten the deal there, Diener.
Dang. All right. Give me some more.
I have seen some people in races just like fight a couple of things at the start of chapter 3, just sometimes ironically, sometimes, you know, to get level 2, because sometimes you get an HP boost at level 2. But usually if you get an item drop at level 1, it's something like a club or a leather armor, not something that drastically changes the route. But if you got a very lucky like broadsword drop, that might save you some time.
Oh, there's another one, and that's a really
29.53.
high offer too. As I said, they can go between 150 and 200%. That was really close to being the absolute maximum value. 3,000 is the best possible offer from Bun Malmo Guy.
Yeah, that's amazing. to
So
see.
I have 35,000 gold right now, but actually
need a little more.
I need a little bit more. Technically, I can afford the shop. I'm going to go ahead and just buy 3 wings. I can afford the shop, but if I don't have anything good to put in the store when I get it, it's going to make that part really, really, really slow. So we're going to do one more set of Iron Apron grinds, and this is going to not only give me a bunch more gold to start the shop section, some better equipment to start that section with specifically, it's also going to give us some more opportunities for critical offers from Bun Malmo Guy. We're up to 2. That's 40 bucks.
Yeah, because in this segment, your gold is growing in a linear relationship. Like, you gain about 300 gold for every Iron Apron you drop off, so that's about 2,100 gold per trip. But after this, in the next section, our gold is going to start off growing exponentially. So the more we start with, the more we make.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to start with, like, almost no gold and have to put the lunch in the store and have to... Yeah, that would take forever.
Yep.
It's going to be much better if we... just get another set of Iron Aprons and sell them. The time I'm, giving up having to do a little bit more Iron Apron grinding, I'm going to get right back when we do the next section.
Yeah, definitely. It's just starting your exponential growth at the higher seed, which is going to pay off for us in the long run.
And since I already know that I'm going to have enough money at the end of this, I'm going to take some probably slightly less valuable offers.
Not that much less.
Yeah, I'll take like the upper 16s. I can't sell them at a loss. That's not how we make money. Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, I've had runs very early on when I was learning where I'd get a couple critical offers and then just, okay, I'll just mash A through the rest of this, and I ended up taking 1,400 offers, and then I don't have enough money.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's still worth it to take some amount of profit, no matter how much money you have. I believe that 1265 there is the minimum he can offer you.
Yeah, that's the lowest possible roll out of all the values.
Yeah, definitely don't want that one.
Seen quite a few 1,200 offers, considering there's only 2 options for it.
So we're going to sell off 2 more Iron Aprons. Come on. But this is going to wrap things up for Bun Malmo Guy. Yeah, all right, fine. Just take my aprons,
He's wearing
please.
you down.
All right, last chance. Critical offer?
Yeah,
No,
that's
a
pretty
good offer, though.
We take
We'll
that.
take it. All right, so 2 critical offers. That is not bad at all. So now we can zip back to Endor. That's why I bought some extra wings, so I wouldn't have to buy any more. And I'm going to check and see how much money I have. Oh, I have enough for an abacus. So I'm going to start with that. So we need 35,000 gold for this. I have 36,600, so I'm going to buy an abacus of virtue.
It's basically perfect. It's
Yep.
right where you want to come in.
Yep. And this is a very valuable item to start the shop with. So that's excellent. All right, so we talked to this guy, and Taloon is now the proud owner of his very own store.
That's great. He's going to work really hard running the store.
He's got his family to come over now. We're going to work together to make this the world's greatest store. And in my store, I'm going to sell Abacus of Virtue. All right. So now we've entered into the Netta shop section. We're no longer relying on getting gold from Bun Malmo Guy. We need to get money using our own store. So this works quite a bit differently. Netta has a bunch of advantages over Bun Malmo Guy. The first one is that we can put any equipment in our store, items, weapons, and armor, not just armor. And the second thing is that when Netta sells something, it's basically between 150 and 200% of the item's base value. Basically, a guaranteed critical offer. They're all critical offers.
It's a little low.
That was a little bit low of an offer that we got for an Abacus, but that's okay. And this is what Cowie means by talking about exponential growth. We're going to get basically between 1.5 and 2 times what we put in the store every single time. So the bigger items we put in the store, the more giant expensive things we put in there, the more rapidly our gold is going to grow. All right. And for this section, the important goal that we need, the next thing that we need, and ultimately to finish the chapter, is we need to earn about a total of 60,000 gold coins. That's 60,000. We're going to start earning a lot of that gold in the shop here.
Oh, strong.
Please.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Yep. Just gonna.
If we had
I
returned the dog,
told you he didn't like dogs.
Just let it go.
if we had returned the dog, we could talk to him and he could join our party and get out of our way. But since we got the dog with us, we got to step out of town, and now he's back up there where he belongs.
Yeah, stay out of my way, please.
How about some update on that incentive right now?
Please.
Sure.
We got $50 from Spock Rocket. Love Dragon Quest and a great run so far. Wanted to shout out Anatoleu for being a great host for my first ever marathon run earlier this week. Thank you.
Thanks, Spock Rocket. Yeah, anyone who didn't see Spock Rocket's Ogre Battle run earlier in the marathon, it was a lot of fun. He did a great job. I would definitely recommend checking out that video if you didn't see the run live earlier.
Oh, it was a great run. I was there for that one. We got $10 from TechSide that says this donation is to return the dog in honor of my 14-year-old dog, Daisy, who is a very good girl. You should donate for her.
Yes, you should.
We got...
Do it for Daisy.
Do it for Daisy. We got $100 from Niminva. Says, I promised $50 per armor selling crit. Go to Loon.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, Bun Momo.
And we got $100 from Sephi Yumi that says, please return the dog, but make sure you get a good price for it.
There you go.
That puts us at $667 out of 1,000. We're
getting there.
Quickly coming up to the end of this chapter. We need to reach this 1,000. Let's go. And when you donate, please remember to choose the incentive for returning the dog.
Yeah, come on, everyone. I know you guys can do it. I know your generosity towards Nami is there, so let's see it. All right. Something I didn't mention is that when I rest at talking to Netta there is a 75% chance that any item that she is holding will get sold. So what I'm doing there is I'm resting twice. That's giving me basically like a 94% chance or so for each individual item to sell. So that's giving me a very high chance. There's actually a little bit of time loss, a little bit of disruption in your momentum if Netta doesn't sell something, especially one of these Abacus of Virtues. It's still in the shop and she'll sell it later, but I want as much gold as possible for this so that I can buy as many and put as many in it as I can. The fewer trips this takes, the faster it goes.
And if you don't think Abacus of Virtues is the correct pluralization of Abacus of Virtue, donate to Return the Dog and let us know what you think the right pluralization might be.
All right. So it might seem a little strange that we can somehow walk across the street, buy Abacus of Virtue for 1,600 gold, and then put it in my shop and sell it for basically twice as much. But the Taloon and Netta name brand is is really valuable.
Yeah.
If anybody is into, marketing and things like that, should know the power of brand name merchandise, even though I might be getting it wholesale from somewhere else. And I think just overall, I think the quality of our store, we've got a roof and everything. This is a high quality store in front.
Yeah.
Everything has pinstripes on it. Yeah, that's part of the branding.
We're talking about high quality stores. One thing we should talk about also. I mean, this is the shopping chapter, and did you all know that RPG Limit Break has their own store?
I did.
Their own merchandise store where you can get RPG Limit Break branded products like backpacks and shirts and
Water bottles.
fanny packs and all kinds of good stuff. And if you're looking to find and check that out, you can just go to rpglimitbreak.com, and at the top of the screen, you will see the store. All proceeds go to help us putting on this event every year, and we appreciate all of the help. And if you look right next to the store link, you'll also see one for merchandise, because the Yeti is also supporting us this year with more t-shirts and an enamel pin to help out for Nami. Every purchase of one of the 3 unique shirts, these shirts are so unique that after this weekend, you can't get them anymore. $6 from each t-shirt goes to the National Alliance on Mental Illness. So make sure to pick up your Yeti t-shirts, pick up your RPG Limit Break stuff, and help out the event.
Yeah, getting to see some of the merch firsthand on site has been cool. I filled up my cart and put together my order and placed it last night, as well as my order from the Yeti for the RPG Limit Break 2024 t-shirt.
Yep, I'm gonna order a RPG Limit Break coffee mug as soon as I get home.
Yeah, that's in my bag too.
Those are pretty cool.
This is a really good opportunity when we're speedrunning this game. We're just hold down the A button and sell some stuff. I like to, when I have to do the whole run myself, this is a great opportunity to like get off my seat, stretch my legs, arms and wrists, back and neck, that kind of thing. Oops.
Yeah, the breaks in this run are few and far between, and the longest one you have is only about 1.5 minutes long, so you take what you can get.
Yeah, we don't have long
Also-
cutscenes in NES Dragon Warrior. We have long level ups.
Yeah.
Go ahead, High
That's
Spirits.
why Tulum doesn't gain any levels, because it's just way too slow.
That's exactly right.
We got $50 from the Melmond Tourism Board. Hello, Diener. Good luck on the final leg later. Glad to get a special edition of the DW4 Saturday streams. Yeah, the RNG is brutal and the manip's absent, but surely that helps keep this run exciting and never frustrating, no?
Never
P.S.
frustrated.
Please take the doggy home for the sake of my sweet little pups, Ridley. So not only Daisy, but Ridley. Do this for both of them. We're at $852 out
we're
of the
so
1,000.
close.
Let's go. We're almost there.
Come on. Less than $150
close.
to go.
Yep, we've got a little bit more of Chapter 3 left, but not too much time here.
If anyone's curious about the design of the Abacus of Virtue or wondering if that's a bad, English translation or something, no, the Abacus of Virtue is quite literally an abacus on a stick with spikes on top. But the TSA would not let me bring that, so I've got this instead.
Oh, I don't. Okay, yeah. All right.
I got 2 more here for you.
Let's go.
I got $10 from Zytoriak that says, I think the plural of Abacus of Virtue is the Anatoleu of Virtue.
The Anatoleu of Virtue.
That's a new one.
Great. It's even harder for people to say.
And we got $25 from Genesic Gunlian that says, thanks RPG Limit Break and Nami. Those ones went towards where we were at for the 852. So we're close. We're almost there. Let's reach this 1,000 and get 65,000 for the marathon.
Nice.
We've only got a few minutes left on the dog incentive. So
Countess, if you use your abacus as an item in battle, does it cast Expel?
I have not tried it. I unboxed it in the room and just kind of kept it hidden the whole time. So
I'll have to try it out sometime.
Yeah.
You have to go on tryout, see what happens.
yeah, that's my preferred tactic IRL anyway.
Yeah.
All right. As I said earlier, in order to progress the game, I need 60,000 gold coins, but I'm actually not going to be earning 60,000 gold in the shop section. We're targeting about 26,000 gold. I should have way more than that right now.
Yeah.
So, in fact, I have 29,000.
Nice.
So, excellent here. I'm ready to progress to the next part. So, I'm going to eat the lunch.
Time for lunch.
Yeah, all this capitalism has made Tulun very hungry. So, we're going to eat the lunch. But actually eating the lunch is very important to get some bag space. I need every slot possible because I'm going to start buying these half-plate armors. Even though Tulun can't be equipped with this, I'm going to buy it. And then I'm going to buy it again.
Did you know Tulun cannot be equipped with that? Are you sure you still want it?
I heard Tulun can't be equipped with this, but I still want it anyway, so I'm going to buy it.
The half-plate armor?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then I'm going to buy the half-plate armor.
Is there anything else?
The half-plate armor. And then I'm going to buy one more thing.
Saloon can't be equipped with
Even though I can't be equipped with this, I'm going to buy the half-plate armor. And if you've been counting carefully along with me, assuming I counted to 7 correctly, I should have 7 suits of half-plate armor. And then I'm going to come over here and with my 8th inventory spot buy a Wing of Wyvern. Okay.
It's pretty nice in the remakes when you could just tell them you want 7 half plates and only answer those questions once.
If you need some more inventory space, you got plenty of room because we're returning the dog.
We're
Let's
returning the
go.
dog. Yes. Thank you so much for your generosity, everyone.
And that was thanks to Sorrow giving $150. And that also put us over 65,000.
65,000.
Awesome
Yeah.
job.
Give yourself a round of applause for that. Thank you so much. All right. So talking to the King of Endor, he's like, oh, okay, you got your own shop. I want you to fulfill an order for me. I want 7 broadswords and 7 suits of half-plate armor. Well, that's convenient. I have 7 suits of half-plate armor.
Very nice.
Yeah. I'm actually going to do this a little differently. Since we just now met the dog incentive, again, thank you so much for your generosity. It's time to return the good boy back home. Yeah. So I'm going to buy 2 extra wings of Wyvern here.
Yeah, thanks for pushing that over the edge. Sorrow? It feels weird to thank Sorrow, but
we can also thank a Graveyard Dirt for giving a $100 donation. Also, let's return the dog home. So thank you, everyone, for meeting those incentives. We're keeping up. We still got more for the rest of this run, but we're keeping up. Thank you all very much.
Kept our perfect streak alive. I'm very happy about that, but we've got 2 more big ones for this run to meet Rosa, as well as power up the Zenithian sword. So, okay, we've brought Tov the dog back. Yes, we've came here to return the dog thanks to your generosity.
Saloon's an honest guy.
Good boy. Tov is always doing his job, and he's going to return home back to his cage here.
Good boy, Tov.
All right. Perfect. Now we're heading to Bon Malmo.
If you come back in Chapter 5, Tov is free roaming around the town and actually protecting Taloon's old house. And if you walk up to Tov as Taloon, he'll let Taloon through, but nobody else.
Yep. That's really cute. Okay, so the other half of the order was 7 broadswords. And I'm going to we can buy broadswords in Bon Malmo. Again, Taloon cannot be equipped with them. That is okay. I hope the soldiers of Endor can equip broadswords. Otherwise, the king is really wasting his money.
There's someone walking around Endor. I think you can even talk to him in Chapter 2 that's just kind of complaining that their military's equipment's out of date. Their soldiers are still using copper swords, so this will be a real big upgrade for them.
And definitely. So if I have counted correctly again, I should be at 7 broadswords. Yep. Just going to double check while I open the inventory. Good. All right. So in capitalism, sometimes you got to spend money to make money. So even though we spent about 23,000 gold on all these half plates and broadswords that I can't equip, giving them over to the guard and fulfilling the order, he will award me money, and he's going to give me, when we complete the order, 60,000 gold.
Whoa! You're gonna have to go to a new line on that abacus. There you go. Yeah.
Very, very convenient that we get 60,000 gold, because what do you know? That's the amount of gold we need to complete the chapter. But I have some extra cash too. As I was alluding to earlier, there is some equipment that we can buy and bring with us to Chapter 5 that we can either give to other characters or sell for extra money. So I'm going to stock up on 2 iron aprons and 2 iron shields. And you know what? I've got enough money. Just in case. I'm going to just grab 1 more iron apron.
Yeah, doesn't hurt.
Yep. It can be revival money, it can be extra money for helmets that we don't really need, but every defense point can help.
Then I'm going to buy some extra items. I want a Wing of Wyvern. This will help me finish the chapter, as well as 2 more fairy waters. Bray has a bunch in his bag, but we're going to need some on Taloon as well.
Yep. Once we get to Chapter 5, we'll recruit Taloon before Bray and actually need a couple fairy
I'm going
waters
to take the good advice I've been given and always equip, don't forget. And then I'm going to do something interesting here. I'm going to save the game. Yeah, I agree. Count is like, I never save the game here, even in races, marathons, anything, but I am holding a lot of money. And there is a small chance that Duckspill shows up and kills me. And if there's one time ever running this game that I do not want to drop 30,000 gold on the ground, it's right now.
What
For this marathon.
What do you think Duckspill spends the 30,000 gold on?
Probably like 15 broadswords.
Okay, I don't want to do the next run if the Duckspill's off broadswords.
I think it spends it on about 3,000 lunches.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, but don't worry, Duckspill can't equip the broadsword.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we made it here safely. We didn't run into any Duckspills, and saving the game was pointless, so... Oh well. We're going to give him the 60,000 gold. Great. And from here, the chapter is basically completed. There's just a few quick story triggers here that I'm going to need to complete. I need to come back into the tunnel.
Right now I'm thinking about the role of Duckspills and broadswords in Rocket Slime, and that does not make me feel better.
Hey, the Platypunk gang would be proud, okay?
Yeah, we're keeping the Platypunk plush all the way across the room from us because we don't need the Platypunk energy today.
All right. I'm going to do a little bit of an interesting thing here. I'm going to come into the casino and then walk right out. A little counterintuitive, but that's a quest flag that's going to be required. Then the last thing here, once I speak to my wife Netta, she's going to say, oh, I got a message the cave was completed. Are you leaving on a journey again? Yep. Taloon is, of course, always chasing his dreams of becoming the greatest arms merchant. And if you speak to some NPCs, there's one in this tunnel who talks about, oh, there's a shop guy.
He's just a sweet dreamer, just war profiteering.
Extra fairy water.
All right.
Why not?
Yeah, that's great.
There's an NPC in this tunnel who says, oh, he's in search for the legendary sword that he hears is in a kingdom to the east. So Taloon's goal is to become the greatest weapons and arms merchant there is. So what better thing to have in your collection than the legendary sword?
Yeah.
So we're still looking for more cool treasure. Taloon's off here. Now that the tunnel's complete, the chapter ends as soon as I cross the tunnel here. And that's going to do it for me. Passing it back over to you, Cowie.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to do Chapter 4 here and the start of Chapter 5. We talked about this in the interview, but the way we split this up, basically we each wanted to do parts of Chapters 1 through 4 and each wanted to do parts of Chapter 5. So since Chapter 1 and 4 are both so short, I covered both of those in the start of Chapter 5, so that we've each got 2 segments of our 6 segments we split the game into.
I had Turbo A on if you're used to it being off.
Flip that off.
Cool. Yeah, Chapter 5 is very different than Chapters 1 through 4, so rather than giving one person a lot of Chapters 1 through 4 and a lot of someone else a lot of Chapter 5, we really wanted to showcase each of us have parts of the early game and parts of the late game, so that's why we're both doing 2 legs here. Another fun thing about it is kind of preparing for the run a couple months ago, we kind of decided how to break up the run, but also we each got an opportunity, I feel like, to pick one section that we really wanted to showcase most.
Like kind of an informal draft pick.
Yep.
Yeah, and it really worked out kind of very conveniently.
Yeah, we all kind of wanted things that were spaced out a little bit differently, and then it worked to kind of offset it with another section of the run that we were all happy to do.
Cowie voted for a particular part that he wanted to do, and I was like, I'm not sure I want to do that part. And then so I picked a part, and you were like, I'm not sure I wanted to do that part.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, well, that just worked out perfectly then.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm really glad that everyone got to pick a part of the run they like.
Oh, nice. A strength seed. Those are really, really helpful.
Yeah.
You should grind that as hard as possible.
Yeah, I'm
you
gonna
need
get
every strength point possible.
I'll get a lot of value out of that, yeah.
Okay, good.
And so at the start of Chapter 4 here, a lot of this chapter is like there's a lot of lore in this chapter, specifically tying into Chapter 5, the main plot of the game, but we don't have to talk to a lot of people in it, so we're probably just going to cover the beats randomly as we go through here. But starting off, we're the sisters Nara and Mara. We hear a conversation at the beginning. They're looking for our sworn enemy Balzac, who he's gonna be the final boss of this chapter. And Mara says, "No, I didn't see him out in the audience. She's the dancer." And so they decide that they need to pack up and leave town, try to look for him somewhere else. So that's what we're gonna do starting out here. We'll find out later that Balzac was a pupil of our father who was an alchemist, and he killed our father and disappeared, so we're trying to hunt him down, and one of our first goals here is going to find our father's other pupil named Orin. He's going to be in a cave up here in the west, and we need some equipment first before we go over there. Yeah, I got the value out of that strength seed by selling it. It sells for like
Maximum
180.
value of 90 gold.
Yeah. And I also sold the armor that Mara was wearing, because it's actually very valuable compared to how much defense power it gives. The leather dress I gave her, it costs less than the other thing sells for, and it gives more defense power, so it's a very good pickup there. I think in the remake there's like 3 or 4 of those dancer clothes you can find in this chapter. It gives you a lot of money.
That'd be nice.
Nice.
Yeah, because they added a lot of items to like random dressers and junk.
Yeah.
Yeah, chapter 4 is so like in chapter 2 we had a pretty good party. Like it was really well balanced. We had a fighter and a mage and a cleric, and everyone was actually pretty strong in their own kind of specialty. Here we have a starting party with 2 magic users. It's basically another cleric and a mage, but there's no fighter. There's no one who has good defense or good physical attack. And so it makes the beginning of this chapter really challenging, and I think a lot of people who played this casually did a lot of grinding early in this chapter just to be able to survive going through the first dungeon.
Alright. There's a dog here that belonged to your dad, so it recognizes you when you come in and it follows you around, but if you change your party order when it's right in front of you like that, it'll kind of skip past you. So just a very neat little speed trick that saves a couple
little
frames.
speed trick, yep. Small optimization there.
There's
It's good to play with the dog anyway.
Yeah. And if you like dog, I know how much you all loved the dogs thanks to the meeting the return dog incentive, but don't forget there's also a bid war for the the animal transformation later, and I believe dog is one of the choices.
Yep.
So if you haven't gotten enough dog love donations in, donate in for that, or maybe you want to see something else. Slime, Yeti, mini demon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could talk about what we have seen so far with the animal transformations.
Yeah, let's get an update on that.
Cat is still in the lead with $100, and Yeti is right behind at $50.
Not bad.
And Slime is at $10. Other than that, we don't have any donations for anything else.
No support for horse.
For the animal
I'm
transformation.
No horses yet.
disappointed.
Horse, I
No
think, is the
horses.
canon animal. It makes a lot of sense. They just blend right in.
And please, no heel slime. We can put all of it into Yeti and Cat, but please, no heel slime.
We've seen enough eel slimes.
And I just want to give a huge thanks to everyone for pushing through those Chapter 3 incentives.
Yes.
We still have 2 more incentives in this run to reach. We have meeting Rosa and seeing all of her cutscenes. That Sorrow fellow that helped donate during that last chapter? You might see something involved there with Rosa. That one's at $705 out of 2,000. You still have a couple of hours to reach that goal, but that still needs a lot of help, and there's a lot of lore and good cutscenes to see with that.
Yeah,
And then if you would like to help up the runners and power up the Zenithian sword, we're at $239 out of $750. You got lots of time for that one still, but those are the 2 goals that we still need to reach during this run.
Yeah, that power-up Z-Sword is cool because we're going to meet a very important NPC to do that, and it also gives our hero some bonus XP, so I'd appreciate
Do
it.
you mean Dr. Aegon?
No.
Nope. Sure don't.
No.
Nope.
I'm going to take a really short break here since we're about halfway through.
All right.
Yeah, powering up the Zenithian sword will also make the final boss fight, at least one phase of the final boss fight, a little bit safer as well. So doing that will help Diener out a little bit. I'm sure he would appreciate it if we're able to get it done. Because it does have a special property that we cannot take advantage of if we don't power up the Z-Sword.
Yep. Yeah, so about at the end of this cave here, at least to our first objective, there's 2 things we're doing in here. I mentioned we're picking up Orin, who's really going to help out our team right now. I can't really fight stuff right now. I'd have to grind a couple levels and get some better equipment to do so. But with Orin in the team, he can punch out most of the enemies in here. And we're also going to set up the coffin block trick we were using in Chapter 2. So for most of this chapter, I'll have Orin leading, and then one of the sisters dead in the middle of the party, and then the other sister in the back, and that's going to set up the AI targeting exploit where most of the monsters won't be able to target the sister in the back. And I'm going through most of my herbs in here, but we're still looking good.
Looking good here.
Yeah.
This is one of the most dangerous walks in the entire speedrun because we have two level 1, basically magic users trying to get to this first NPC. And after we get to Orin, Chapter 4 becomes a lot comfier.
Yeah, and we have to do this exact same walk again in Chapter 5, and it's not much safer then either. But we have more people at that point at least.
Yep. All right, so now we have Orin. Orin will take care of us.
Yeah. So, yeah, Orin hears that we're on our revenge quest to go beat up Balzac, and he wants to join us. I'm going to put... I actually got that backwards. Let's put Mara in the back for now, because I want her to get at least level 3 before the end of the chapter, because she gets that sap spell that we've talked about a couple of times that reduces an enemy's defense power to 0. It's going to be very key in defeating the boss of this chapter. Try to run from this one.
Yeah, we're going to look to take a few fights with Orin in the party where he can just kind of punch them and the sisters aren't in too much danger in the back, but those guys using magic are not really what we want.
Yeah, and I'm going to get enough fights in here that I can be picky about what I fight too. So those Z-Mimes that Orin just killed, those are pretty annoying because they steal my magic. I really want Mara to not lose any more of her magic before I set up for a Death Warp at the end, because it helps things along if Mara can cast Blaze on herself to help speed that along. So, yeah, the target, like, for the end of the chapter is roughly Mara level 3 and then Nara, like, probably 4-ish. Just to get a little more HP on Nara. She doesn't really have anything specific I'm looking for at this time.
Yeah, the coffin block being present in the NES version of this game really allows us to speed through Chapter 4 compared with some of the remake versions where that's not accessible and you have to make both the sisters quite a bit stronger to actually get through the final boss at the end of Chapter 4.
Yeah, usually in a PS1 speedrun, you're grinding both sisters like level 6 and you're buying them like 1,200 gold worth of armor, and yeah, there is more defense power, or more magic,
MP,
but that's still fine. Oh, when do they drop?
Wooden hat drop from the Z-Mime.
Oops. Let's throw that on. Can she use it? All right.
She can.
Great.
Okay. Nice.
In Chapter 5, I'll be giving her another feather hat, but that helps her survive this chapter.
Yeah, let's file that one under I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I've never gotten that drop, I don't think. So it's interesting because I'm sure we've killed a lot of those. So that must be a really low drop rate.
Yeah. Yeah, almost every item drop rate in Dragon Quest is really low, which it's one thing that I wish was different about the series, because like Final Fantasy series, you can get good drops off enemies at like a 1 in 16 rate, but Dragon Quest, anything worth, wanting is like a 1 in 256 at best.
Sub 1%.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like in an entire playthrough, you might get 1 or 2 item drops that you actually care about.
Thinking another run I do where it's like, oh, a wizard ring drops from this thing at 1 in 32 rate, and I'm like, wow, that's a really good rate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might see one.
It's possible I might see one, though.
All right, looks like we had no problems getting Orin. That's good. This is the hardest part of the chapter, just recruiting Orin.
Yeah, and if you die on the way to Orin, the recovery is kind of annoying. Like, because if you reset to the start of the chapter, you have to watch that whole dancing scene again and walk all the way back up to the first town. It costs a few minutes to do that. Or, like, there's not really a good point to save because you can't save in that second town. So, usually I'll just sell something and, buy a couple of wyvern wings and save my game at that point to recover.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely some tougher recovery things. It's harder to fight things with just Mara and Nara without Orin in the party. And if you ended up using a lot of your medical herbs on your first attempt and failed, then, well, you probably are going to need some more medicines. You're going to need more gold. And you got to figure it out.
Yeah, there's a couple spots in the speedrun where if we take a death there, the recovery is pretty awkward or complicated or just kind of time-consuming. So we really want to avoid those ones. And then there are ones like we've already seen a couple times where, you're pretty likely maybe to not succeed on first try, but it's so quick to get back in that it's not a big deal. And we try to set those up whenever we can.
Yeah, or we anticipate there's going to be some trouble. So we're going to save the game first so we can just reset to recover. It's much easier. It doesn't cost us any gold. But that's not to say as speedrunners, we've basically decided on different recovery things for almost every possible contingency or problem that might happen, because this is Dragon Warrior 4. Things go wrong, and if it can go wrong, it's probably gone wrong at least some point.
Yep.
Yeah, so the item I picked up there is the Sphere of Silence is the other thing we're in here for. I think Oren mentions it. He says it's somewhere in this cave, but he's actually staring directly at it. You just need to cross the water there to get to it. So, yeah, this Death Warp here is kind of the opposite of the Death Warp we had at the very beginning of the game with Healy, where, Healy was healing us while we were trying to get killed and go back to town, but Oren is killing all the enemies while we're trying to Death Warp off them.
Yeah, one bewildered Z-Mime is about the worst possible Death Warp fight we can see here.
Yeah. Yeah, Oren will one-shot pretty much everything in here except for that Blaze Gust enemy we were talking about earlier. There's a chance that it might dodge him, so we really want to see a large group of enemies just to give us a little time to... Yeah, okay, well, if he's going first, don't do
it's even
that.
worse. It's even worse. I was wrong.
Okay, well... Okay, here's some Blaze Gusts. We'll see. We don't have any weapons. I didn't take my armor off either. I should have done that.
We don't have any more Blaze spells either, thanks, Z-Mime.
Yeah. Okay, Blaze Ghost might help us out if Oren doesn't... Oh, he hit him both times. Where was that in Chapter 2?
Yeah, Lena splits him, but Oren straight down the middle.
When you want to hit him, you can't.
Yeah.
When you don't want to hit him, it's guaranteed. Classic.
Yep.
Oh, Nara's got that hat, too. I should have unequipped her.
It's only 2 HP left.
Yeah. Or still lets herself for 1 without a weapon. Come on, monsters. Alright, well, we're going to get some good XP here, which will help in Chapter 5, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. It's like there aren't too many really easy Death Warps. I'd say the easiest one is that one at the beginning of Chapter 3.
Yeah.
All the rest of them have their own weird circumstances that make them a little bit harder than you think they should be.
Yeah, we didn't get any good sizable encounters there with 3 or more enemies. The big group of troglodytes is my favorite.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
It takes Oren forever to get rid of all of them. There's so many enemies attacking you that it's usually you have no problems. But we got out of there eventually. Ready to move on.
Alright, so now we're going to wing to Kiev's here. Back to our hometown just as a stepping stone to get to the next town. We're going to redo our party like this. And maybe I shouldn't re-equip Mara because I want her to die now that she's got plenty of XP. So hopefully I don't forget to do that later. That's fine, Evil Ash donated to remind me. Let's see.
That was a really nice walk up to Kelion.
Yep. Do I actually need any gold now? So if we get no fights, we get no fights? Okay.
Yeah, so to make the next dungeon a little bit safer, we would like it if Mara weren't alive, so we can coffin block Nara.
Yep. I'll work on that during this fight. Hopefully the duck spells here don't take out Nara.
Yeah, we have this Platypunk energy going straight for our character in the back, of course.
Yeah. Alright, that's fine. As long as Mara has less HP than Nara, I can kill her off in the swamp at Actemto here. So, yeah, I don't know if I mentioned what the Sphere of Silence does, but it seals monsters' spells. It basically casts the Stop spell, if you're familiar with the series. And we're going to need that for the final boss of the chapter because he has the full heal spell, Heal All. And we do not want to have to deal with that. So, yeah, like basically it's almost required in order to beat him because he's going to, anytime he drops under half health, he has like 200 max. So if he drops under, I think, 125, he'll cast Heal All to completely refill his health most of the time. So you need to be like a high level and pretty lucky to get past him without Sphere of Silence. Might be an interesting challenge run to do sometime, but we're not going to do that today.
Yeah, for the power level we're looking at, the Sphere of Silence is basically required.
Yeah.
You're supposed to get it to help complete the chapter.
Yeah, one nice thing about Sphere of Silence, though, is unlike the Stop spell, there's no way any enemy is going to resist it, so it hits 100% of the time, which is really, really helpful.
Yeah. Going to use a fairy water here, which is, we were talking about this earlier, but, so there's a exploit you can use with the fairy water that, essentially if you have a question mark character in your team, you can repel everything on the overworld. Because the game tries to remember what the highest level was in your team when you finish a battle, and if you have a guest character, it pulls a number out of memory that's somewhere between like 196 and 204, so roughly 200, depending on which character you have with you, because basically all of the guest characters, their stats are stored in the monster table, and Orin is like monster number 200 or something.
Yeah,
so that's where it gets his level.
It counts in as level 200, and which, obviously, if we were level 200, the max level's 99.
Yeah.
If we were somehow level 200, we would obviously be able to repel everything, everywhere. Repel and Fairy Water works on the overworld, not inside of dungeons or caves or towers or things like that, of course, but...
And the highest level enemies in the game are something like level 40-ish. Like,
Yes.
funny, there's a Game FAQs guide out there that claims that you can run first try from everything in the final dungeon of the game. So that guy must have leveled to like 45 to 50 for that to be the case. But
Yep. Oh, free try run from everything in here.
Yeah.
It's like, well,
I
at a certain level,
wish.
yes.
I kind of wish.
It's about 20 levels higher than we see in the speed run, but it's out there.
you know, good old Game FAQ is always 99% reliable. So
I was thinking about something else that's reliable.
yeah.
We got a $25 donation from Ragnar.
Oh,
Okay. Hey,
It
Ragnar.
has no message, but it went towards the Zenithian sword incentive, and we all know how much Ragnar loves waving around swords.
oh yeah.
Ragnar flings up the Zenithian sword.
He would love to fling up the Zenithian sword,
But nothing happened.
nothing happened. He wouldn't do it at a good time or anything.
No.
Yeah.
My health doing? I'll top off Orin. So the reason that we're in this cave, like again, like most of these things we're doing right now, they come together at the end. They're not really chained together, but right now there's a chancellor that's in the castle that Balzac is hiding in, who's apparently very afraid of loud noises. There's somebody in the prison in there that says that he got thrown in prison for making a loud noise outside of the guy's room. So we're going to do the same thing so that we can scare him, and then he'll run off to the king's room, which is Balzac. He's actually the king of the castle right now. But we can't find him. He's in a secret room that you can't open even if you as the player know where it is. We need the guy to open it first. So we're going to go in here and get some gunpowder from this mine. The other items I picked up in here, there was a Mystic Acorns, which is the stat seed for MP, which gives you, like 3 to 5 max magic, but we're actually going to sell it in Chapter 5 because it sells for like 400 gold. And then the Silver Tarot cards are kind of like, they're a fun weapon for Nara. They're pretty good for this point in the game. She does have better stuff in this chapter, but I can equip it to... And like that, she'll like be the difference between Orin killing something in one turn and not.
Yeah, it can help contribute a little extra damage in the boss fight, too.
Yeah.
But they also sell for a lot of money, again, at the start of Chapter 5, so it's
Yeah.
very important we have them. Reaching level 5 here is good.
And then if you're playing this game casually, there's another thing you can do with them, which is use them in battle, and they have a lot of very random effects. Like, I think it's 8 different effects that it can pick from. She'll draw a random card, and if you keep using the item, she will eventually go through the whole deck. It won't repeat effects in one battle, but one of the cards full wipes your party.
Yeah.
So eventually you'll kill yourself using it, and that's why we don't use it in the speedrun even once. Maybe as a joke against the boss that we're supposed to die to in a minute.
Ooh.
But
So many medical herbs. Look at all those.
yeah. That's fine.
No
Okay.
jingle.
Yeah, true. We skipped the jingle by doing that.
Yep.
Okay,
All
so
right. Those guys are just really digging back there. Hopefully
Yeah.
they find what they're looking for.
yeah, I hope so. I wish them luck. I'm sure nothing bad will happen to them or the town. That's not how mines work in the Dragon Quest series.
Yeah. Notice this town doesn't look great.
No, it really doesn't.
Yeah, I think that the Melmon Tourism Board has actually been active here.
Yeah.
A sister city.
Yeah, they're officially sister cities. That's right. Excepto and Melmon.
I'm going to use the N before I save because when we saw this in Chapter 1 as well, but when Ragnar died, Healy didn't get a full heal. Just it was a party wipe even though Healy's still alive. Same thing with Orin. So I do that just to refill Orin's health without using Nara's magic. Though she has plenty, but I'll save the game here and then we're going to head to the final boss of this chapter. It's a very short chapter, just like Chapter 1. Both of these are usually like 20 to 25 minutes in a speed run.
Yeah.
Depending on your luck in Chapter 1.
Yeah, I'm aiming for usually for about 25 minutes on this chapter.
Yeah.
Seems pretty good.
So Keleon Castle. So the reason Orin is required for this chapter is going to be apparent here in a second. Nara has really good HP. She's at 38 already.
Yep. Orin is a level 200 monster, so he can
just punch through this locked door.
just straight through.
I'm pretty sure that's like poorly translated. I think he's actually picking the lock. I know that's what it says in remakes, but he was working with our father to invent the magic key, which opens doors like that, and so he has the means to open them. So yeah, this guy is running off to the king because he's afraid of the noise. He does not notice us stomping around behind him.
So sneaky. That was good sneaking.
All right. So he runs in here, you search it, and the door opens, and then we find Balzac, whom we've been searching for. So he says, yeah, he says that our father was developing this thing called the Secret of Evolution that he could have used to rule the world, but, you know, he was afraid of what the Secret of Evolution could do, so Balzac killed him and ran off with the Secret of Evolution, and that's going to be the main plot of Chapter 5, is the monsters using the Secret of Evolution to become stronger.
That was a big hit on Mara with that fireball spell, so hopefully we can get her all healed up here.
And she's got pretty high defense, but she'll probably still die if she gets a physical attack. But
Okay,
yeah,
that's good.
It's a very high chance that Balzac casts Fireball the turn after he's stop spelled. But now that he knows that he can't cast it, he will stop trying to cast it. That's usually how AI works for monsters in this game.
Yeah. So we'd love to see both sisters live here, but we would be completely fine if Nara died and then Mara was just protected with a coffin block as well.
I'm just going to play this one super safe. If you don't die on turn 2, you can play the fight super safe, and you're pretty much guaranteed to get through it. I'll be a little aggressive this turn since Mara's full HP. Good, Nara's dead.
Good. That's actually very good.
Okay, I want to herb Orin.
Oh, nice dodge.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at this point, I basically just want to make sure if Orin has 60 HP or less, I should throw an herb at him. Otherwise, I can cast Blaze for some bonus damage. Because Balzac is regenerating 20 HP or so every turn. So anything that I can add to Orin's 40-some damage really speeds things along. Cool.
That was a great fight.
Yep. We're planning on having one of the two sisters die during this fight. It's extremely rare that they both survive, and depending on your route, there are some distinctions that happen whether you want to aim to keep Nara alive versus keeping Mara alive. Cowie's opted here for the Mara strats, something that I don't normally play, but something that we've kind of been discussing a little bit in the Discord lately, and I've been seeing some more stuff about. I'm really thinking I might switch over to the Mara strategies.
Yeah, I liked what it does in Chapter 5 because it gives you the Fireball spell on Mara so you can...
we died. What happened?
Oh, no. Yeah, so King Keleon appears there and wipes us out. He's been using the Secret of Evolution himself, and he's turned into some kind of big lion monster, which is kind of fitting considering the name of the castle. The Japanese name of the castle is King Leo, so he is King Leo. He is the Lion King.
Leo the Lion. Yep.
Yeah, I think the real king is that old man who's sick in the bed, and it's been taken over by Keleon now. He's now going to rule the castle.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is wrapping up Chapter 4. Orin sacrificed himself there to hold off the guard so we could make our jailbreak. And that old man that was in the cell gave us a boarding pass for this ship here. That's I assume that the boarding pass just doesn't expire, or else he hasn't been in prison very long. But he's pretty sick, and he dug that entire tunnel, so he's probably been in there for a few years. But the voucher's still good. So here we go. Gonna hop down here to hit one last quest trigger. There's a girl in here. I'm not 100% sure what her connection is to anything, but she says, "Oh, I won't tell my brother what happened to our father." I think somebody told me once that she might be like Orin's daughter or something, but I don't know what text in the game supports that. But it's like good enough of an explanation as any.
Sure.
Yeah, just kind of an arbitrary quest flag you have to hit in order to get this to advance.
All right. Nice Chapter 4.
Yeah, that went real smoothly.
Nothing went wrong, as it never does.
Nothing went wrong.
Now nothing will go wrong, I'm sure, in Chapter 5. Our next couple of segments.
Yep. So we've made it to Chapter 5. That doesn't mean we're 80% of the way through this run, though. As you can tell, we're right about halfway, not quite halfway, and that's what it actually is when you enter Chapter 5.
Yeah, that's pretty typical for an average kind of run. That Chapter 5 is going to be a little bit more than Chapters 1 through 4 combined.
Yep. And there's a couple of points in this chapter as well where we might get stuck for a little while. The big one is the lighthouse coming up right before we get Taloon added to our party and get the ship. That's going to be in about 20 minutes. Yeah, so, chapters 1 through 4, we've had completely different characters in every chapter so far. We did name a character at the very beginning of the game, and we have not even met them yet.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, chapter 5 is going to be our introduction to them, the legendary hero. We save the game here. So, chapter 5 is The Chosen Ones. So, we're in a small village here that's about roughly east of Endor. It gives you that little focus point so that you just get your bearings. And this is our legendary hero, BDD. So, our mother there gives us our lunch. And I'm going to take it to our father, and I'm going to eat it while he's not looking.
Oh, no. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
he probably won't notice.
No, he immediately notices, but and he comments that I'm just about to enter adulthood. Maybe I shouldn't be eating my father's lunch, but whatever. I'm going to go here and have another lunch.
It's good you don't have to face what's about to happen on a empty stomach.
Yeah. We've got a big adventure we're about to head off on, so it's very good that we're not hungry during it.
Yeah.
Because we get interrupted here. Our mother was going to prepare us our own lunch, and now the monsters have found the village and the legendary hero. I don't think I mentioned in Chapter 1, the reason the monsters were abducting the children is because they were looking for the legendary hero, who at the time was a small child. So that's why they're abducting all the small children. And now at this point, they have finally caught up to the hero. They've found her. And so the whole village here is going to sacrifice themselves and fight back against the monsters. And we just have to kind of hide in the panic room here and listen to it all play out. And we're completely helpless right now because we're not quite strong enough. We're only level 1. We've got a copper sword.
Here's
our childhood friend, Celia.
Yeah, we get an extra text box there because we have a female hero that says, BDD, you're so cute. I've always thought of you as a little sister.
Aw.
It doesn't happen if you have male hero. It's always nice to see it.
That's basically the only difference between picking male versus female hero. There's also some equipment that only female hero can equip, but it's not too impactful to the speedrun. Like you might notice, like when we're like searching stuff, like since the game doesn't like want to account for the gender of the character in the lead of the party, it kind of just BDD searches the area around feet, not her feet, just feet. Like whose feet? We're not entirely sure, but that's kind of how they programmed around having to not say his or her when they did the translation of this. Because in Japanese they wouldn't care. They wouldn't put a pronoun in there. They'd just say you search the ground. But yeah, it's
kind of a quirk of the language difference here.
Okay, so yeah, we're grabbing some items here. I picked up a feather hat off of the ground where Celia was laying when we first encountered her, so it's probably her hat. We're going to carry it with us as a memento, and picked up leather armor out of that little hut there. And the leather armor we can equip. The feather hat we can't. Even female hero can't equip it. But we're going to go here, which is Taloon's Cave from Chapter 3.
Let's get a 1 in 32 casino coin.
No. Yeah, there's a 1 in 32 chance that guard hands you 2,000 casino coins, and there's some good stuff you can do with it, but it's not worth going in and out of the cave trying to grind it, because a 1 in 32, you could just fail that forever. If it was guaranteed in 4 or 5 tries, maybe we'd do it. Oh, we do not want to get poisoned by this. No, maybe we will. So, yeah, right now we're heading to Endor, which, as we mentioned, is kind of the focal point of all of the chapters. They all converge here eventually. We just left off Chapter 4 with the Sisters of Mon Baraba ending in Endor. And if we look around, it turns out they are still here. We've caught up to them. And Nara is telling Strom's fortune here. So we give her 10 gold, and she tells our fortune, and she starts reciting a prophecy that she heard if you talk to the person in the House of Prophecy in Chapter 4, which we didn't. And then she realizes, oh, you are one of the people from this prophecy. You're the legendary hero. We should join up with you. You can help us, and we can help you on our respective quests. So she teams up with us, tells us her sister's in the casino. And before we go down there, we're going to do a little bit of shopping here. sell some of the stuff I left on Nara. It's
Yep.
actually another thing I like about Nara route is that, or Mara route rather, is that it ends up with all the stuff I need to sell on Nara. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna buy some armor for the hero, a wooden hat, because that leather hat we got just isn't doing it.
So the way we've divided up Chapter 5 here is TheCowness is going to do the first part of Chapter 5 where we gather together the entire party from Chapters 1 through 4. And then we'll hand off, I'll take over the middle where we're going to be gathering up the legendary Zenithian equipment. I'll get almost all of it, not quite all. And then Diener will drive it all home and defeat the final bosses at the end.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I could have just taken the hat from Nara that we got as that random drop. That's something
yeah.
to keep in mind if we win that 1% drop again.
That's not worth remembering.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I also want to buy a couple fairy waters. I'll do that real quick. The team here has a pretty full inventory though. Let me just sell this leather hat. We don't need the money. I am going to do a death warp in a bit, so I'm going to lose half of whatever money I have on me, but money's not really an issue at this point in the run. It will be in a bit, but we're going to get a bunch of stuff that we're going to sell to kind of make up for it.
Yeah, later on we're basically going to max out whatever equipment we can buy, so more money is better for being able to get better equipment.
Yeah.
But we kind of just take what we can afford at that point.
Wing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a subtle thing that we do in some other Dragon Quest speedruns too. When you die, you lose half of your gold, but if you're planning on making your money by selling items, you want to wait to sell those items until you actually can use that gold. So that's why it's a good idea here. We don't just sell everything if we're going to drop half this gold. If we can wait till later and we can keep that gold for ourselves. No more donations to the monsters.
All right, get some casino jam here.
Yeah, turns out all the money that Nara has been trying to generate with her fortune telling has been going straight into the casino care of Mara. So that's the excuse for why we don't get any money when they join the party.
Yeah, no one else has an excuse, but Mara has a pretty good excuse.
Yeah.
Let's say Taloon spent it all making his ship.
Yeah, that's very reasonable.
Sure.
Wing out of here, just get
Yeah.
started.
I get the feeling Bray probably also gambled it away. He seems like that kind of guy.
Alina spent a lot of money trying to get medicine for Krista, but none of it worked.
Ah. That's a more generous explanation.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the team has been traveling. We don't find them exactly where we left them. Like we mentioned, Ragnar has cameos in most of the chapters because he's been roaming all over looking for the legendary hero that the monsters were after. I probably should have just fought this, but I don't like the Blaze Ghost.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is where we are going to introduce to the AI system, which everybody who's played this game loves. Let's give it a shot. I don't know if Mara can hit it with a spell. Okay, perfect.
Fireball hit it.
It's a
Good.
great way to take out a Blaze Ghost is with Fireball.
Yeah, so the thinking behind Chapter 5 here is that you are not the entire team, you are just the legendary hero, and you are leading your team. So you have to give your team tactics, vague commands, and instructions on what to do. Like I set everybody to offensive so that they're more likely to cast damaging spells than healing spells. And like you've got a lot of other options. We only use about half of them. There's one for defensive, which is kind of the opposite. They'll be more likely to heal on that command. There's a use no MP tactic. There's one called Try Out, where the characters will just basically have a chance of doing anything that they have access to. They can cast any of their spells, even if it's the return spell, which just takes you out of the battle to a random town. They can use just items in their inventory as long as they have some kind of effect. They can use it. That's actually one way to get other party members to use the Zenithian sword, is to put them on Try Out, and there's a small chance they'll do it. And then I think there's even also like a hidden boss tactic that overrides, I think, offensive and defensive, just to kind of change some of the balance of some of your skills so that your characters don't waste actions. They'll do some things like a little more balance toward keeping in mind that this is probably a longer fight than normal. But yeah, this is the cave we were in Chapter 3 near the end with the silver statuette in it. Like Diener mentioned, he left a couple of treasure chests in here for me. The first of which is going to be this Morning Star that Nara can equip.
Good morning, Star.
Yeah, good morning.
All right, we're not nearly as scared of Duckspills anymore, fortunately.
Yeah.
First of all, we have very little money to lose, so there's
Yeah.
that. but also we're not completely reliant on just physical defense getting us through.
Would like to get to this treasure chest before fighting anything else because it's a pretty decent damage increase. Because right now, Mara's dealing a lot of damage, but Nara and Hero really aren't. Oh, I was going to take one step before transferring it. Now this is what I get.
Yeah, sometimes we like to take a step to open the menu just because it's slightly fewer frames to do the menuing.
Yeah, you can buffer the menu opening, basically.
Yeah, it's something I do a lot, and I get asked a lot about when I stream it, about what I'm doing that for. And it's just a tiny little, like, muscle memory frame-saving thing. Instead of pressing A and waiting for the menu to open, I've got the A already pressed and the menu buffered, and I've kind of got my fingers more situated on the D-pad, ready to get what I'm looking to do there. So
yeah, totally. And you'll see we won't do it as much in really dangerous areas. If someone just needs to be healed and we're like in a spot that has dangerous encounters, we probably won't really risk it. But somewhere like here and just kind of moving some equipment around, it makes a lot of sense to do it.
Alright, and we do have kind of a goal for experience in this zone. I'd like to be level 3 before I leave this cave, and then level 4 before I get to the first sort of mini-boss. If I get 4 in here, that's great.
That was a really high experience fight right there.
Yeah, it was pretty dangerous, but it was high XP too. So, gonna get a couple levels here. Hero will get levels, Nara will get a couple levels. Nara's, I think, already got the sleep spell, though she wasn't using it earlier.
Yeah, she used it once earlier.
Okay. Mara gets the return spell, which is kind of nice to have, too, for after the mini-boss coming up. I don't have to have a safety wing on me.
Yep. Still don't need to grab that medical herb from that chest, so...
Yeah, we got a bunch on Mara right now.
We'll leave it behind.
I'll fight the Elephrover. He's pretty harmless, even though we're out of magic. Alright. I think that's Hero 4.
Yep.
that's good.
Nice and quick. So just a couple more nice pieces of equipment for the hero to get out of the bottom. That was a really great HP gain for hero for these low levels. So we love to see that. Hero doesn't gain very good HP early on, and that can actually make the beginning of the chapter a little scary, so it's always nice to see a big one like that.
Yeah, there's so the first couple of boss fights that I have to do, Hero actually has to do alone, so it's very important to catch her up to where some of the other characters are, which is why we're getting this powerful equipment early on and a little bit of XP. The most important things that I'm getting out of these levels are HP and agility, because turn order matters quite a bit in the second of the two fights. But once we beat that boss fight, that boss will drop a ton of XP just for Hero to help catch her up to everybody else. I'm kind of a little curious, like, what the intention is for the balance for that game, that fight, because at the start of this chapter, you usually won't have much money unless you bought items for Nara and Mara, and you probably picked up these items in Chapter 3, so you're probably going to end up grinding for a little money to get Hero some equipment, and in doing that, you'll also get her some XP, so yeah, I'm always a little curious, like, how many levels they actually expected you to get from that boss fight coming up.
Yeah, it's not really clear. But yeah, that was the broadsword we left behind from Chapter 3. So it would have been pretty helpful in Chapter 3, honestly. Like, it's worth a lot of money, you know, as part of the King's big order that you could have filled. But it's so much more helpful here, where that would cost us 2,000 gold, which we are not even close to being able to afford. And it's a huge damage increase for the hero from that copper sword that we had.
Yeah.
Pardon me, do I got a minute here real quick?
Sure.
I would just like to remind everyone that we are RPG Limit Break 2024, and we are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. This is the final day of the event. Only a few runs left. We got lots of incentives to meet, including a couple in this run right now. And I would just like to say that will be the end of my time. I'm going to be passing off the host for the rest of the run to Elisa Triple Rocks, who is a really good friend, and she is pretty awesome. And she will take you through the rest of this run. Let's meet these incentives, everyone. Let's keep our streak of 100% every goal reached for this event, and enjoy the rest of the week. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you so much, High Spirits.
Thanks, HS. Ooh, Metal Slime.
So, unfortunate thing about metal slimes, I mentioned there's...
Oh, Nara
Okay.
crits.
There we go.
Mara misses this XP, but she was the one who got the Balzac XP here
Yeah.
too. So,
That's going to help a lot.
oh yeah,
But yeah, what I was going to say is that the metal slimes, the AI actually does not know that metal slimes are immune to basically everything at this point, so I have to put them on use no MP for them to attack the metal slime.
and it was a good idea because
Yeah.
Nara
Yeah.
was ready.
That still counts, yells Rake, just so we're clear.
All right, so yeah, that's going to take us to probably level 8 on both characters, maybe 9 on Nara. So this is actually going to take a second.
Yeah, that's a really nice. It's too bad Mara wasn't there to get the XP, but that's not a big deal. The most
Yeah.
important thing is getting that extra experience, especially on the hero. But Nara is going to be way more important than Mara for the upcoming boss fight.
Yeah, for the lighthouse boss that I was talking about earlier.
Yep.
Mhm.
Oh, she is getting 9, okay.
Yeah, a lot more HP and some more MP too, which definitely goes a long way in that part of the game.
All right, so I was trying to die and leave the dungeon, but before I was interrupted by that metal slime.
Yep. It's funny how just as soon as High Spirits leaves, the metal slimes are just so cooperative.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Yeah, that's strange, isn't it?
Well, hello, it's Lisa Rocks. Maybe I can take responsibility for some good luck. Just wanted to say hello to you all, and I'll be here for the rest of the run. I'm so excited to be here for Dragon Warrior 4.
Yeah, I'm so excited to have you joining us, Lisa. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks for hosting, Lisa.
Yeah, thanks. All right, so yeah, we got to pay to revive now. Nara's going to be more expensive than usual because she's got more levels. I don't think we've brought this up yet, but revival fees in this game, and for most of the series, is equal to like your level squared, rounded up to the nearest multiple of 10. So at low levels, it doesn't cost that much, 10 gold to revive someone, but then as you get higher up, they get exponentially more expensive.
Yep. But this is like an amazing start to Chapter 5. You really couldn't ask
yeah.
for better.
Let's see. No, I'll buy the fairy waters later. I think I still have 1, so I'm good. See, Nara's got 50 HP, which is great.
Yeah.
It's as much as the hero. It is very unusual for Nara to have high HP at any point in her growth. It's very common if you get her to like Necrosaro levels like 40, she'll still be averaging like 4 HP per level. I don't know if her growth is bugged or if they just didn't like her. I don't know, but yeah, she is not a great character. There's really no question as to whether or not she or Christo are the better healer. He gets better spells, better stats, and better equipment too.
Yeah.
Yep. Even having Mara at 39 max HP here at level 8 is also pretty good for going into the lighthouse later and what we'd usually have her at here. So even though she didn't get that metal slime experience, she's also kind of hitting above her normal weight there. So that's really nice to see.
Apparently
Come on,
nothing
guys.
working here.
Yep.
Yeah, Fireball is not very effective on the Bantams. I think Blaze
Sleep
hits
Hit
more
works.
often. Yeah, Sleep Hit works. That's
Yeah.
good. Oh,
That's
stop
it.
with that. Switch to Blaze.
The giant bantam, of course, is Cowness'
Fireball.
true nemesis.
Yeah.
Cowness volunteered for both of the parts of the run where we have to fight bantams, so that makes sense.
Yeah, why did I do that? Okay, heal Mara. We do need to have all of our characters alive for the next boss fight, even though only Hero participates in it, because there's going to be a door that we can only get past if we have 3 characters with us. It's also why we need to go recruit Nara and Mara before getting here.
Yeah, it's a check in the game to make sure that you've recruited Mara and Nara before you can come in here and get the item that you need that is required to progress to the next part of the game too. So
Yeah, this next dungeon, we call it the Cave of Betrayal or the Symbol of Faith Cave. And essentially the whole idea here is there are trickster monsters inside of this cave that like to separate your party and then pretend to be your friends and then attack you. And that happened to Hector, who is going to be our next guest in our party. And we're actually going to dive down here to grab the Symbol of Faith key item, which is going to reveal the truth to him and allow him to join our party. And more importantly, it will allow my favorite personal chosen one to join the party, Primrose the horse.
Good choice. I don't
Yeah, that
know
was
if she
good.
counts, but okay. Alright. Probably don't need to fight all these things with the extra XP we got from the metal slime, but I'd like to get a little bit extra before the lighthouse.
There's also a degree of safety that comes with fighting
Yeah.
monsters instead of just running away.
Especially those ones that have fire attacks, like the Thevros do. Worst case scenario on a triple run fail, things could get pretty bad there.
The mad clowns especially do a lot of damage if they want to cast fireball on you. Something we mentioned earlier, now that we've reached chapter 5, we were talking about running away from monsters. The run rate is still the same, 50, 50, 75, 100, but now starting in chapter 5, whenever we fail to run away from monsters, every single monster is going to take an aggressive action. It makes running away from monsters a little bit more stressful, but still much faster in most cases. We're also going to have more party members on average in sections too, so that's going to kind of help.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of
some of
a
that.
difficulty spike around trying to get through some of these longer dungeons in Chapter 5, though, just because of that.
All right, so the first of these trickster monsters I run into are these two Lick-Licks that are pretending to be Nara and Mara. It looks like I did not equip my armor, but fortunately I'm level 8.
Yeah.
So I'll fix that in a minute.
Yeah, we're totally fine. And the big thing you don't want here is for them to cast the surround spell, which makes you only hit 25% of the time.
Yeah, but I'm level 8, so
The
they
extra
should get a
strength
chance.
to hitting them that's really
It
good.
was quick and easy there.
Yeah, that's a large part of why I want level 4 is so that I've got enough equipment and magic points that I can get through that fight and this one, even if I get surrounded on turn 1 and just give up on physical attacks. So this fight's a lot more straightforward. There's these two tricksy urchins and two vampire bats. They're both building up power, so I'm going to heal.
Yeah.
Though they're probably not going to deal much damage to me at this level. They have very low agility, so they're almost guaranteed to go last. In fact, with Hero at level 8, it's probably not possible for them to outrun the Hero. Because they have 3 agility, and Hero probably has like 9 or 10, and your characters win ties when it rolls, so that becomes a major factor at very low agility values.
Yeah, we wouldn't say never with Dragon Warrior 4 RNG, but let's just say it
Yeah.
shouldn't happen.
If you're 4 times the opponent's agility, you are guaranteed, because the way it works, it rolls a number between 25% of your agility and 100%. So that's why at the low integers, the ties matter so much, because they can roll 0, 1, 2, 3. So if the minimum I can have is 3, then it's impossible for them to go first.
Nice. So those Tricksy Urchins gave us 922 experience points in that battle,
Yep.
which is almost a whole metal slime. So that's kind of the game's way of trying to catch the hero up to the levels of the rest of the
Yeah,
party.
if we didn't kill that metal slime, the hero would probably be level 4, and she'd level up to like 8. But now, since we were level 8, we've gone up to level 9, probably close to level 10.
Pretty nice. That's the only time in the whole game those Tricksy Urchins are available, which is too bad. It'd be amazing to be able to grind on them since they're such a weak monster that gives you so much experience, but it's a one-time thing.
Yeah, they're essentially a boss monster. They're very simple and pretty weak. But yeah, so we caught up to the real Nara and Mara. They asked us a CAPTCHA question to confirm that we were human. You know, they asked, is Mara the one, or Nara the one at the casino? I said no. If you say yes, then they ask you the same question again. It's not a very good system, but
Yeah.
so there is actually a chance that we're still traveling around with 2 Lick-Licks or something, but I don't know. Nara doesn't really pull her own weight, so maybe the Lick-Lick will help out more. But yeah, I got the Symbol of Faith out of that room that was full of these rocks that you can just bust open, as long as you've got 3 living characters with you. And we gotta walk all the way out of here, and then we're gonna go meet Hector, and show him the Symbol of Faith, tell him that, hey, your buddy probably didn't betray you, it was probably monsters, and he'll be inspired to join our team. And do I have any more fairy waters? I'm gonna go in and buy some real quick. We're not death warping again for a while, so it's safer too for me to sell some of these items that Hero's got on her, this copper sword and leather armor. That'll clear up some room for fairy waters, because after we get the ship, we're going to go on this big world tour and go all over the map, picking up return points just by entering towns and running around with fairy water so that we don't get any overworld encounters. Actually, I do want that. I'm going to fill up Mara's inventory with herbs, because her role in the next boss fight is kind of just to throw herbs at people. She may deal some damage if nobody needs healing, which is good.
Yeah, Fireball's reasonably effective against the Bengal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we want Nara especially to not really be on healing duty because she has that sleep spell, and she'll be a lot more helpful just casting sleep over and over than she would be using heals.
Yeah. Okay. So filled up with fairy water, and then I'm going to use one because I need at least one inventory slot later. And then we're going to head over here to Hector. And with the Metal Slime XP, we probably won't find any monsters in the first zone, and the second will be pretty much reduced rate.
You guys all remember Hector from before?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked to him earlier, right?
Yeah. You again.
You again.
Yeah, it's us again.
He knows we've been speedrunning and we've played this game more than once.
Yeah. Hector's the one NPC that remembers every time loop that we go through.
All those deaths in the lighthouse.
Yeah.
That's why he's so shocked to see us. He's like, oh, I gotta go to the lighthouse again?
Yep, everyone be nice to Primrose.
Hey, don't worry, we got some extra XP on a couple of our characters, so hopefully this part can go a little smoother. I was talking earlier in Chapter 2 about how the Birdsong Tower used to be my least favorite dungeon in the run. It became the lighthouse
Yeah.
after running this game more. The lighthouse is one of the most difficult and stressful parts of the speedrun, partly because we don't have a lot of great options for some of the fights. We're kind of just at the mercy of spells working and turn orders working out in our favor and some other things. It can be difficult even just to get to the top of the tower in good enough shape to continue fighting. And it comes deep enough into the speed run that it feels really rotten to have a good pace run get this far and just get walled by the lighthouse.
Yeah.
I definitely had one that I can remember that had really great PB potential pace and failed like 4 times the lighthouse, and I was like, well, I guess the run's over.
Yeah, it's definitely something that happens. Yeah.
Disappointing to be sure, but there's nothing to do about it except steel yourself and try again.
Yep. So we've got another guest character in the party now. We've got Hector, and so Cowie activated that fairy water before he left Bronca, but we had to take one fight with Hector in the party before it was active with the repel glitch. So that was what that fight in the desert with the desert yetis and the tree stumps was.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing this fairy water / repel glitch a lot in Chapter 5. Pretty much everywhere in the overworld in Chapter 5. We're going to try and take advantage of it as much as possible, and in a couple situations, kind of taking some specific actions to make sure that we have it in effect, because it's very, very useful for getting around the overworld. Some parts of the game we go to, the monsters in the overworld are super strong, and it's very different if you have to actually fight things.
This is probably the only safety save in the run that I have never questioned.
Yeah.
100%. You should just do this one.
Even the ones in Chapter 2, sometimes there were some phases when I was like, I don't really need to save before Birdsong Tower. But yeah, this is like Diener said, it's late into the run. It's also one of the last barriers like this where there's just RNG you can't really deal with, so that makes it kind of stressful. Once you get past it, it's a big relief. All that's really after this is like there's some things that can go wrong, maybe the Metal Babble grind, maybe the final boss, but those things are all more in your favor than this.
Yeah, exactly.
Hector in the back there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Hector's got a lot of health, so I should put him in the lead.
Yeah, conversely, when you do get through the lighthouse and you're on good pace, that's when you start to get really excited and you're like, oh, okay, this is...
Yeah, it's real now.
This is a real one now.
Yeah. Yeah, good thing there's really no RNG after that.
Yeah.
None at all.
Oh, hey, it's Delune.
Oh, hey. So, yeah, we're, again, picking up our characters from the previous chapters pretty much in the reverse order that we were introduced to them. So we're going to get Delune from Chapter 3 next, and then we'll get the Chapter 2 crew, and then the Ragnar at the end.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that you recruit the characters from the first 4 chapters in reverse order.
I think we're good.
I'm good, yeah.
We're good.
There's a lot of fights on these bottom 2 floors that are absolute bait. Like, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen one yet that's just like 2 metal slimes and maybe 3 grizzly sabers, because the AI will fight the metal slimes last. because it knows that it won't deal any damage to this thing. It's got 4 HP. I expect to do 1 or 0, so it's going to take 4 hits to kill this, or I can hit anything else and kill it faster. So the AI will always opt to kill the cohorts of the metals. There's kind of a joke fight near the very end of the game that's like a king metal, 5 metal babbles, and a slime.
And a blue slime.
So you go to fight it, and Alina goes first, and she'll punch that blue slime 100% of the time because she knows she can kill that. It's like, no, leave that alone. And then all the babbles run away, and and she crits the blue slime. So you're just like, what if that was the king, Alina? But
but then you get 2 experience.
Yeah, that's something.
2 more than you had before.
It's guaranteed 2. We don't want to take a risk on 30,000. We want the guaranteed 2, right?
Yep.
I was going to say the blue slime might run away, but I think Alina's going to go faster and defeat it 100% of the time.
Oh, I didn't talk to the guy on the left.
Oh, that's
I'll
bad.
talk to him if I die, but I don't want to die.
Let's not die.
Yeah.
Let's try not to die.
This is yet another boss fight in this run that we do kind of expect to die to a couple of times. I've mentioned it a couple of times, but yeah, my segment's actually had a couple of those boss fights in it. I'm actually planning on donating $30 for every unintended wipe I have in here. So we're up to 3 already from Chapter 1, and we'll see how the Lighthouse boss goes.
Yep.
But we're pretty much through the dungeon. The dungeon itself is a lot safer having these levels, and the boss, your win chances go up quite a bit just having more max HP on all the characters.
We're after we complete this, we will get the ship, and that actually opens us up to being able to work on some of the lore incentive.
Yes.
So I know we still have quite a bit to go to donate toward on that one. So we definitely want to encourage people to donate money to RPG Limit Break and NAMI, and specifically, if you can, put it toward that incentive to hear Rose's request, which is really going to allow us to show off everything that Chapter 5 has to offer here.
It's a very healthy Nara. Okay, so here's going to be our first shot at the Lighthouse boss. We've got a Lighthouse Bengal here and 2 Flamers, and we really need to disable the Flamers ASAP. So Hero's going to be casting Expel on them, which is about a 40% hit chance, and Nara is going to be casting Sleep on them, which is about an 80% hit chance. It's great if Expel works first or second try. With these levels, we can probably survive a little bit of, more delay on it, but them both opening up with Fireball is not a good start.
Nope.
So, good. Mara went first.
Oh, nice.
Spell hit.
The Abacus is powering up your expels.
Sleep
Yes.
didn't work, but that's not bad. Cower didn't really do anything either.
I'm
Hector,
gonna heal more myself,
losing
actually.
a turn is not really a problem at all.
We kind of want to see the Bengal use its roar attack, but only if it doesn't hit people. I'm just going to attack because we've got the Metal Slime XP, so I'm actually doing meaningful damage to this thing. Hector will help me out too. Nara might actually help me out, but she's probably going to prioritize Sleep, which is fine. But her Inferno spell does decent damage to this. Hector built up power, that's why he hit for 20, so I think they have like 75 HP on the Flamers and 70 on the Bengal.
It's nice the Bengal's asleep, so it can't cast the heal spell on the Flamer as well here.
Yeah, he's got 2 or 3 casts of Sleep that he can throw out if he's awake, though he's not as likely to use it as a lot of other enemies that heal.
Nice.
Like the Chameleon Humanoid.
Cool. This is looking really good.
Yeah, I don't think
this
we
is
can
looking
lose
like a
this.
W. Sleep didn't work, but that's okay.
Because at this point, even if he tries to stun lock us with the Shrieking Roar, like he loses his turn too.
Yeah.
So,
Nice.
Excellent.
Great Lighthouse.
all right. I'll take that for sure. Okay, so yeah, the reason we're in this lighthouse is this is another thing that gets recycled a lot in Dragon Quest, but the lighthouse has an evil fire in it that's been sinking ships. I guess it's like shooting fireballs out at him or something. So Taloon just had a ship built in that port town of Conanbur, and he came to the lighthouse to try to fix the lighthouse, but unfortunately he's level 1, so he could not have won this fight. So he asked us to help him out. And we have done so. So we found the Fire of Serenity that we're going to use to get rid of the evil fire. And then we will be able to sail out of Conanbur.
Then again, Taloon might get an opportunity to do battle with some Flamers a little bit later, but
Yeah.
I think the outcome is going to be as you might expect.
Yeah.
So Yeah, like I said, that's reused at least in Dragon Quest VII. There's like a very lengthy lighthouse debacle that you have to go through with a lot of backtracking in 7. So anyone who's beaten 7, I'm sure remembers Coastal. Okay, so who has it? Fire of Serenity. Just chuck that in there. Now it lights up.
Nice unique little jingle there.
Yeah, there's like at least half a dozen unique jingles like that are only played once in the video game, which is kind of cool.
All right, let's go see what Toulouse has to say now that we've lit the fire of the lighthouse and it's safe to sail again.
Yep. So he's waiting for us here. Thanks us, and his ship is finally finished too, so he says he'd feel safer with strong people like me around, which is fitting since he's, again, level 1. So,
let's step away real quick.
Sure.
Yep. So yeah, everybody else in our team kind of has goals that they're trying to work toward, like, Nara and Mara trying to chase down Balzac, Alina's crew are trying to chase down Necrosaro, Ragnar's looking for the legendary hero. Talon's kind of just looking for the Zenithian sword because he wants to have it. But, we'll keep him along anyway.
He's going to be disappointed to find out it's another piece of equipment that he cannot equip.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Fortunately, he can appraise it and find that out himself. Okay. So we're in the town of Mintos here. I should have used the inn at Conenberg, but... how much fairy water do I have? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We should be good for a while. Find somewhere else to buy it.
I think Bray is a full set of 8.
Yeah, I might pick him up early again. So, use the fairy water here. I guess that would have been the time to pick him up, but whatever. So... Yeah, so this is the World Tour section that I mentioned, where we're just going around, picking up return points for later. There's a couple of things we'll do along the way. We're going to pick up a bunch of small medals that we're going to trade for some equipment, both for utility and just to sell for money. So we're going to get 9 of these as we're walking around.
Yep.
And the next stop here is going to be the castle town of Soretta, which has been plagued by a drought. They used to have, they were a big farming country, and now nothing's growing, and they want us to go to this cave in the southwest that has a sample of the Pediquia seed that they used to be known for growing. It's kind of a cure-all, and that's useful because that last town that I was in, Mintos, the inn there, Christo and Bray are actually hanging out in there, but Christo is sick, and we need the Pediquia root to cure him. So it is in our interests to go in here and help him. Mm-hmm. And we'll find somebody else in here, because like I mentioned, Christo and Bray were in that inn, but Alina was not. She has actually gone off to look for the Pediquia seed herself. So if we talk to her in here, she gets kind of competitive about it, like, oh, you came with to look for the Pediquia seed. Well, too bad, I'm going to find it first. And I think her response also changes a little bit if you've got Bray in the party, because if you go up to the top of the inn, you can recruit Bray even before healing Christo. Wow, okay.
Triple run fail is unfortunate here.
Not kill Mara. Just not Mara, and we're fine.
Okay.
Okay. Everything's fine.
Yeah, everything's fine.
We really want Mara to survive this walk because she has the outside spell to get us out of here without death warping.
I think Hero hasn't quite learned outside yet. She will pretty soon, but unfortunately, it's only one outside option now.
Throw a heal more on Mara. And I'm going to switch her to the back. Mara actually gained a lot of health off of the lighthouse boss. She's plus like 15 from before.
Yeah.
From 8 to 11.
That'll still be helpful because we will still use her to go through at least one more fairly dangerous dungeon.
Yeah.
Coming up a little bit later.
So this is our first introduction to the sliding arrow tiles.
Maybe he'll join our team if I beat him.
Yeah, maybe.
Come on.
This is the Ice Yeti, the true Yeti. Get Amara.
Oh, I didn't throw any meat at him. Ah.
Forgot to bring your beef jerkies. Yep.
Here's
So
Princess Alina. Let's talk to her there.
So yeah, these sliding tiles, they move you really quickly in the arrow direction that you're going. And you also can't get encounters with monsters while you're sliding across like that. So it can be pretty handy to step on those things when they show up. Obviously, we have to take a specific path through here as well as on the bottom floor in order to get what we need.
Yeah, there's, I think, 3 dungeons that have the arrow tiles in them like this, and 2 of them are pretty maze-like. So you gotta kind of do some trial and error to figure out how to get around in this dungeon.
Yep, and then even in the final cave, there is some arrow tiles that if you are tempted and you step on them, they will take you way back in the dungeon.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people will fall for that one the first time they go through that dungeon.
So Nara being dead is not the worst thing. It's actually coffin blocking Mara right now, so these Infernus Knights won't attack her. They'll attack Hero instead, and he's got way more defense power. Getting some really bad run luck. It's very good that we've got that Metal Slime XP.
Yeah, it's paying off here for sure.
Okay. We're out some more heal mores. If Mara's got any herbs left. She does. Alright. So, down the stairs, there's a pretty intimidating looking cluster of these arrow tiles.
Oh.
But, 4 Yetis.
Having flashbacks right now.
Could actually probably clean them up pretty quick with Mara's fireball, but I don't want to fight this. Not if they're going to do this. Uh-oh. Like Diener said, when you fail to run in Chapter 5, every monster is guaranteed to act, so...
Yeah. Hector dying is no big deal at all, but Mara...
that's a wipe.
Yeah, that's everybody.
That's too bad.
And I didn't save, so we'll have to revive everybody and go back in. We've got plenty of money for it, though. You can afford a party wipe. It's pretty common if you're get to Conan Burr and then get a Metal Slime in the lighthouse, that if you die there, you just revive everybody and then save the game instead of resetting your console.
Mm-hmm.
So I've still got the money that would be set aside for that.
Yeah, we're not relying on this money to actually afford anything later on anyway.
There's
Most of our money is kept in items that are on characters right now. Anyway.
Yeah, and I brought an extra apron. 2 extra aprons, really, into Chapter 5 from Chapter 3. So if we need a little bit of backup gold, we've definitely got it.
Yep. Wow, can't believe the Yetis turned on you.
Yeah, I don't know what gives.
Yeah.
We'll have to have a conversation later. Let's see. I'm going to buy a couple more fairy waters just because I got the room now that I've used those herbs.
Yeah, one thing that happens when you wipe out is your repel gets canceled out. So we'll have to reuse fairy water in order to get repel active again.
Yep.
Yeah. Depending on the circumstances, it can also sometimes interfere with the repel glitch. Since we had Hector in the party, that's not an issue.
Yeah, because the level that it uses to use repel is basically updated when you exit a battle without fleeing from it. So deaths will reset it, winning the fight will reset it. There's some weird fringe cases that I don't quite remember how they interact with it, like casting return to leave the fight. I don't remember if that updates it or not.
Yep.
But
things we almost never do in the speedrun.
Yeah, like that's probably only going to happen if somebody gets confused. That actually would be pretty funny to happen in a run if somebody was at the top of the lighthouse or the world tree and somebody got confused and cast return.
My favorite thing is when you cast return in battle and you're in a cave and so you hit the ceiling and it has the ceiling hitting animation but in battle. Yeah, it's pretty good.
All right, so we're gonna have to do this part of the game again. But
it's nothing but nasty fights in here today.
I know.
Yeah, the vamp dogs can put you to sleep, which is annoying. Though if they don't put your whole team to sleep, then your characters do benefit from that extra defense that we were talking about earlier, where you're automatically parrying while asleep, even while failing to run. This is not good.
Nope, everyone's asleep now.
Yeah, and they're going to get an entire extra turn while everybody hopefully tries to wake up.
Yeah, the front two have a pretty good chance to start waking up now. There we go.
Okay.
Everyone woke up.
All right.
Another triple run fail.
Yep.
Another dead Nara. But that's okay.
Yeah, with this party setup, we're still like it's pretty unlikely that things are going to go really badly, but Podeki Seed Cave is one of those short but dangerous dungeons. There's a couple of those, especially in Chapter 5 here.
So while we're walking through here, it might be a decent opportunity to throw it over to Lisa at the host station.
Thank you very much. We actually do have a donation from the household name Bic Fong Balls.
Yo, Bic.
Well, friends, it's finally happened. After years and years and countless rejections, it happened. I am, of course, talking about Cowie hanging out with me freely and without harassment. Was this run also a big deal? Good luck, guys. Shout out to the DQ boys.
Yeah, thanks, Vic.
Thanks, Big.
It's good to see you this week.
I want to remind everybody what we're here for. RPG Limit Break 2024. Coming live to you from Salt Lake City, Utah, where we are raising for NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they have maintained that focus to this day. As for incentives, we are still trying to meet that goal to meet Rosa. Right now we have $730. We need $2,000 to hit that goal. For powering up the Zenthian Sword, we have $264 out of $750. Now, those of you that want to donate but aren't sure, if you can only spare $1, that's fine. Anything you can spare to go to this great cause is definitely helpful.
Yeah, I want to reiterate that I'm really excited for everyone who's donating and contributing for this and all the other really exciting runs, honestly. There's a few more really, really exciting ones still on this last day, so... but if we can continue raising money towards the incentives for this run, I'd be very happy.
Yeah, definitely. And on that Meet Rosa and hear her request, we'll probably have about another hour and a half or so on that. So not too much time. So if you're thinking about donating, now would actually be a really great time, and that would be an excellent incentive to put your money toward.
Yeah, and if at least one person out there wants to donate, make a donation of $24, I'll also match a $24 donation. 24.
24.
All right, so our next up of this adventure, I guess I should have turned in the route, but I can do that at any time. So going around getting more return points, I'm going to get a small medal out of this place here. We do have that transform incentive coming up. This Yeti down here is an option for that. We want to transform into Yeti.
What sound does a Yeti make?
Well, let's see. Gwoon, Gwoon, of course.
I knew that.
I think last I looked, Yeti was in second place, so it's in the running. Down here is going to be the continent that we spent Chapter 4 on, so we're going to pick up the return point for Hayville, which was the port town we left from. And then we're going to head west to Ektemto, the mining town. There's also a shrine that we kind of passed there, which I mentioned earlier, a House of Prophecy, which is just kind of a lore dump place for Chapter 4. That's where Nara got her first glimpse of that prophecy of there being 8 lights surrounding you. They're faint now, but they'll one day grow, and that's how she identified the hero. Let's see. Should have enough to get me here. Let me use another fairy water. I'm keeping track of where I use my fairy waters to try to avoid the message popping up that says your fairy water wore off, because it just costs like a second each time that message pops up. It's not a big deal, but you use like 10 fairy waters in this run, so it saves you 10 seconds. Why not, sort that out? Save the time every time.
So Countess is on what we call the World Tour here, where we sail around, we gather all these return points.
Yeah.
We're also picking up a lot of small medals here, and that's going to help us get a really nice piece of equipment, as well as some staffs that we'll be able to use in some boss fights, and that we'll sell for some really good money coming up later.
Yeah, this is the first appearance of the small medals, the tiny medals from the Dragon Quest series. They work a little differently in this game than they do a lot of other games in the series. they function more like a currency that you collect, a second currency. In addition to gold, you have these small metals that you collect and bring to the Metal King's palace, and you can trade metals to buy certain items. And each item has a different price, the number of metals that you need in order to get it. But the metals kind of trade out. You don't reach a certain threshold and get a prize, and then reach a certain threshold and get a prize. It's more like you can just choose what you want to buy with the metals or save them up for something more valuable.
Glad the premonition about our one step into Santeem Castle did not come true.
Yep, that's good.
We had to take one step into Santeem to get the return point there. And there's a pretty low encounter rate, but there are some really dangerous monsters in there. So there's an extremely low chance you can get into a bad encounter there. And it's not a fun place to wipe out. So we're glad that we didn't see that today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and a lot of time people are like running around this whole segment with just one character out because it makes your menuing a little faster if you have Bray or Mara leading to cast return from the very top of your spell list, and also saves a little time every time you get out in and out of the boat, only having one person. But I just haven't done that today just for a little safety on that specific step.
Yep.
Yeah. Even though all of my years running this game, I don't think I've seen the one-step encounter there ever, but I'm still like a little nervous every single time I go, and I'm like, maybe I should switch my entire party out.
Yeah, I'll get it, and then I won't get it for 6 months, and then I'll be like, it's fine, it doesn't happen anymore.
Just long enough to lure you into a false sense of security. The classic Dragon Warrior 4.
So we hit one story trigger here. We talked to that orange guy upstairs. He told us about Panin. So the whole idea with Stancia Castle here is the king is trying to cheer people up in his kingdom, and so he wants people to come and tell him, funny jokes or whatever will cheer him up. So that guy is speculating that one time he saw a really funny guy named Panin. Wonder where he is now.
Yeah, the king is specifically saying that whoever makes him laugh gets the Zenithian helmet, which is their royal heirloom. So we're very interested in that because we want to collect all the Zenithian equipment for later. Yeah, we're going to need to get Panin for that. So Panin's going to be down in Monbaraba, where Mara was performing at the start of Chapter 4. He's working in the same theater here. So I'm going to pick him up. And yeah, he'll also be useful in battle. He's another guest party member that we're going to let him stick around for a while. We could turn him in for the helmet right away, but instead we're going to keep him around because he's got some pretty good equipment on him. He's pretty durable, and he's got the Sword of Lethargy, which we'll talk about more later, but it has a chance to put enemies to sleep even if they're bosses. So it's good to keep him around.
Yeah, if you get the helmet, then Panin leaves the party as soon as you head onto the overworld. But if we just don't get the helmet, Panin will stick around for a while.
Yeah, and he's actually really helpful, or at least sometimes he is. And
he can be helpful,
He can be helpful if he decides to. So we do want to actually keep him around for quite a while.
Yeah. So right now I'm going to do something to set up for one of our incentives. If it gets met later, we'll need this for the Rosa incentive. So I'm going to sail over to the town of Izmit, which was the second town in Chapter 1, back where all the children were getting abducted. Its role in Chapter 5 is that everybody who stays at the inn there is experiencing this strange dream, and you hear a couple people talk about it guiding you here. And so we're going to go there, and if the incentive is met, we'll come back later and experience the dream. But first I'm going to stop off in Frenor here just to show something else special since we're on a pretty good pace. Because I think a lot of people who've played this game aren't aware that... I'll stay at the end here because it may need to be daytime. But it turned out at the end of Chapter 4, when Orin sacrificed himself to help the sisters escape, that he actually survived and he is hanging out here. And if you've got one of the sisters with you, he'll give you a little bit of a lore dump here that says, oh hey, it's me, Orin. Balzac is under the protection of Necrosaro. They're using the secret evolution to become stronger, and you should stop him. It's what your father would have wanted. I don't think this is a return point, so I'm going to walk out of here. That girl there is taking care of him. But yeah, apparently somehow he got here from all the way across the world, and he's still wounded and recovering, but he's doing all right. So...
yeah, this is another good time if there are any other updates that you have for us, Lisa.
Yep.
Thank you so much. I have a few donations to read here. We have $24 from Keishura. 24? Question mark?
24.
I have $23 $24 from Refunis? Donation for Rosa so that we can see how much of a villain Necrosaro is with how icky he talks to her.
Oh, very nice. Thank you, Rifusine.
Thank you, Rifusine.
Rifunise. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you so much.
thank you. And then I have $24 from Anonymous. So please keep these $24 or more or less donations coming in.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Awesome.
Like I said, I promise $24.
So we have
After
3
my
so
run.
far.
So, yep, now we're going to be able to drop off the seed that we got earlier to get the root we need to help Christo.
Yep, so we've already gotten the party members from Chapter 4 and Chapter 3, and this is going to allow us to heal Christo, who is sick right now, and bring the Chapter 2 party in.
Yep. So we give them the seed, it grows instantly, and then gives us the root from the plant. And we will go back to the town of Mintos, which has the giant inn in it. And they're hanging out on the second floor of the inn here. Hector's actually going to leave our party shortly to try running the inn here. Because, he was running an inn by himself in that desert when we met him. And when we stop here, he meets the guy who owns this place and wants to learn some stuff about running a business from him. So that's going to be the end of Hector's story.
Yeah, it's kind of a fun thing in Dragon Quest that people who run inns have their own kind of storylines and are major characters. You see that a lot in Dragon Quest 9 as well.
Yeah. So yeah, we heal Christo here and we get to talking with Alina, and it finds out that, she finds out that we're the legendary hero and we're off to fight Necrosaro as well. So it's exactly what Alina was doing, so she's going to join us as well.
Yeah, party merger here.
Yep. They go off and get in the wagon, and then this guy immediately gives us a tip about where Ragnar is. Turns out he once stayed at this inn, and he's going to a country called Kelion in the far west. So that tells us that he's actually in Kelion Castle, and we will catch up with him shortly. But first, we've got one more thing we need, because you may remember Kelion Castle is boarded up with magic doors. So we need a way inside the castle, and we're going to do that by, which you'd think Orin would have told us about this, but I don't think he did, but there is a magic key in the bottom of the cave that we found Orin in, and we're going to go pick it up. So yeah, we got to walk through this cave again. It's scarier monsters than before. We're going to try to throw out some of the characters that we're not as concerned about and try to soak up some hits if we fail to run. And if there's anything else to read out, this is another good time till we get to the bottom of this dungeon.
Thanks so much. I wanted to give a shout out to High Spirits for that wonderful introduction. I know it's been a bit since we transferred over, but I just wanted to give him a shout out for all his great work that he's done for the community, and I wish he could have been here this year.
Yeah, absolutely. We miss you, High Spirits, and thanks again for doing such a great job hosting already.
Yeah, being a part of this.
RPG Limit Break 2024 proudly supports the National Alliance on Mental Illness. To get involved against the fight against the negative stigmas around mental illness, please reach out to NAMI via their state-level organizations, on Facebook, where they can be found as NAMI, N-A-M-I, or on Instagram and Twitter at NAMI Communicate. Remember, it's not a weakness to need help. Please reach out if you feel like you need it.
Yeah, I'm really proud that to be a part of RPG Limit Break and how they raise money for NAMI. It's a cause that means a lot to me. So I want to thank everyone for their generosity donating up to this point, but we want to see even more. Let's get that number go up, and let's get these incentives met for this run.
Yeah, we have the final day of the marathon. We have this run, which still has quite a bit to go. We've got some really great runs to finish off the day.
Yeah.
So yeah, as much more money as we can raise for NAMI, the better we're all gonna feel about this event. It's already been an amazing success, and just really excited for a strong finish here today on Saturday. These guys have the beat spell. Fortunately, it went on Mara, which is actually kind of fine.
Yeah. Alright, Talun's turn to fight the Flamers, like Teener mentioned earlier. We'll see how it goes.
There is one.
These are the same flamer enemies from that boss fight we did in the lighthouse, so that's an indicator of how much of a step up these encounters are, except for the Demonites. Those guys are fine.
Yeah.
They're very much a joke enemy in the Dragon Quest series, where they've got a lot of very high powerful spells, but they don't have any magic at all. So you'll see the screen flash and it'll say Demonite casts Explodet, and your heart will stop for a second, and then it says, but he doesn't have an EMP.
We will run into some more dangerous ones later on when we enter the Colossus.
Yeah.
And those ones are actually able to cast some of their spells.
Moreover, Talune survived?
Apparently, where Nara and Mara failed with their 50 HP each. Level 1 Talune makes it to the end.
Yep.
Here is our magic key. All right.
So as much as we love Talune, Cowness is probably going to go out of his way to kill Talune here, because we're about to fight a pretty strong boss who's going to give us a lot of experience, and we don't want to lose a couple minutes to Talune leveling up.
Yeah. Another notable thing about that cave I just went through is that I did have access to the wagon the entire time I was in there. So, where am I going right now? Mentos. So I was able to pull people in and out. Any of the caves like that have 2 tiles on the overworld map, generally you can bring your wagon in with you. So that's roughly half of the caves in this game, which is nice because the people in the wagon get experience as well, so they don't fall behind.
Yeah, there's a lot more strategy you can do with switching characters around, choosing which characters you want to heal from, keeping your healers safe by leaving them in the wagon, and all kinds of things like that. So any dungeon where we have the wagon is generally a lot easier to get through.
Yeah, we just get a lot more options when the wagon is available to us. Yeah. And sometimes we can even just utilize kind of what you saw there in the Magic Key Cave, where we put maybe some weaker party members out front while we're just trying to run from everything, and then if they get hit pretty hard, that's not really a big deal. Other people jump in, we get another chance to run.
Yeah.
And it actually helps us just go faster.
So back to Endor.
Yeah, we got one more thing to pick up here before we do some shopping. That guard there will actually throw you out if he sees you. This guard doesn't get paid enough to care. But we're going up here to the king's bedroom. Nobody's stopping us from doing this. That lady stops you from getting in here during the day, but I guess during the night she's tired. Is the king going to block the door? No, okay. So, what's going on in Endor in Chapter 5 is the wedding that we were organizing kind of in Chapter 3 between the Princess of Endor and the King of Stancia, or the Prince of Bon Malmo. So, they're getting married now, and it goes on for the entire chapter. Anytime you go to the Colosseum, the wedding's going on in there. And at night, they're sleeping in the king's bedroom, and he's just kind of walking around the walk-in closet and chuckling to himself. And
Yep, they cleaned up all the linguar blood. Now it's just a nice wedding ceremony.
Okay,
I'm going to take one more quick break while we get set up for this.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Now we got the Metal King Shrine over here, which I'm going to stop off in, and hopefully he will tell me that I have 9 medals and can redeem them for whatever I want. He gives me 4 options in this game. It's the first game that has had small medals. They become a very big recurring thing later in the series, but right now, this being the introduction, there's only 36 of them in the game. We only picked up 9 of them. Sometimes in a run, you might pick up 4 more later for a Hat of Happiness, but we're not going to be doing that today. Just getting the Sword of Miracles because it's the 3rd most powerful sword in the game and the best weapon that Christo can equip other than the Metal Babel sword. I think he can use that. And we're going to get 3 Stabs of Punishment here, which mainly we're picking up the Cell, but Christo or Alina could use them in battle. I'm not giving one to Christo because he's at the sword. But now it's time to do some shopping. Yeah, Alina and Hero could use them against the next 2 bosses for a little extra damage if they want. This is the wrong place, but I'll commit to it. It's only a little off. I was supposed to go to Conenburg, which is just a little bit to the north.
Yeah, it's not too bad from here. It's actually pretty similar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's probably like 10 extra steps. It's going to make me use a ferry water right before I get to town, but that's fine. Okay. Because with my fairy water routing, I think there's only like 6 extra steps that you have leeway on here before the Keleon boss fight, so it's probably going to wear off like right now when I get off the boat.
There it is.
That's fine.
At least you saw it coming.
In Taloon's bag.
Yep. And Bray still has like 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're so good on fairy water. Actually, and because experience, the hero has gotten so much experience, she actually already knows repel as well. So.
Yeah, that's true. So we're stopping here at this one-stop shop that this guy runs. We got a bunch of stuff we're going to sell here and a bunch of stuff we're going to buy here. So I'm going to sell this Staff of Punishment and sell Hero's Weapon. Broadsword. I actually didn't kill off Taloon yet, did I? I guess I need to figure that out.
I was going to remind you before the boss fight, if nothing else. Yeah.
Yeah, because if he survives the boss fight, he'll get like 10 or 11 levels, and that's going to take quite a while to sit through.
Yeah, nobody wants Taloon to not be at level 1.
Yeah. So we're getting the Sword of Lethargy for the hero, which I mentioned before. When you attack and deal damage to anything, there's a 1/3 chance that you're going to deal, or that put them to sleep. And bosses are not immune to it, even if they're immune to the sleep spell. So it's kind of a bug in the game, but it's really cool what it does for the balance of the game. It still ends up being like very, boss fights that you need to strategize in order to beat. Iron Apron here. Let's see how much more money I have. I don't know if I can afford mini helmets or not. Apron will give me 1.
I think you'll probably be able to after that pink leotard.
I sold the pink leotard.
Oh.
Unless there's something else I missed. No. We're going to buy the Sacred Robe for Christo. That's going to give him a spell resistance. Basically reduce the damage he takes from spells by 1/3. I'll just give Christo this.
Nice, looking good.
And our equipment should be set up for now. I'll probably go outside and get rid of Taloon. Equip Hero, equip Christo with his sword and his robe. Oops, and the helmet.
You can pass one of those iron shields from Taloon over to...
Oh, yeah. Oops, I can appraise it too.
Oh, must be a shield.
He's alive. He's actually appraising it.
It seems I can be equipped with this. Thanks, Taloon.
He's already equipped with it. Seems I can equip it. That's really funny.
All right.
You can't avoid the Taloon memes, just no matter how hard you try.
You know, that actually legitimately happens all the time because normally transfer is the second option, but for Taloon, appraise is the second choice. And
I used another fairy water.
Yeah, it's going to be a minute.
We're going to figure this out somewhere else.
You could just go to the swamp.
No, that's true. We're going to attempt out and kill him there.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I was going to save and reset, but this works too. And I don't risk losing Panin or somebody else this way.
It's been a while since we've walked around in the swamp. I think it's time to visit the old stomping ground.
And bonk. Oh, shit. Just wiped.
You didn't have very much gold.
And it revived.
Let's do it one more time. One more time. Yeah,
Okay.
so Panin's not one of the chosen ones.
How about Alina Taloon?
Just one more Taloon meme. Just one more.
All right, so that brings my unintentional wipe counter up to 5. So I'll be donating for that. Thank you for the idea.
It was a good idea. We just forgot one small detail.
One other piece to it.
All right. Am I still saving this town, or do I gotta go somewhere else? Later, the priest won't do anything, but I think right now he still works. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so now we're actually going to make some progress on the plot, which we haven't done in quite a while, but we're going to head to Keleon Castle because we were told Ragnar was there. Going to assemble our team here. And in BDD, Christo Alina. Should put Alina behind. Oh yeah, with him only having 44 HP.
Hey, who's that guy?
Who is this? The traveler named Healy.
Oh, Healy became human.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Turned out he was right. Traveling with a human, he did turn into a human somehow. There's not more explanation than that, but I'm happy for him.
Yeah. I think that... Did Ragnar also turn into a heel slime? No, he's still human, too.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, if he couldn't equip this full plate we're about to get, then he wouldn't be nearly as useful. So, yeah, Ragnar just destroys those guys, and if you've got the hero in the party, he says, oh, hey, you're the hero, I'm gonna team up with you. But charge in here. We can't have a party of 5 people, sadly, so these guards charge in to distract Ragnar while we fight King Kilian. And he is nerfed a bit from Chapter 4. He has Fireball instead of Fire Bane, and he does not fully regenerate every single turn like he did in the previous chapter. So, it's going to be hopefully a little easier. He's got this Freezing Wind attack, which in remakes they actually buffed his Freezing Wind. It does like 30 to 40 and makes him much more of a damage increase.
Yeah. Nice.
So,
Way to go,
Good job,
Cannon.
Pannon.
Cannon's got him to sleep. That's good. Christo's low on health, but he's got the Sword of Miracles, so when he hits something, he's going to recover a quarter of the damage that he deals, so I'm not worried about him right now.
All right, we'll back up.
Yeah.
Big
okay.
hit on Alina.
Oh, we can still get through this. Probably going to want to start using the Staff of Punishment for a little extra damage, since he does have that regeneration, and Pannon does not attack every turn. We talked about the AI earlier. The guest characters actually do not follow the AI at all, so you will see Pannon cast spells even though I'm on Use No MP, which is really obnoxious in times. But yeah, he's hitting pretty consistently, so that's very good.
It's been pretty good other than Alina going down, but
Yeah. Looks like we'll probably get a win here. Alina missing a little experience is not that big of a deal.
Pannon is doing amazing work here in this fight.
Oh,
Yeah.
let's keep it up for the next fight,
Yep.
please.
Well, he decided to goof off a little bit there, and that's fine. He is the Jester class, so, you know, we can forgive him for a little bit of shenanigans.
Now, shout-outs to Grimora.
All right, Sword of Lethargy
big
is
fan of the
talking like
goofs.
every single
Yeah.
time.
All right, good.
All right. Great, boss.
So yeah, Kilian drops a full plate armor just kind of to catch Ragnar up in equipment, because that's much stronger than anything you could have gotten in Chapter 1. So that, combined with the Sword of Malice that you're expected to have, makes him a good party member right out the gate, and he'll be even better because we're going to pass him the Sword of Miracles that Christo has.
Yep.
And yeah, this is where I'm going to hand it over to Anatoleu. I continue the level ups.
All right.
So
Yeah.
and this
Pretty
is,
exciting moment to take this over. or-
This is pretty, funnily enough, one of our biggest breaks we get when you're speedrunning this alone is the level ups after Kilian, especially if Alina survives.
Yep.
Yeah, I usually find something. I wedge my controller underneath my keyboard to hold the A button down, and I can get up and take a break.
Yeah, it's kind of nice because it's a little more than halfway through the run, but it's pretty conveniently placed as well. This one and the next boss fight that we'll see just a few minutes after Short Dungeon, which is the Balzac number 2 fight, which also has a really long level sequence at the end of it. But yeah, this would be, as long as this is, it would be about twice as long if Tulun were still alive, so. At least we took care of that. Alright, he's defeated. Yeah, so the thought that Necrosaro destroyed the hero, that's what we saw at the beginning of Chapter 5, but in fact we are alive. And we are able to finally have Ragnar, our final party member, join us.
We've fully assembled all 8 of the Chosen Ones together.
Yep.
Alright, so let's get back to our home base of Soretta. Now that Ragnar's here, we're going to kit him out with some nice stuff. So we got that full plate armor drop that Kilian just barely dropped. He 100% drops that item, and it's really, really nice because it's always an armor upgrade for Ragnar. Sword of Miracles, and did Tulun have another Iron Shield? Yeah, he did. All right. So let's use an in. Get everyone healed up here, and I'm actually going to revive everyone in the party because
Oh, you don't have any money.
I'm not using the item shop here.
Oh, yeah, no.
Let's go to Endor. There's an item shop in that town, but the clerk likes to not stand in front of the counter, and you can't do anything but wait for him to come back. So.
Yeah, there's 3 squares that the shopkeeper can stand, and you can only speak with them and use the shop on 1 of the 3 tiles. It's quite inconvenient.
It's not a great shop. So.
I stood there waiting for a long time once, and then I was like, I don't think I'm ever coming back here ever again.
Yeah. So we've got kind of all of this small random equipment that we've had left over from earlier. So I'm just gonna sell some of this stuff. Let's see, just to make sure we've got enough to revive everybody, because we did get some extra experience early. Let me sell Feather Hat here. It's worth a nice chunk of money. And we'll get rid of that leather dress as well. That'll be plenty. I have some other kind of higher value items here that I could sell right now, but I'd rather just keep those for my main shopping segment coming up pretty soon here. Okay, now I can use the inn. And while I'm getting everyone revived up here and heading off to the next dungeon, Lisa, if you have anything that you'd like to chime in with.
Oh, do I? I have a couple donations here to read. I have $50 from Questacular, High Spirits, DQ Boys, Lisa Rocks. What a bunch of big deals.
Excellent.
Thank you so
much, Quiz.
I have $25 from Minlika or MND Lika. Had to donate in one of my favorite games. Awesome event. Thank you for all the runners and staff. Metal slimes are cuties.
Yeah, thanks so much.
So in terms of Meet Rosa, we're getting a little closer. We now have $803 out of the 2,000 we need
not
to
bad.
meet. Yeah, getting there. We do encourage to donate in denominations of 24, but that's just my preference. Also, we have, for Power Up the Zenithian Sword, we have $288 out of $750. So,
All right, not bad.
yeah, we still have time to get those donations in.
Yeah, the next one coming up is going to be to meet Rosa, and that one needs to be met before the controller gets passed back to me. So you've got about an hour, I would guess, maybe a little bit more than that, but don't wait around, because there's also another incentive that needs to be, that I would really like to have met for that Z-Sword power-up.
Yep.
Great, well, I could cast a repel spell, but we have so many fairy waters left over. I'm gonna let's just do that instead. So the next thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to get the Zenithian armor. So this is the first piece of the legendary Zenithian equipment, and this is honestly probably the best one out of all of them. It gives Hero a huge defense boost as well as resistances to almost everything. So it's going to be massively helpful, but the game is definitely not sure about us going in here and doing this quite yet, so that's why I revived everybody to maximize our chances of getting through here. And this is another one of those places in the run where you're not surprised if you have to take a few attempts at this.
Yeah.
So we put Taloon in the front and we say, level 1 Taloon, make us proud.
Yeah, we have the wagon, and this is not a long dungeon, but just about all of the monsters in here, with the exception of maybe the Fury Face, are
70 damage.
pretty rough. Yeah.
All right, good attempt, Taloon. We'll actually use him now to Coffin Block Panin. That actually might be able to buy us an extra turn in one of these upcoming fights.
Right.
Yep, Snowdrives are one of the scarier monsters in here. They'll cast the Blizzard spell, which, as you can see, just does massive damage to the party. And, well, there you go. So not the most ideal start here. Physical attacks in these guys are no big deal at all. So that's what we would prefer to see from them. That was okay. So that's not too bad. Let's heal up everybody. I'll just heal up the hero, actually. The only one who survived and took some damage. Still have one more expendable person here. Let's bring in Nara. And just for fun, let's do it like this. We get one special little Easter egg by having a party composition that looks like that in the next battle. Oh, no. Panin, it doesn't work. Let me take Panin out.
No, that is just Panin.
Oh, that's not going to work. 1 second. How does reorder menuing work? Here we go. Nara. There we go. Nope, don't step off the boat. It's not safe. There we go. Ah, there it is.
There we go.
Yep, so it's just a little bit more of that Chapter 4 battle music, which is... Why does Chapter 4 get its own unique battle music? I don't know. It's great, though.
I kind of wonder if they intended for every chapter to have its own battle music, but just didn't get there or something.
They only got around to one theme and like, who does this fit most? I think Marinara.
Yeah, definitely Mara. Okay, well, Taloon wasn't particularly effective, and neither was Mara, but Nara's doing great here, so taking us all the way
Okay.
through. All right, at this point, we have to get off the boat, so we are going to bring the full party in. We leave Bray safely in the wagon. He's got the outside spell. I really would like, if no one else, well, we need at least one other person to survive, but we could lose a few others, and we might hear. Okay, good.
Okay, good.
We do not like Dragon Riders.
Nope. Great.
Okay, got the Zenithian armor. Wonderful. I'm feeling greedy. I'm going to grab the small metal from this chest as well. Okay, that went very well, actually.
And there's some weird cases in this game where you can cast spells or use items from people who are in the wagon, even if the wagon's not with you. It happens all the time in towns, but sometimes, like in that cave, just for no real reason, you have access to Bray's spells there, so we take advantage of that.
Just turn this in first.
And he's just grabbing an extra staff of punishment here because they sell for like 3,600 gold.
Yeah, this is going to allow us to get some better armor for the rest of the chapter, so I'll just throw that over here for a minute. And now there's room on Hero to actually hold the Zenithian armor, so we'll put that over here and equip it immediately. Don't want to forget. Okay, and now it's time for us to go fight Balzac right after we take one last trip to our favorite place. Because at this point, there's nothing left that Nara can really do for us.
Hey Nara, remember this place?
Oh boy, here we go again. Yep. This swamp is getting crowded.
Yeah.
It's multiple Taloons.
Yep. There's a couple Taloons in here.
Building a bridge across it, filling it in like we do in DQ1.
That's right. All right. Thank you, Nara. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, so for here from the rest of the run, it should be the case that Taloon, Mara, and Nara will stay in their ghostly forms until the very, very end of the game after the final boss, when everyone gets automatically revived. And that, of course, as we've been talking about, means that they're not earning experience, which is perfect. We do not want them to be earning experience. Panon needs to come back, though.
Yeah.
We're going to benefit from having Panon on the team for this next boss.
Yep, we definitely want Pan in here. I'll have to reorder for the next boss fight. That's not a big deal, though, so we'll just save. And we wouldn't currently have the repel glitch if we were to reload this save, but fortunately Panon's going to be with us in the next boss fight, so it's nothing that we have to worry about right now. So let's go over to Santeem Castle. We took that one step in here earlier that was kind of dangerous. Alright, so we got Panon, Hero, Ragnar Lena. And that's because Balzac has taken over Santeem Castle, and so it's full of his monsters here. So this is a lot like the Kilian fight that Countess just did, except Balzac is just more powerful. He's got way more HP, he's got much stronger attacks. But similarly, what we really want is for Panon and Hero to hit with their swords and put him to sleep.
Yes, nice. Panon has been not goofing off.
Yeah, he's doing great. And then
Doing
as long
his
as
job.
he's asleep, I'll be using that Staff of Punishment to do a little bit extra damage.
He's just celebrating his successful little dance.
Alright, still asleep. Very nice. Alright, big hits from the staff here too. It's doing really well. Alina's going to pitch in as well. Nice. Alright, let's go here.
I think this was touched on earlier, but at every turn that you or a monster are asleep, there's an increasing chance for you to wake up. So when Balzac had been asleep for 2 or 3 turns, he's decided to attack just in anticipation that Balzac might go first and wake up, and then Hero can hit him to put him immediately back to sleep.
Yep. Hero ended up outspeeding him, and with Balzac, it's like Hero often goes first, but it's not a sure thing by any means.
Yeah.
This has been pretty good. That's a physical on Hero followed by Snowstorm. The Zenithian armor completely saved me there. If we hadn't had it, we'd be dead right now.
Yeah.
But we still need to finish this off. We're close. Oh, didn't put him to sleep. Okay, it was enough.
Good.
Nice. That's great.
Just in time.
All right, good Balzac fight. That was wonderful.
Yeah, even though Anatol did really well in the beginning of that fight, it doesn't take long for that guy to smush the whole team. So it's another important thing that we mentioned earlier on in chapter 4 with the Balzac fight, but In Chapter 5, most of the bosses are actually regenerating part of their missing health in between each turn. It's not something that the game tells you, and if you didn't know that, I'm not sure how you would actually
You'd have no idea.
know that information, but it's something we as speedrunners know, of course, and it's something where, for many bosses like this, staying on the offense is really important. Anytime we have to slow down and heal and stuff like that, sometimes we have to, sure, but when it takes away from our damage, it really slows down our ability to defeat enemies, and for a fight like that, we want to get through it quickly.
Yeah, that's sometimes you really hit a wall when you get to Balzac, honestly, because you really have to have him fall asleep for a significant amount of the fight, or else you're not going to beat him.
And because of that recovery, losing even one of your damage dealers is a pretty big blow to your output and your ability to actually win the fight. So,
Yep. So even though Alina didn't get experience from the Kilian fight, she got a lot of experience from Balzac here. So she's almost caught up to where we'd like her to be. And we're not really going to notice much difference with what she's doing in the next fight, because in the next fight, she doesn't do much anyway. All right, Bray is in the wagon, but he's learning all of these spells. He's getting a bunch of experience. He gets experience from Kilian and Balzac as well, just because of those kind of like, the wagon is semi-available here. But that's actually really great because we count on him getting that experience.
gasp.
Meanwhile, we have Mina the cat talking to Slime Friend up there on the roof.
Two of our choices for the animal transformation bid war.
Yeah.
All right, I'm about to have to walk across some damage tiles, so I do need to heal up before we move on anywhere. We also still have some monsters out here, so need to be kind of careful. All right, so now that he's down, we're going to come down here and raid the Sand Team treasure. There is one very important item here that we need in order to progress the story, and there's another one that I will use if we do meet the incentive to hear Rosa's request and see more of that Chapter 5 lore. So it would be great to see some more donations going toward that incentive so that we can show that off. Here we go back to Soretta.
We haven't talked about this too much, but to give a kind of an idea of how slow it is to do anything in these NES menus, that other treasure chest was a strength seed that we just don't care about. That's just not worth like the 30 seconds it'd take to pick it up, move it to the person who you want it on, use it, potentially have to move things out of Alina's inventory before you can move it there, like, and then it might just roll a 1.
Right. Yep, you go through all that and then it just rolls a 1. So we have a pretty weird party composition here. It's Alina, the ghost of Taloon, then Ragnar, and then Panin. That seems a little odd, but it's because what we're going to do in this next section is a little strange.
Yeah, with the Magma Staff now, our next destination will be the castle town of Gardenburg. We will see in just a second what the Magma Staff is for.
Alright, let's use one last fairy water here.
This is another spot where Repel is very useful. The monsters around here can be quite powerful. Those hills tiles have a high encounter rate, and you definitely don't want to run out of Repel before you get there.
No, you don't. Yeah, so it's really nice to have the Repel glitch. It makes this just kind of a nice, comfy walk.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so Krista uses the Magnum Staff. This is an amazing cutscene. It's great.
Nice.
Really nice. So it's great.
Advanced NES graphics.
They really made that epic. Alright, so here in the castle town of Gardenburg, this is kind of like an all-female kingdom. And we are going to make our first impression here by going into this hidden room in the basement and taking their treasure, which is the Fire Claw. This is a really powerful weapon for Alina, but I'm not going to use it. We're just going to sell it for money because it's also worth a lot of money. I'm also going to talk to this cat because we haven't talked to a cat yet in this run, and that feels a little wrong. There we go. Alright, so I do need to shop at this item shop. I missed her. Okay, well.
This is another one of these wandering shopkeepers. At least she has 2 out of 4 tiles instead of 1 out of 3.
It's a little better than Soretta, but okay, great.
Classic.
Excuse me, hello. Could walk to the left. There we go. Okay, I was about to use the inn again. All right, so yeah, we're about to get everyone some nice equipment upgrades here, so we are going to sell a whole bunch of our valuable items now. Including that Iron Claw we worked so hard for in Chapter 2. We're also going to sell some things from Ragnar. His full plate armor that he's had on for one battle. We're all done with that.
Well, it was free.
Yeah, and then the Sword of Malice. Never sell the Sword of Miracles, sell the Sword of Malice. Don't get them mixed up. And we'll also sell this extra Staff of Punishment. This gold is looking pretty nice here. I think we actually still have one more on the hero as well, so we can really kind of max out, which is nice. Alrighty. So while we're here, we're going to pick up a Cloak of Evasion for Alina. She's going to keep this as her main armor for the whole rest of the run. It's got pretty okay defense, but its really kind of special thing is it has a very high dodge rate. And so when she gets targeted by regular physical attacks, she has a really good chance to dodge them once she has that equipped. Alright, and then we meet this guy who frames us for this robbery. We didn't actually steal the golden amulet. Or the bronze amulet. We took the fire claw out of the basement.
Yeah.
That's fine. So falsely accused, we get thrown into prison here for about the time it takes to walk in 4 circles. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4 circles. Okay, good.
Only one bonk.
One bonk. Yeah, could have used more bonks, but it's fine.
A little quiz here.
Yeah, do I admit I stole it? No. Do I still insist I didn't steal it? Yes. It's tricky. It's tricky. She's a tricky one. All right, so they put Taloon in jail. He's going to be the hostage. So the main reason for our party order is that they take the second slot and they'll put them in jail there. It's kind of a throwback to Dragon Quest III where the merchant gets thrown into prison. We have a little bit more shopping to do here, so let's go over to Roosevelt. And it takes longer for this guy to get here than it took for us to get put out of prison. That was 5 circles instead of 4. Let's buy some stiletto earrings for Alina. Come down here to the armor shop. I'm going to pick up some dragon mail for Ragnar. That's a really nice piece of armor that has some really good resistances as well. Can get Iron Mask for Ragnar as well, which is a really great piece of equipment. And I actually have enough. We have some extra armor still I haven't sold, so I'm going to upgrade Hero up to a Iron Mask as well. Alright, let's get everyone equipped. Starter Earrings, Cloak of Evasion. Ragnar gets that Dragon Mail and Iron Mask, and Christo gets that Magma Staff. And I just bought an Iron Mask for Hero, so don't forget about that. Okay, and if I'm quick enough, we can catch him here. And do our save. Alright, well, we're about as prepared as we could possibly be to go chase after the real thief, Bakor. No other names that guy has, just Bakor.
In Japanese, it's Bakulta. But
Bakulta, that's fine.
yeah, that's an acceptable name as well.
We're fine with Bakulta, yeah. I'm going to use one of these. Okay, let's head down. Alright, so Panon has been helpful, but at this point, he's not really the kind of character we want to have in the main party for fights anymore, so let's put together what a real main party is for really the rest of the run. Hero, Ragnar, Alina, and Christo here.
Yeah, this is also a cave where we don't get to bring our wagon in here, so if we had Panon, then somebody would be missing out on the experience from this boss, and he gives quite a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So this is pretty dangerous dungeon. It's kind of an interesting one. It's obviously really big. It's a big maze, as you can see. You definitely spend time getting lost in here if you don't know the route. But fortunately, the encounter rate is really low. So, as you can see, we've gotten pretty far without any encounters, and this is actually not too weird for here. One thing that's tough, though, is that when you do get encounters, a lot of them are really tough. So, the longer we go without getting one, happy we are. Purple Mario 920 earlier mentioned that he'd love to hear some full music loops. There's one.
Nice.
Very nice. So we love to see that. While we're continuing this walk down, Lisa, if you have anything you'd like to say, this is a great time.
Thank you so much. We have a few donations that I can read right now. We have $50 from Juness123. No comment, but everything is great at your Juness.
Every day's great at your Juness.
Awesome. Okay. Every day is great at your Juness. And we have $30 from Theodra. Less than 3 is the comment there. $24 from R. Babalu. No comment, but thank you so much for your donation.
Thank you for your $24.
24.
All right, Bel'Eth is one of the worst enemies to see down here. They'll cast that Firebane spell, which does quite a bit of damage. Doing a little bit reduced damage to Christo in the back, which is a really sensitive party member. That's thanks to that Sacred Robe that TheCowness bought for him earlier. Okay, that's fine. Definitely not the worst encounter we could see down here by any means, so...
Yeah, the remakes of this game add some better equipment options for giving you like more resistances, but the Sacred Robe is kind of the best Christo can get here, where it gives 1/3 resistance to spells, but it does not give any resistance to breath attacks. And there's a bug in this game too, where if you're wearing armor, then shield won't provide any resistances at all, so you can't even be given like a shield to try to upgrade him.
Yep. Alright, we're actually almost all the way through here, and have only had one fight we couldn't run from, so this has been pretty good.
Are we getting another? No.
Oh, so close.
I jinxed it.
Ooh, this is one of the worst ones. Okay, good.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to see that fight.
Especially this close to the end, yeah.
Yeah, they've got a Blizzard Breath that does up to 60 damage, and they can get critical hits, so like if 2 of them breathe ice on you, then Christo's probably dead, if not the whole team.
Alright, so we find him sleeping in his room underground here. Huh? You won't catch me. Alright, I'm gonna head him off here. Darn.
Darn.
Alright, so first important thing here is to move to offensive so that Christo will cast Stop Spell. Do we have any herbs left over? No, that's fine. We'll just heal more on Christo for turn 1 here. Bakor always casts Snowstorm on his first action, and I really want to keep Christo safe as much as possible, especially for the early part of this fight. So I knew that was going to happen. Bakor's really fast. He almost always goes first to Stop Spell Mist. We do not like that. We're going to stay on offensive here, and I'm going to try to preclude bad things from happening. I have a lot of options here. I could try to heal somebody proactively, or I could try to...
Ooh.
Put him to sleep, put him to sleep.
This is going to take a minute.
Yeah, this is what we don't want to see, but...
So... we have a couple options
It's all
here.
you, Alina.
So we can either reset, because this is going to take a minute, unless Alina crits every turn, in which case it's fine. I don't have any Staffs of Punishment. Christo does have a Magma Staff, but he's not going to want to use it very much. Yeah, we're just gonna reset this.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Stop Spell has a very high chance of hitting, and you have 2 chances to hit it, so missing it both times. His scripted actions are increase on the 3rd turn, and you can see how much defense power he gained from it, and we just can't really hurt him.
Yep. He has it's only a 1 in 6 chance for Stop Spell to fail there, and it failed twice in a row, so a 1 in 36 for what we just experienced there. It very, very rarely happens like that. And yeah, you can kind of try to power through it. It's probably going to be faster to reset and walk through here again than to try to sit through the rest of that fight.
Yeah, Bakor has about 1,000 hit points, and even though he doesn't regenerate any HP per turn, it 12 damage a turn from Ragnar. That's going to take a long time.
It's going to take a very long time. Yeah, so let's just get right back down there. Christo's going to just do a little bit better this next time around. Ooh, ambushed here. These Tyrannosaurs are going to... and the Mantums are doing their group Raging Blaze action, which you actually don't see too often. Okay, so this is going to be a reset because we're going to lose Alina here. Almost certainly, yeah.
Yep.
I think those Tyrannosaurs focus fire on one party member, and they picked Alina. So. At least we weren't too far in, not a big deal. Let's get back there. So yeah, this is another one of those pretty normal spots to run into some trouble, and you don't actually usually run into trouble with Bakor himself. It's more like the cave that's actually usually a little bit more dangerous.
The hard part, yeah.
Yeah, the only thing that really happens with Bakor is what just happened with him resisting those stop spells. So, pretty unlikely. We won't see it twice. So yeah, we got a nice long walk again through the cave. So Lisa, if you have anything you'd like to chime in with, now's a great time.
Sure, we can talk about prizes. Excuse me. Now, every donation that you donate throughout the Limit Break Marathon can go towards entering winning one of these awesome prizes. We have the Buster Sword replica, and that was provided by RPG Limit Break staff. It is open until the end of the Final Fantasy IV run, which is our finale today. You need to donate a minimum of $250 cumulative, so you don't have to do just one donation of $250 if you've been donating throughout the week. If that adds up to $250 or more, you're eligible to win that prize. We have the Whale Lord plush. Minimum is $75, provided by Heroic Spirit Gamer. That is also open until the end of Final Fantasy IV. There is a Dragon Warrior 4 NES cartridge and custom Necrosaro shell. The minimum for that is $50, and that is provided by TheCowness, and that is open until the end of this run, Dragon Warrior 4. Another prize, RPG history book, minimum $10 donation, provided by Bitmap Books. This will be open until the end of this run, Dragon Warrior 4. Dragon Quest Mimic Plush is a minimum donation of $10, provided by Team Murdoch. That will be open until the end of Dragon Warrior 4. And finally, we have the Trails of Cold Steel 4 Frontline Collector's Edition, minimum donation of $25, provided by Schlottentime, and this will be open until the end of Dragon Warrior 4. So get your donations in. For our incentives, Meet Rosa, we have $857 out of $2,000, so please keep coming in with those donations to meet that incentive. Powering up the Zendinian Sword, and we have $288 out of $750. So there's still time to get those donations in to meet these incentives.
Yeah, don't wait too long, though, because Anatoleu's going to just blaze through his part of the game, and that's going to be the kind of the cutoff. Once we do Esterk, then we kind of can't view all of the scenes that we wanted to do, so that's how much time you've got, and get those donations in and make yourself eligible for those awesome prizes.
All right, Bakor's spells are contained. He cannot cast Increase on himself anymore. Switch over to defensive so Christo can just kind of take healing duty and casting Increase. All right, upper on the hero. Hero is extremely well defended now. Don't need to worry about her anymore. Bakor's building power. This is going to trigger Christo to cast the Increase spell because he sees the big hit coming.
Oh, good.
Even better. Anyway, so yeah, we're pretty safe from here. So what we're really looking for are just us to nice crit Ragnar. All right, to keep a Bakor asleep as much as possible, just because it's faster more than anything. And then for Alina, especially to get critical hits. So I bought a weapon for Alina in Rosaville, which is called the Golden Beret, or not Golden Beret, the stiletto earrings. Golden Beret is a hat that Alina could be wearing right now, but she's not. The stiletto earrings are kind of like a falcon sword sort of weapon, so they give her 2 attacks per turn. It's pretty low attack power, but fortunately with Alina having that special high critical hit rate of her level divided by 256 every time she attacks, what we really see from that are more and more critical hits from Alina because she has more opportunities to attack. So you can see she doesn't do much damage at all with her regular attacks here, but if she gets 2 or 3 critical hits, that's going to make up for it. And she'll keep that through the whole rest of the game, so that every time we're fighting these bosses or random monsters in different places, or metal babbles in a little while here, ideally she can get a critical hit in. making pretty nice progress through Bakor here. As he gets really toward the lower end of his HP range, we'll start to see Christo using that Magma Staff. He doesn't do that until Bakor's down to kind of like his bottom, 100-ish HP. So it's always a good sign when that comes out. You know you're almost done. Okay. Probably one more round here. Nice. All right, much better. That's more according to plan than the first one. Yeah, him resisting that has only happened to me twice before ever. Really rare. All good. So Bakor drops an agility seed. Since Hero's in the front of the party and grabbed it, we'll just use it really quick, and then we'll move on. I think that's the last stat seed we use in the whole run, so can be a little bit helpful. We do want Hero to try to go earlier in turns rather than later. It's generally a good thing. A little bit of agility can be good, especially if we get a nice roll on this. Yeah, Lena getting a little bit of extra levels here as well because of catching up from that Kilian fight.
Yep. Just kind of a quick comment on the prizes Lisa was talking about, that Necrosaur cartridge. We're actually playing on that cartridge right now, so whoever wins that will get to keep this save file from the run here, as well as a couple other files I left on it. The one we practiced on last night, and then the one I mentioned earlier where I had the Christo with the HP that's so low that 10,000 trials in a Lewis script didn't find a Christo that bad.
Yep.
Yeah, it's always a fun thing when I get carts from other sources that there's usually some save files still on it, and you get to play around with other people's save files.
Yeah, I always like exploring the save files when I pick up a game.
They feel like it's tradition to...
Nice, 3 points.
I bought a Dragon Warrior 3 Game Boy Color cartridge recently, and it was really disappointing. It was 3 save files that were all like, the whole party was dead. They'd sold all the armor to try to revive them, and they just ran out of money, gave up, and sold the game, I guess. And so I had to take it upon myself to beat the game so that it was a little more cheerful and positive.
I want the cart to have had a good experience.
Yeah.
Probably weren't very many monster medals saved up on it, huh?
No.
Yeah.
No, they were at Romilly. They didn't get very far.
All right, so we've found the thief, we've beaten Bakor, and the queen very generously gives us this final key, which is great. Now we can open all the doors in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And she's also like, by the way, we also have the Zenithian shield if you want that. So that sounds
all
great.
Right.
We'll take it. She's also like, you can use that key to let Taloon out of jail if you want. He'll be fine.
He'll figure it out.
Yeah, he'll make his way out.
The breadcrumb that leads you here is like you're kind of expected just to want to check in on the locations from the earlier chapters. So you go to Berlin just to see what's changed since chapter 1, and it turns out that they used to have the Zenithian shield, but then they gave it to Gardenburg a few years ago. So you have to figure out where Gardenburg is, and then you find out it's blocked by that mountain, and you need to find the Magma Staff to get here. Now this junk hero is accumulated over the run. We're clearing that out so that we can give her some important things.
Yep, every once in a while you just got to do some inventory hygiene.
Yep.
All right, so really nice shield upgrade for the hero. We're just going to equip that immediately. And so right now, one thing that happened because we fought Panon and didn't have a guest in the party is we've actually lost our repel glitch. And we're going to have to walk through some pretty nasty overworld sections here. So I'm going to restore that before we move on by bringing Panon into the party here. And the way to get it is either complete a fight, as we mentioned earlier, by not running away, by doing something else. Or the other thing we can do is actually just save and then reload the save with the guest in the party. And that tends to be a little bit more consistent. So we're just going to do that here. Always wait for the jingle to finish.
Wait.
Okay.
I reset too soon one time and had to redo the Bakor cave, and then proceeded to die like 4 times going down it.
Yep.
It's like, why didn't I just save the game?
All right, so a little while ago, Countess picked up this return point of Riverton, and all he did there was grab a small medal, but now we've got more business here. Let's bring in back our main party. Hero, Ragnar, Alina, Christo. I'm also going to cast the Repel spell so we can take advantage of that glitch I just activated. And yeah, this is the closest point to the Colossus. So yeah, the middle of Chapter 5 is just kind of one pretty rough dungeon straight to the next. Colossus is pretty fun. There are a couple things that we're worried about in here. The big one is the Blizzag monster, not the Rhino Band. He's fine. So when we see Blizzags, and we almost certainly will, they're pretty scary because half of their actions they take are instant death spells. Yeah, 2 out of 6 of what they do are single target beat, and then one of their 6 actions is the defeat spell that goes across my whole party and has a chance to just kill every single person. So we really don't like to see those guys. If we do, we hope we can successfully run. Okay, no physicals on Christo, please.
This dungeon's kind of cool, and like Dragon Warrior 4 is really where the Dragon Quest level design started to get interesting. Like there's a lot of towers in this game that are pretty unique, like this Colossus we're climbing around. It's just a giant statue that we're gonna find some controls up top that let us walk across this river here. I mean, Chapter 1, we had the lock tower that we use the flying shoes to get into that you explore from the top down. There's some others like the World Tree. There's Esterk's Cave you have to go through the mine to get to. The final cave ends in a tower. So, like, it's really cool what they did with a lot of the dungeons in this game compared to Dragon Warriors 1 through 3.
Yeah, they're not just kind of like cruel or full of like tricky, holes in the ground or things like that you see in some of the earlier ones. They're just kind of interesting and fun. They're all kind of unique.
Shoutouts to Dragon Warrior 2.
Yep.
Even the tree, the World Tree, is kind of a more unique design compared to some of the other places too. It feels like you're inside of a tree.
Yeah.
Whereas in most other games, the World Tree is just, I don't know, you spot, you search, you get a leaf, and that's kind of all it is.
Yep. So we've taken a fair amount of damage being kind of early in here. I also had some of my MP stolen by those Bevan bars earlier, which is, it's not a great dungeon for that.
No.
So
this is a pretty stressful dungeon sometimes, depending on what happens, and resources can run pretty dry before we get through.
Yeah, that was a great walk, though. We just went through like a third of the dungeon with no encounters there, so that helped. That helped a lot.
Yeah, that does not usually happen in this dungeon.
No, that's very rare in here. Yeah, you can see the hero with that Zenithian armor and the Zenithian shield is taking very little damage from even these guys who have a really high physical attack rate. Oh, here's the Blizzags.
Yeah.
Okay, Freezing Wind is the thing you want them to do, so we're always happy to see that.
Yeah, even though it takes a little longer to resolve because it has to hit 4 people, the other actions that those things can do are a lot worse.
So much worse.
Yeah. You don't want to see the screen flash purple.
Like, ever.
No. Yeah, purple is bad.
Christo gets the screen to flash purple a few times and it's okay.
Yeah.
But if a monster's making it do that, no, bad.
Yeah,
Very bad.
These are more the monsters we want to see in here. Podecasaurs really like to cast the Heal Us spell. Fury Faces have some breath status effects, but it's really not a huge deal, especially if you have all your party members alive. Alright, so we picked up the Demon Hammer. The Demon Hammer is one of the most important pieces of equipment in the entire speedrun. Kind of like the Sword of Lethargy, we're going to use that to great effect, even though it might not be how it is necessarily intended.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the main goal, the main reason we're in the Colossus right now. We would like to make it all the way through here, but if we don't make it through, having the hammer is good enough for now. We can come back later at higher levels.
Yeah, that's why we don't want to see defeat.
We didn't really like Alina and Ragnar anyway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, how quickly things can turn around in the Colossus.
The good news is we kept our characters who can heal.
Yeah.
And the other good news is we're most of the way through the dungeon, but the bad news is we're not all the way through.
Let's see here. So Hero's max HP is 111. We can afford to add a little bit of safety here. So healing is not really the issue anymore. It's more around just let's not get another bad encounter that wipes out my 2 remaining party members.
Yeah, at this point we're close enough to the end that we should focus on staying alive.
Yeah. Okay. It was fine.
Yeah,
That was actually pretty good.
All things considered, yes.
Sit on this lever and
Pet the Christo?
okay, yeah, pet Christo. All right, I'm going to be making my way to the Dire Palace, which is where the monsters are. This is kind of like Necrosaro's kind of home base, sort of.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to sneak in there and grab a piece of equipment out of the back. So, Lisa, if you have anything you wanted to say, now's a great time.
Thank you so much. I do have some donations to read. I have $25 from Grimora. Needs more goof-offs. I mean, Talons. $150 from Stepped Pyramids. Ooh. If we don't meet Rosa, then Cecil will be very disappointed. Wait, which game is this again?
It all works together. It's fine.
It's all the same. $50 from No Waves. Been loving the runs all week, and so happy to see how much has been raised for Nami. Donating to the name Rena and Star Ocean, one of my favorite games of all time.
Oh, I'm also a big fan of that game, so I'm looking forward to that run later on today.
$75 from J. Bruin TR. There has never been and never will be a better Sid cosplayer than Elvin Sorrow. This is for you, buddy.
Nice.
For our Meet Rosa donation incentive, we are up to $1,182 out of the $2,000 needed to meet it, and we are running out of time to get those donations in.
Yep, we're over the halfway mark, but let's keep it coming. Keep your generous donations towards Nami coming, and
yeah, we've come a long way on that incentive, which is awesome. We will want to meet it before the end of the Metal Babble grind, which is coming up next. So yeah, if you've been thinking about donating, now's a really, really great time. We would love to meet that incentive. It's one of the really big ones for us in the marathon, especially in the Dragon Warrior 4 run. So yeah, we'd love to see some donations come in while we slam some Metal Babbles here in just a little while.
If we're lucky and we can kill these things quickly, this part is not going to take very long. I definitely want to encourage everyone out there to donate and take us over $66,000, get that incentive met, and so we can show that part of the game.
Yeah.
That's just a reminder. Once I get control and have to go fight Esther, then we're kind of beyond the point where we can see some of these scenes. So, and that is going to be really disappointing. So we've come a long way. We're almost there. I really want to see it taken over the top. So.
Yep. All right, so Panon he's done good for us. I'm just gonna go put that on right now, and we finally allow him to talk to the king. He actually doesn't say anything funny, but it's fine. And we get the Zenithian helmet for the hero. Panon says, "My task is over. Thanks for everything. Thanks for all the dancing, Panon." Let's put our normal party back together here, and I'm gonna get ready for the Metal Babble grind. So we're gonna switch some equipment around. I'm going to take away Christo's Magma Staff. Can't be trusted with it.
Nope.
We're going to give our Sword of Lethargy to Ragnar, and give that Sword of Miracles to Christo. Alright, let's see what this Demon Hammer has going on. I think it has really good attack power. Oh wow, 117, that seems really good.
Oh,
shoot. How bad can a curse be, right? All right, so yeah, we knew the Demon Hammer was cursed. The curse of the Demon Hammer is actually kind of helpful for us here because it allows us to exploit what the Demon Hammer does, which 2/3 of the time it's just gonna miss completely, but 1/3 of the time it's gonna do a critical hit. So that doesn't sound great normally, but it sounds really good if you're gonna go fight some Metal Babbles.
Yep.
All right, I actually need some money before I revive. How's this guy feeling? Is he in front of his desk? Yeah, go catch him. Okay. All right, let's see here. We've got some half-plate armor. Can sell that.
Yep. That should be enough to revive Alina and Ragnar.
Yep, so you don't always have to revive here, but, when Blizzard casts defeat, a lot of the time you have to revive here.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty unusual for me to go all the way through the Colossus without having someone die. And in fact, long-time viewers of my stream will be like, oh, it's usually Alina with about 20 hit points left by herself who walks through 1/3 of the dungeon and still somehow manages to make it.
Yep.
So this was a little better than that, at least, yeah. But It's scary to lose 2 people in one action.
Imagine having healers alive, being able to heal yourself in that dungeon.
All right, we'll do a little safety save here as well. The very beginning of this grind is the most dangerous, scariest part of the whole thing. So sometimes the situation happens where it just makes more sense to reset early on in the grind than to continue on.
Yeah.
So yeah, now that we've got the final key and the demon hammer, we are ready to go down here to the Royal Crypt. We do need a key item out of the bottom of the Royal Crypt here, which is the Staff of Transform. We're going to use that later on to transform into an animal or monster in Dire Palace so that we can eavesdrop on what the monsters are up to.
Okay, we're going to head a little deeper and start our Metal Babble hunt.
Yep, so ideally we're just going to get down to the bottom of this place as quickly as possible. We can encounter Metal Babbles higher up on these higher levels, but it's a lot less likely. So we want to get down to the bottom floor where that encounter rate with Babbles is the highest.
Yep. We're going to start seeing after we kill some why it's so much better to grind down here with more XP. But for now, just know that it's actually quite dangerous. The monsters here are pretty potent, and we're not that durable. Hero has great armor, but the rest of the team, especially Christo, is quite vulnerable, and we've got to watch out for those dragonets because of the scorching gas attack.
Yeah, there's a couple monsters that can really do some major damage to us right now, so I'm going to try to play it fairly safe between encounters so that when we get the right encounter show up, we'll be ready for it. We won't have to play too defensively. Alright, and I bought this Aeolus shield here with me. So this is what I got out of the back of Dire Palace there, and this has the ability to balance some of the monsters out of the battle, just like that. So we know which monsters here in the grind are vulnerable to that, and that can help us clean up some of these monsters.
Makes this fun. Whee! Sound effect when you eject monsters from the battlefield. It works similarly to Expel, but it actually uses the beat/defeat resistance of monsters to check how successful it's going to be, not Expel. But the plus side is that it hits every single monster on screen, regardless of which formation they're in. So there's definitely situations like with lots of Bebin bars or the Humball Buzz, creative names here for the monsters in this part of the game. That we're using that can be much more efficient at removing the enemies.
Yep. So we are now at the bottom floor of the crypt, so this is where we expect to start seeing more and more Metal Babbles, so it'd be great to start encountering them now. Just Dragonets. So yeah, Dragonets are pretty tough. They go very fast. They have that tendency to use that scorching gas attack, which obviously does a ton of damage, especially to Christo and Alina, who have no resistance against it. But fortunately, they are 100% vulnerable to Expel. So as soon as Hero gets to take her action, they're going to be gone.
This is going to be scary, but it can't actually kill anyone. The maximum damage is 40, so 41 is one more than you need.
Yep. So this is why we do all that healing, because I know that fight can happen anytime.
Yeah.
And there could have been 4 of them, in which case there might not have been anything we could do.
Yeah, it's definitely stressful being here when you haven't killed any yet, which is why when I come down here and do this grind, I'm always really excited when there's one of the first few encounters has a Metal Babble in it, because it's like, oh, okay, good. This is going to give me a good chance to get some valuable XP and make it a little bit easier, take some of the pressure off. No such luck yet.
Yep, nothing yet. Just one Humbalba is not going to be too big a deal here.
Just giving everyone at home a little bit more time for that Meet Rosa incentive.
That's right.
Yep.
Yep, so we're going to be down here until we take out 9 Metal Babbles total. So here's the first one we have a shot at. I'll swing at it with the Demon Hammer.
Oh.
So every time we get a swing at it, we get a 1 in 3 chance to do a critical hit. Oh, that wasn't it.
Miss.
Nice, that helps.
Good crit, yeah.
That lets me a little bit more safely swing at the Babble again rather than having to be more defensive here.
Second chance.
Christo's in some danger now thanks to that fireball.
Oh, big Demon Hammer.
Babble's down. Christo's going to be okay. Nice, that's a great start. Let's get rid of this guy before anyone doesn't live through this fight to get the experience. Ragnar flings up the Sword of Lethargy. Thanks, Ragnar. Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Good.
All right,
that's one
10,000
down.
experience.
Excellent.
Always feels good to get the first one. Didn't take too long either, so that's nice.
That was the first one that showed up.
Yeah, that was the first one that showed up. Yeah.
Stayed for 2 turns and got crunched by the Demon Hammer.
Yep.
Yeah, the Demon Hammer is extremely powerful at doing this grind. I did some math and some other things on some probability analysis, and like even at a good level, Alina's got like, I don't know, 20% chance to kill one. It's still almost like, it's less than half of, at this level, it's less than half as likely for her to score a crit. I'm counting both attacks, right?
Yeah.
Since each one of her attacks is a chance of critting, but at this point her crit rate isn't even at 10% yet. Whereas BDD in the front, equipped the Demon Hammer, is going to kill one at with a rate of approximately 1 in 3 swings.
Yeah, which is really high, honestly, for any kind of metal fight. We've set ourselves pretty up, like as well as we possibly could, to be effective against Babbles here. So yeah, we've got the Demon Hammer on the hero. Alina has those Stiletto Earrings, so she's got 2 chances to crit them. And Ragnar has the Sword of Lethargy from the hero, so that if he hits one, he's got a chance to put it to sleep.
Yeah, Ragnar sleeping a metal bowel is much rarer, but it's not so uncommon that it's just like, no, well, it's not worth doing. It's definitely worth doing it, because I've definitely had grinds where we only get through because Ragnar's putting them to sleep for some reason.
Yeah, we can switch over to offensive here. Christo knows the Beat spell now, so any monsters that are vulnerable to that, if he's feeling like it, he can cast Beat.
Yeah, so that's the first like major thing that killing our first Metal Babble gets us is the Demon Hammer, or excuse me, Christo learns the Beat spell. And despite all of the memes, we are going to find actually some pretty good uses for Beat and Defeat. Yes, Christo might use it on some bosses and might embarrass himself a little bit, but he's also going to kill some things with it as well. So.
Yeah, one nice thing about the speedrun is we understand pretty well what Christo's thought process is around what he's trying to do. So we can encourage him to do the right thing sometimes, which you'll especially see on Necrosara when we fight the final boss. But also there are times when we say, yeah, Christo, go for it. And this grind has a lot of that in it, actually. Alright, so we went up there to use the heal tile. It's pretty conveniently located, very, very close to this floor where all the Babbles are. We could find them upstairs, it's just not as common. So we'll come down here while we're looking for more fights, and then just pop up there when we need to refresh our MP.
Yeah, we've also got this handy partition tile here that we can walk back and forth between. Countess mentioned in Chapter 1. The encounter rate is actually much higher as you're transitioning between those things. So even though it seems like it's taking a little bit longer to load part of the screen as we walk back and forth, with the encounter rate being higher, we actually get encounters faster by doing this. Oh, so a good beat.
It's good. We didn't get the Babble, but it was very efficient, and we get the Cloak of Evasion drop. All right, thanks. That's money.
Yeah, it's like not quite what we're looking for.
If we needed
but
some later, but it's, yeah. All right. So they're in 2 separate groups, which is a little unfortunate. If both the Babbles in the group I target run away, then we won't be able to swing at them.
Yeah, the hero won't retarget.
Nice.
Nice.
There's number 2. Demon Hammer's doing okay today so far. Okay, B's still here. That's the one I swung at. Nope, don't get it. Lena's still figuring it out. Ragnar's still flinging Sword of Lethargy. That's fine.
All right, killing one there is pretty solid. It would be nice to get a double, but let's not get too greedy here. Good kill, though.
Yeah. Yeah, so the AI, we kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier, that every turn of our party spending time with particular monsters, they're getting increased chances to learn the resistances of those monsters. So clearly at that point, Ragnar still didn't understand that the Metal Babbles weren't vulnerable to using the Sword of Lethargy on them, but he's going to learn anytime now.
Yeah.
He's going to be really close.
It's a pretty unique thing, and something that we'll see used potentially in the final boss fight. It's kind of a very hidden mechanic, but the party is progressively learning as turns elapse when they see monsters. and it's set for the party, not individual characters, but the whole party learns. Once the party learning as it is at its maximum, the characters in the party will know not to use status effects or spells that will not work. So for instance, right now, we're not smart enough, Ragnar, nice. Ragnar still thinks that the sleep might work on a metal babble, which it will never. But once our learning is sufficient, he'll be like, oh, no, it doesn't work, and he'll just attack instead.
Whew. All right, we are cruising through the babble grind. Lisa, any updates for us?
Thank you so much. I was about to see if you had a minute here. We have now hit the Meet Rosa incentive.
Wow,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
Go.
$800 from Vengeful Blade upon thee. Thank
Oh,
you
wow.
so much for your donation.
Thank you so much. That's amazing.
Yes.
We did it, Reddit. And Keishura, a donation of $15. I would like the runners to do their best impression of Popson when he runs into metal enemies, as I kept imagining this during the metal slime grind in DQ3.
Oh, boy.
We have $55 from Agatho Sophos. Thank you for your donation. $24 from James Bacard 007 with no comment. Thank you so much for your donation.
Wow, thank you so much for that massive donation. It's incredible we met that incentive. It's really exciting. It's great for RPG Limit Break and Nami and the three of us running Dragon Warrior 4 today. Just appreciate that so much. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Shout outs to my friend Popson from Japan. I sometimes will watch him play and he'll be Hagu, 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 oh, come on.
Yeah, this is a great time to shout out our friends in the Japanese community. Shout out to the Japanese Restream, who's restreaming this run right now, including our friend Crimson-san, who's doing commentary for the run for Japanese Restream today. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Oh,
Nice.
my Crimson impression. Let me move my microphone. Yes!
Oh.
Whoa.
All right.
That's a lot of
Okay.
spicy Kaishin no Ichigeki.
My apologies to the audio techs. Okay. It's a good thing we met that incentive because this is going really fast.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
cruising along.
So a minute ago, Diener was talking about like how the AI learns as it goes. It's actually a very sophisticated system sitting behind the AI of this chapter, and unfortunately, some parts of it are bugged and don't quite work as intended. But the intention was for your characters to make very complex decisions anytime their turn comes up. They'll like Christo will look at a group of enemies and say, "Okay, we're probably going to take this much physical damage because these are the enemies that we're looking at. This is our defense power. The front character is more likely to get hit, so I give more weight to his defense power than everybody else. And then, or should I heal? Like I can heal these characters, they're missing this much HP, or if I cast an instant death spell, what are the chances that I'm going to kill a target, and how much damage will that mitigate from one turn of enemy damage?" And like I said, it's a really cool system, but unfortunately a lot of it, just like the probabilities don't quite work right. So like when they're learning what the enemy resistances are, they don't learn anything until they hit the maximum level, and at that point they only learn immunities. They don't learn that this guy's 30% resistant, so I should, account for it only hitting at 30% of the time.
Yeah.
But that was actually the intention, and the later games refined the AI system a bit to where they're actually pretty powerful. And
Yeah, there's some situations, especially in speedrunning, where some of the games legitimately use the AI instead because it when we're playing, we have to make a decision about the character's action at the start of the turn. The AI will make a decision in the moment and respond to things. So it can actually, in some cases, play the game better than you can. Which is really cool. Or other instances where you know that the AI is going to take the most aggressive action, so you don't have to menu that, and it saves you some time. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's a change that they made for Dragon Quest XI, which really made DQ11 kind of like a little bit easier because you get to pick your actions when your turn comes up. It kind of blurs the line, like trying to figure out where a round of combat begins, but it does still work the same way, except that you pick the action when your character's turn is up.
At least in 3D mode. I seem to recall
Yeah.
it's back in 2D mode the other way, but I had a lot of fun with 2D mode.
Yeah, me too.
I played it at Dragon Quest XI a second time solely in 2D mode the whole time, and it was definitely a different experience.
Okay, 2 out of 3 stayed here, so we got a nice swing.
Good chance.
There it
Nice.
is. Number 6 already.
Kaishin no Ichigeki.
Nice. Kaishinuchigeki.
I don't think we mentioned it, but another really important thing that happened as we started getting further along in this Babel grind is that Christo learned the Vivify spell.
Yes.
Whoa, double up.
Unstoppable. BDD with the demon hammer.
Boom.
Okay. We only have 2 more to go, so I'm going to go grab that Staff of Transform before this is over too quickly.
Yeah, if you want to get a few extra for me, I wouldn't mind.
It might happen at this rate. Wow.
Yeah, so Christo learned the Vivify spell. Our friend High Spirits talked about Vivify. He said it wasn't very good, but unfortunately it's the best thing we get. Vivify it costs 12 MP. Christo has it. He can target a dead party member, and they will sometimes revive with half of their health. And sometimes it will take your 12 MP and do nothing.
Yeah.
And by sometimes, I mean half of the time.
Yeah.
It's 50-50. I don't care what you all tell me. If you think it's worse, it's not worse. If you think it's better, it's not better. It's 50-50, okay? It's what it is. But it's the only revival tool we have right now. Once the hero starts leveling up a little bit more... Oh, very good.
Very nice.
Expel first makes that very safe. I think it's 28 for our hero to learn Vivify.
And most Dragon Quest speedruns, you do not get the reliable revive spell, and in some of them, you don't even get Vivify, so death can be very punishing. It'll kick you back to a dungeon because, we can't just go to the item shop and buy a pile of Phoenix Downs. We might have a Leaf of the World tree in our pocket, but you only ever get one except in some special circumstances.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I'm thinking of some of the other Dragon Quest games I run. Dragon Quest 3, we never gain access to Vivify, the Super Famicom version, ever. Yeah. And then Dragon Quest 2, the Super Famicom version, or the Game Boy Color versions that I run, learning the Revive spell is quite literally the thing we need to win the game because of how powerful it is.
Yep, in Dragon Warrior 2 on NES, we never learn it. We have our one Leaf of the World tree, which is not convenient to get.
In the original Dragon Warrior 2, yeah, Revive is pretty awful.
Yep, and the one character who would learn it would be dying all the time anyway, so it's not even...
Yeah, and it only gives you 1 HP, and you can't use it in battle.
Use it in battle. It's
right.
Kind of strange how...
yeah, why does anyone run that game, right? Yeah. Alright, so yeah, we're walking over here to grab the Staff of Transform. You do it before the Babel grind is completely done, just in case you get lucky and run into some Babels on these floors where they're not quite as common.
Yep. We do still have a couple more metal Babels to grind through, but we will be doing the Staff of Transform sequence, and we've got a bid war going on for the animal transformation. Maybe we can get a quick update on that, Lisa.
Sure. For the animal transformation, we have Cat in the lead for $100.
Cat still winning.
All right.
Yeti, $50 in second place. Slime, $10. And Dog, Fox, Heel Slime, Horse, Mini Demon tied for fourth with $0.
All right. Cat still in the lead is an extremely respectable choice. I'm happy to... Oh, everyone cowers. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So these guys are vulnerable to the Aeolus Shield, but it's like kind of like not worth it because they don't do that much damage, and half the time you use the Aeolus Shield, but then you just cower anyway. So I just like to run from them.
Yeah, I never been a fan of fighting the Tyranno bats.
Now, this grind is one big section where there's a lot of runner preference for how you deal with each fight. Like lately, I've been running from nearly everything in here, and Anatoleu's obviously been fighting a lot more than that.
And then I generally tend to run from a lot of things early on and then fight things as I level up. So it can even, your strategies can even kind of adjust how based on your leveling up. Particularly, Alina gaining strength. The start of this grind, she barely does any damage to other enemies, but by the mid and end points of this grind, she's capable of killing enemies on her own in one turn, which is really helpful.
Yeah, at this point, she pretty much deletes somebody at the start of the turn.
Absolutely. Yeah, my personal strategy just kind of evolves through. So if I'd gotten this encounter early on the grind, I would just run from it. At this point, I'm going to take it because there's a pretty good chance we'll take them out before they both firebane me. Didn't happen this time, but happens a lot.
Yeah, we only got hit once.
Yeah. Where are you, Alina?
She already went.
Oh, she just didn't do anything.
Yeah, she didn't kill the first one.
It must have had max HP or something. She did like 79 and it lived.
It's like, hello, Alina. Yep. So yeah, Christo's got that Vivify spell though, so we're pretty safe. I'm just gonna make sure to keep Christo safe more than anything else.
Yep.
Yeah, this is not great. Those Hema swords aren't really vulnerable to anything. Can't expel them. They're not gonna get blown away by the Aeolus shield. They have quite a bit of HP, so we're just kind of better off running from them most of the time. All right.
Good.
Sticking around.
Both of them.
Okay.
Let's go, Demon Hammer.
All right, Selena's going to focus on those guys, which is normal. So are Christo and Ragnar.
Good.
Okay.
This is going to convince Ragnar to attack a
hits,
metal.
put one to sleep. Ragnar with the Sword of Lethargy.
That's not a guarantee that we kill this one.
Come on, guys. Let's
very
follow up
high
on it.
probability.
Let's follow up on it. Ragnar hits it again.
Ragnar's got it.
Okay, wakes up. Alina takes it out. Very nice.
That's teamwork right there.
We love to see that kind of teamwork. That's Babel number 8. We only have 1 to go. Number 8 gets Hero up to level 25, where she learns the Zap spell. That's going to be really important for the next boss that Diener is going to be taking over for. We're going to get one more fight after this to get Christo up to level 27. That's where he learns the Heal All spell. And Heal All is just such a huge upgrade from Heal More. It only costs 2 more MP, but instead of healing 70 HP on average, it's going to heal all the way up.
So this is one of the big changes I feel from some of the older strategies that were around years ago, where you would fight more metal babbles. But here we've learned some new strategies, particularly for the final boss rush stuff, that gives us a reasonable chance of getting through those final bosses with much lower experience levels. So we don't stay here as long as we normally do. There is a little bit of a range flexibility in terms of...
Ragnar.
Oh,
Ragnar gets another one. All right, guys, let's do it.
Yes, more teamwork.
All
Ragnar
right.
putting it up on a tee for BDD to smash.
Beautiful. That was a legendary level metal babble grind. That was amazing.
That was excellent. 2 doubles. Nice.
Yeah, the Demon Hammer did excellent work there, and then Ragnar got 2 of them to sleep. Alina didn't do bad. She just didn't even have that many opportunities to try.
Yep. There it is, Christo 27. He's going to learn Heal All. For most of the time for runs of this game with the strategies we are using now, that's kind of the minimum benchmark. I have done runs where I kill only 8 and I go in at Christo 26.5-ish. It starts to get really sketchy in the end game. Esterk himself isn't so bad, but okay.
All right, so we donated to meet the incentive to meet Rosa and hear her requests. So there's a few parts to that we're going to go through here tonight. So first thing is we're going to come back to Izmit. Countess got this return point for me earlier today, which was great. And yeah, like he said, everyone here in Izmit is having the same dream. So let's have the dream.
Nope, fallen into a deep sleep.
Ooh, dreaming.
I like this little dream effect there.
Everyone be quiet. We're in the library. All right. So we saw Sara there using the flute that we actually picked up in Santine to unveil a hidden staircase. And he says, Rosa, have you been a good girl? Sara, Rosa, I've decided to exterminate all of mankind. The world will soon see its end. So casual.
Just throwing that out there.
Until my ambition is fulfilled, you stay here. Wait.
Be right back.
Sorrow. Someone must stop sorrow, or the world will cease to exist. Please, someone listen to me.
I'm listening, Rosa.
All right, and we wake up refreshed. That's nice. Okay, so having just seen that, why don't we go see what that's all about? Head off to Rosaville here. we've been here before, but we didn't really do anything except shop with that old man. So let's see what else is happening in this town.
Yeti.
This guy says, an elf called Rosa used to live in this village. Her teardrops turned into rubies. Some humans began treating her badly in order to make her cry all the time. And let's also make sure to talk to the Yeti for maximum lore. If Sorrow hadn't rescued her, the humans would have devastated her. Okay. So we get to see the different sides of Sorrow here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a side of him that's obviously very mad at the humans, but also one that cares deeply for Rosa.
All right, so let's do what we saw in the dream here. Who's got that flute? Ragnar plays the flute. Stairs appear. All right, so we see a hidden path kind of climbs up the back of this tower. And before we can actually talk to Rosa, we have to get through this guy who is protecting her. I won't let you pass. You're finished. This is Sorrow Knight. I'm going to move over to use no MP because Sorrow Knight somehow got a hold of the Sphere of Silence from Chapter 4. I'm not sure how that happened. But he's going to use it on us next round, so we'll just stay on use no MP and it won't be a big issue for us.
Alina fighting this guy, armored guy in green, seems kind of familiar.
And just like the Sphere of Silence always works on Balzac in Chapter 4, it always works on Hero and Christo in this fight, so.
Yeah, and unique thing is anybody who doesn't have MP like Ragnar and Alina, they're technically immune to...
Chalanodon crit.
Technically immune to Stop Spell. Surprise. Hello, Chalanodon.
Get out of here. So fortunately, after doing that Babel grind, Sorrow Knight's not really much of a challenge for us. We just kind of get through him. And the nice thing about doing this, having this incentive be met, actually, is Bray is going to get this experience from this fight. So we're not going to have to get Bray any extra experience anywhere else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, normally, depending on your routing in Chapter 2, Bray either needs a little bit or substantially more experience, somewhere between 1,000 or 4,000 XP, depending on what your route is and how the Andorogue fight goes too. But with the additional experience earned here that goes to Bray, we don't need to worry about it.
All right, here is the moment. Let's meet Rosa. The world is about to be obliterated by the monsters. The ruler of the monsters is Sorrow. He renamed himself Necro Sorrow and intends to use the secret of evolution to become even more formidable. Please stop Sorrow. No, Necro Sorrow. I don't want him to continue on this evil path, even if it means ending his life. And she cries, the ruby teardrops, but they crumble silently away. Okay. We've heard her request. We talked to the slime here too. Oh, you're not here to hurt Rosa? Great. The Staff of Transform, if you use that, you'll be able to sneak into the monster's castle.
Oh.
Let's do that. And
good advice.
Yeah, that is pretty good advice. I think it's time for us to sneak into the monster castle, and in order for us to do that, we have to now confirm which animal or monster are we transforming into today. So, Lisa, if you could let us know how that bid war came out, it is time for us to decide.
All right. And it is Cat. Still in the lead for $100.
All right.
There we go.
All right. Time for some cats to crash Necrosara's party. So there are a lot of things we can transform into here, and there's no way to control it. So this could happen pretty quick. There's some heal slimes, or it could take a minute. Mini demons, yep. Here are some of the other options that were not selected, so we're not going to see them.
Town priest.
Fit in. We also have...
Oh, there we go.
Oh, it was really fast. All right. All right. I love the 4 cats, so we're just going to hang out here. No one's looking at us. We're blending right in. So smooth. Oh, man. I love the cats. They have a little collar, too. All right, so the ruler of evil has awakened. Sounds like that's some pretty serious business, and something is going down in Actempto. So before we go there real quick, we have to remove this curse. The Demon Hammer has served us pretty well, but it's probably time for us to go back to normal weapons. So let's go ahead and remove that abominable curse.
Mm-hmm. Is that 193 HP on the hero? That's not bad.
rearrange our equipment back to how it was before. So we'll give that magma staff back to Christo. Can give the Sword of Lethargy back to the hero and the Sword of Miracles back to Ragnar.
All right, just equip up for me and save the game.
Yep. It's going to save here, and after this, it's all Diener.
It's going to be my turn. All right. I'll be taking us from here to the end of the game. If you thought it was maybe a little unfair that I didn't get to do any fighting at all in my first section, don't worry, I get to fight all of the most dangerous and powerful enemies from here to the end of the game. So there's going to be a lot of exciting bosses, and frankly, this is part of the run that I'm really excited to showcase. There's a lot of diversity in these bosses, and some really tense kind of moments that really kind of get my adrenaline going sometimes. So
Step away for a minute.
yeah, absolutely. All right, so first up is Esturk, the ruler of evil. And Necrosara said humans dug out the mine here in Actemto, and they stumbled upon Esturk's palace. Esturk, the ruler of evil, some terrifying monster sealed underground a long time ago. And now there's kind of a scramble where both the monsters and our party are both trying to meet Esturk. The monsters, of course, I think want to recruit Esturk as part of their team and use him to threaten the world. But of course, our objective to defeat Esturk before he can fully awaken. So the first two floors of the Actemto mine were exactly the same as the ones from Chapter 4, including the weak monsters that we could run from. But starting from here, the monsters are going to get much more powerful, and I don't usually want to fight things too much, but these Dragon Riders are particularly powerful and dangerous enemies that I am actually going to take the time to stop and defeat. And that's because the Dragon Riders always take 2 actions per turn, and they act in a scripted pattern, and one of those actions is Scorching Gas on turn 1. I was talking earlier about how Christo has Vivify, and he can revive other people on my team, but no one else can. So I really want to make sure Christo is okay in this dungeon. Other characters can die like a whole bunch, and it's no big deal. But if Christo dies, I'm in a lot of trouble here, so we want to keep an eye on him, make sure he's safe and healthy as we progress down through this dungeon. Most things aren't too scary and too stressful, except for the aforementioned Dragon Riders, but as long as I go on the offensive against the Dragon Riders, it's usually okay. These things have about a 90% chance of poisoning you when they attack you or something like that. No, it's not that high, but it seems that high sometimes. At this point, poison is kind of irrelevant. It does 1 damage to anyone who's poisoned after 4 steps, and my max HP is such that it's going to take a long time before poison does like any appreciable amount of damage to me. And the time it takes to stop and cure poison is oftentimes not worth it. So please bear with us when the screen flashes red every 4 steps. There's another dungeon also too where that might happen also. If we're lucky, we won't see too much more of this. While I don't usually spend a lot of time curing poison, I do like to go ahead and cure it before the heal pad, just since the MP is fine. There's a shrine in here with a heal pad before we enter the palace proper, which is why I'm not usually concerned about resources like MP throughout this stretch. Esturk himself is not like this very long, difficult, challenging battle usually. It's
There's a lot of Scorching Gas with the...
no exact damage. That's a real bummer.
Yeah, just didn't get any luck there. The physical hit on Christo too.
Yeah, it's very rare that you die when you play the offensive strategies against the Dragon Riders, but So be it. Can I cast outside here, or do I have to go back?
You have to go back one
screen?
room.
Yep. I have to go back one more screen. I thought so. We'll see this a little bit later. It's actually kind of unique that Esterk's Palace here, you cannot cast outside. There's some magical force that prevents you from doing so. Probably because there's some story trigger stuff that they want to make sure you don't miss. That's usually why that happens in Dragon Quest games. Oh, I could have reset the game, couldn't I? We did save it before. Yeah. Oops. Oh well.
Yep, so that's the Dragon Riders are really the most dangerous monsters we go down, which is why instead of running from them, we're trying to fight them. But everything just lined up exactly wrong there.
Christo's in the back. He shouldn't be getting attacked too often by basic attacks, but the probability is not 0. All right, well, nothing to do but just try that again.
Great time to pass it to Lisa if there's anything to say.
Thank you so much. We have a $50 donation from No Waves. It's not like I forgot to assign my last donation to an incentive or anything. Of course not. That was totally on purpose so I could donate again. Yes, definitely that and nothing else. $100 from Doe Wolf. Kitties! Lesson 3, lesson 3, lesson 3, lesson 3. How much time do we have left for Power Up Zenthian Sword?
Technically, I guess we could do it all the way until right before I'm ready to fight the final boss, but the best chance to do it, the easiest time to do it will be in, 30 minutes or so.
Okay, so we have about 30 minutes to hit that incentive. Right now we're at $388 out of $750.
Okay, great.
I'd also like to briefly mention, the next run coming up, Fire Emblem Three Houses. We have some great incentives there, too. You can choose Blythe's gender. Right now, female is at $145, male is at $95. Or name Blythe. Thyblyth is in first at $79. Rydia at $25, and Marth at $15. So about 30 minutes to get those donations in to meet the incentive for the Power Up Zenthian Sword. So please donate.
I'm pretty sure that's who Martha is in Fire Emblem. Yeah. That makes sense.
All right, so those Dragon Riders, they didn't see me, so I can run away for free. I'm not going to bother fighting them if they didn't see me. Okay. All right, so we've almost gotten back to where we were. I think it'll be useful to just go ahead and talk about what'll happen in Esterk's Palace. So we're going to just run away from all the monsters in Esterk's Palace. I don't need too much, but let's go ahead and top off anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt.
Yep. Especially if I take damage here.
Yeah, so we're most of the way through this dungeon now, actually, at this point, and it's only a little bit shorter to go. Before we meet Esterk, there's going to be a little mini boss fight that Diener is going to have to go through, but it's going to be fairly trivial. Lena's going to knock one of the monsters out immediately. Another one, after just a couple rounds, is just going to be taken out too. But then after that, we do have to fight the evil one, Esterk, who is awakening after the humans dug too deep and unveiled his palace.
Okay.
Down here under the Actempto mine.
Yeah, Esterk is a very unique boss. For all the bosses that we've seen in Chapter 5, we've been leaning pretty heavily on the Sword of Lethargy and simply putting bosses to sleep, which you can tell is very, very powerful. But Esterk is unique in that Esterk starts the battle asleep, and when Esterk is asleep, he performs an AoE attack called Eerie Lights, and Eerie Lights does about 50 damage to all 4 of my characters in the party. It's actually kind of deadly, so this is actually a battle where I don't like Christo being poisoned, so I will get rid of that.
Yeah, it actually matters when you have that little max HP.
Spare you the flashing lights a little bit. So in this case, Esterk's the one boss. Actually, I don't want to hit him with the Sword of Lethargy and put him back to sleep. It's usually not a good thing. In some specific cases, like build power into fall asleep, you'll just die because it doubles the power of the Eerie Lights and you take 100 damage instead of 50. I don't have any area of effect like healing magic or anything like that, and we're not going to get anything like that unless we kill tons of King Metal slimes in the final dungeon for some reason. Oh, there's a poison.
Yeah, it's never long in this dungeon. These Wyverns poison a lot.
Yeah. Not a big deal, though.
Yeah, I don't know why they bothered putting multiple monsters at the end game that can poison you, because in most Dragon Quest games, poison doesn't do anything during battle or anything like that. It's not like you're losing a percentage of your HP, so it's just flat damage. It doesn't scale at all, and now you've got 300 max HP on Ragnar. It takes 1,200 steps for him to die.
Yeah, it's kind of funny about Dragon Warrior 4 in particular, too, because you actually don't see that as much with the other ones. You usually see poison is more front-loaded, where it's going to be a bigger deal. That's why, like, Babbles have poison, some of those early-game monsters. But yeah, Dragon Warrior 4 has several end-game monsters that can do it to you.
Yeah.
The green dragons and the wyverns in particular.
Yeah, it's more irritating than...
Yeah. Especially if you try to use Nara over Christo, because Nara does not learn Antidote, so you're just stuck with the poison if Christo's not on the team. So just one more reason.
Christo outturned Alina and attacked the Bengal. That was weird.
He's helping.
I guess? Okay, so yeah, this is the mini-boss fight we were talking about earlier. It's not really a big deal. We're just going to keep attacking, and the thing might fall asleep, and then we win.
Rhino King usually casts Bounce turn 1, which is why he didn't use Zap. That's kind of uncommon that he didn't do that, even on turn 2.
Alright, I'm going to top off my HP before I fight Esterk. Esterk, when he's awake, however, has a scripted pattern of actions that I can predict what maneuvers Esterk is going to do. He acts twice per turn.
Okay, didn't get the random encounter on the Esterk tile.
Alright, let's do it. Esterk is asleep. This is where we're going to use this Zap spell. We don't want to attack with the Sword of Lethargy. Oh, turn 1, wake up.
Attack Deep Breath next turn.
Yeah, this is attack plus Deep Breath, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I go ahead and use Zap again.
So only a 25% chance for him to wake up that quickly. It's pretty rare.
So this Deep Breath is going to double the damage of his next attack, which is pretty dangerous. I'm going to switch tactics now, but I think I'm just going to keep zapping him. Defending is okay, but at full HP, I should survive a hit.
Mostly just
increase before he attacks is actually really good.
Way to go, Christo. That's great. Yeah.
Good. Ragnar survives that now. We get hit by freezing waves, which removes the increase effect, but no, that was perfect. I'm going to leave defensive tactics. We're going to be on attack plus Blizzard.
Attack plus.
Yeah. If Christo goes, he should heal Ragnar. Good. We're in great shape. This is going very smoothly. This is another one of those fights where staying on the offensive, being aggressive, is going to be the key to getting through the fight quickly. And the longer the fight takes, the worse off it is. So if Alina could score me maybe one critical hit, Christo went down, but it's
fine.
Okay.
It's no big deal.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right. The ruler of evil is slain. But that is not the end of the game. It's usually about an hour and 10 minutes from here to the end of the game still, so. Okay, Christo died during that battle, which means he doesn't gain the experience from it, which is a little disappointing, but there's no like important spells or anything that he learns. Like I said, extremely high levels, so he'll get Heal Us, but...
Here's some more lore.
Yep. Necrosaru is very upset to find that that Esterk has already been defeated. He's like, wait, didn't I destroy the legendary hero? Oh, no, I must have messed up. You're the legendary hero. And now he's learned that humans have abducted Rosa, and now he's really upset. So he's going to go try and deal with that and just kind of leave us alone. Bonk. Okay, so we're going to backtrack a little bit. If you noticed, I passed by this skeleton that was blocking a treasure chest. Technically speaking, that's actually my goal, is to get that treasure chest. But the skeleton doesn't move out of the way until you defeat Esterk, so we need to do that. I'm also not going to bother healing or reviving anyone else in my party, just my hero, out one step. Because we saw earlier I'm not allowed to cast outside in this dungeon, so rather than walking and backtracking all the way out, we're going to do another Death Warp. It should be the last Death Warp that I need to do in the run, and I can't think of very many other situations where I'd want to Death Warp in the end game, but I'm starting to take a lot of damage here.
Triple there.
A full party wipeout here would actually be a horrible disaster, but I don't think I can actually fully die here.
Okay. That's as much as they can do.
Okay. And while it's not super helpful, I better heal Alina.
It's the right thing to do.
I better be a little safe here.
I've definitely died on this walk because I took it a little bit too risky, and yeah, it's painful to come all the way back down just to open the treasure chest.
Okay, there we go. Take my armor off. And I'm going to grab this, the gas canister. Good. And if I don't get too beat up in this encounter, I'm just going to run from this encounter. It's not bad, but you can see my hero taking a lot of damage, which is perfectly fine.
Yep. We're ready to go now.
If I die, then it's kind of a good thing. All right, so I just have Alina left. Let's see how helpful Mimi is here. Hello, Mimi. It's Mimi the Mimic. I'm going to just repeatedly run away.
Oh, that was perfect.
All right, thanks, Mimi.
Perfect.
Yeah, Alina doesn't resist defeats today. I just wanted to, if you didn't know, that's every time.
I hope we don't see any of that later. Okay, I'm going to revive Christo. Christo has Vivify and can revive everyone else, but no one can revive Christo right now, so we're still going to have to pay to revive him in a church and sit through the jingle. That's okay. Yeah, that's it. All right.
I hear that you can win a Mimic plush if you are donating to Limit Break right now.
Yeah. I want to equip. Don't forget to equip. Thanks, Mom. And then we're... whatever. Let's go to Riverton. I can use the hero's MP. It doesn't matter. Okay. So with the gas canister, we're going to come here to Riverton and give it to this NPC. Well, I'll show it to this NPC. It stays in our inventory, interestingly enough. I'm going to adjust a couple of things, actually. Staff of Transform can go away. Hey, Taloon, have a staff. Sphere of Silence. Hey, Taloon, have a sphere. Okay.
Look at all this cool stuff Taloon's getting.
I know. He's going to have so many exciting things to show off and sell in his store. All these exotic magic artifacts and weapons and stuff. Okay. We drop off the gas canister there, and he says to come back tomorrow, so we're going to stay in. And now it's tomorrow. It heals up Ragnar and replenishes Christo's MP as well, which is an added bonus. Okay. So now he's completed a flying balloon. We've got our airship. Yeah, now I do want to save my MP, so let's go back to Soretta. Okay. We need the balloon to go to 2 specific locations. The first one I'm going to... Oops. That is not what I wanted.
Get out of here, Ragnar.
I don't want Ragnar. I specifically want 3 people in my party. Because first we're going to go to the World Tree. There's 2 things I need to do in the World Tree. And the first is to recruit this guest character named Lucia. Lucia's pretty cool, and she's going to be really helpful in the end game. But she will not join our party unless there is room for her. So we can only bring 3 party members to this dungeon. I got a fight here. That's cute. Hero got up to over 200 HP. That's nice.
Yeah. Does anyone else have Jingle Bells stuck in their head right now?
Fans of the balloon theme, raise your hand. Oh, we got one. Maybe. Okay, so we've come to the World Tree. There's a couple of different strategies and approaches to handling the World Tree. I'm going to show you kind of a hybrid of 2 different strategies. First off, I've come here with Hero, Dead Alina, and Christo, which is, of course, causing a coffin block to happen with Christo. Basic attacks are only going to target my hero, and she has tremendously high defense and resistance thanks to the Zenithian gear, which I remembered to equip.
Yeah. Thanks, Mom.
The only truly dangerous fight that I feel like has really given me a lot of fits using this strategy is 4 times Red Cyclone, because they still hit very hard and have Infirmore spell. The other interesting thing about this dungeon, these leafy tiles, you saw me search and pick up a Leaf of the World Tree. Of course, Leaf of the World Tree can be used to as a consumable item to instantly revive a character back from death all the way up to full HP. And this dungeon, if you search any of these leaf tiles and you do not have a leaf of the world tree, then you get one. If you already have one, then it says, oh, it's like stuck and you can't pick it up. So it's a way of forcing that you to only have one at a time. But what it does mean is that I'm walking through this dungeon basically standing on top of a pile of unlimited free revivals, which is kind of unique and rare that we can be that kind of lax with death. We're progressing through the tree really quickly, actually.
Yeah.
So far.
Wonder if we have any updates on the Power Up the Zenithian Sword incentive. Is that still coming up fairly soon?
We are still needing to make that incentive. We have $388 out of $750. So please, if you want to see this incentive get met, please send in your donations.
Okay. All right, so now that we're near the top, I'm going to switch strategies a little. I'm going to go ahead and revive Alina, and I'm going to concentrate on fighting more of the enemies if they show up. If they don't show up, that's just as well, frankly. I've never seen the tree go this smoothly.
Yeah, that was a really low encounter rate. That was amazing.
Okay. I'm going to switch to offensive tactics and fight. Alina's really strong, and she can probably kill one by herself, maybe. No, not quite. But Christo will also like to use beat and defeat on green dragons and red cyclones. They're both very vulnerable to the defeat spell. I could have used the Aeolus shield there too, but I figured we would just beat them. Not too bad. We can get some extra experience by fighting monsters instead of just running away from everything. I'm being very careful here, walking on this part. I, again, should have used Aeolus, but forgot. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, we're thinking about the gap. We're minding the gap right now, not...
So yeah, if I step off the edge of these branches into the blue void, we fall all the way back down, and we leave the dungeon. I have to start the whole thing over. And as quickly as we've made it through here this time, it's not always this easy. So just going to take a couple of extra seconds, make sure we step in the correct direction here. Okay, so we can recruit Lucia, and she says there's also the Zenithian sword hidden somewhere in this tree. It's like a screen length off to the right, just behind her. So she didn't look very hard beyond this point, I think. And that's the other important thing we need, is the Zenithian sword. Yeah. We're not going to fight that.
And you literally can't get the sword without recruiting Lucia, because she's kind of like the Titan in the Titan's Tunnel, just perfectly on that intersection where you've got to remove her before
Should
you
have attacked the dragon, but beat. Nice.
Fine.
Good job, Christo. See? Beat, defeat, super awesome. Very useful.
Yep, we love beat and defeat.
I don't really need to fight this guy. Fighting one encounter with Lucia in the tree has an added benefit of reactivating our repel glitch. Lucia's level, of course, 200 plus, so we can just cast repel, and we're going to be safe from monsters on the overworld now. Okay, then we're going to return. Everything went there very smoothly.
Yeah.
So we're going to cast Repel and go to Conenbur. I'm going to change my party too. We want Ragnar, Alina, Christo. We definitely want Lucia out of the party for this next section. If you take her with you into the Sky Tower and reach Zenithia, she will leave your party when she gets to Zenithia. We are actually going to specifically avoid that because we want her beyond that point of the game. So we take the balloon. This is the other thing we need the balloon for, to get to this island of Gottside. It's kind of surrounded by those shoals, so you can't get here by... Oops. So you can't get here by boat. You can only get here with the balloon. On Gottside, we're going to go ahead and enter this shrine. There's a key item in here called the Baron's Horn. The Baron's Horn is going to be useful to summon my wagon right before the final boss fight with Necrosaro. And what we're going to see with the strategies that I use, the wagon is a critical piece of the team and part of my strategy. I need to be able to switch characters around. So we're going to use the Gottside return point to get back here. That's why I stepped into the town, so we could return here. And looking at my inventory, I'm going to move the gas canister now to Loon. Have a gas canister. And I also need to equip my Zenithian sword. So there's a check at the tops of the tower steps here at the entrance. If your hero is not equipped with all 4 pieces of Zenithian gear, you get this message and it pushes you back down the stairs and you can't get in here. Once we pass that checkpoint, I can re-equip my Sword of Lethargy. I don't need to do any fighting with the sword right now, but I just don't want to forget to equip this later. The Sword of Lethargy still extremely powerful through this endgame stretch.
Yep. Once we
Perhaps even more useful in some of these fights than ever before.
Once we power up that Zenithian sword, if we are able to do that, it will have a lot more attack power than the Sword of Lethargy, and it will have that added ability of debuffing, basically freezing waves effect on its target, which is really cool. But it's never going to put a monster to sleep, and Sword of Lethargy is just irreplaceable when it comes to that.
Yep, exactly. Yep. That's not to say like I wouldn't appreciate it if you all could meet that incentive and power up the Z-Sword for me, because in addition to having that as an option, which I don't need very often, but when I do, oh man, do I appreciate it. But also we earn some additional free bonus XP on my hero. So please, please, please make your generous contributions to Nami and power up the Zenithian sword. Okay. Progressing through pretty smoothly here. This Sky Tower is usually not a tremendously strenuous dungeon on resources, and I came here straight from the World Tree, which I normally do when I run this. It was especially good because I barely spent anything in the tree, honestly. Yep. So I've still got tons of MP, so we should be able to cruise through this tower. This is the last screen, but it's a very long walk to go all the way around here.
Yeah, Zenithian Tower is very deliberately made to be very confusing. There's a lot of non-intuitive turns and staircases and
dead ends and things. Yeah,
it's a very complicated map. So it's kind of designed for you to get lost in here, but fortunately we know our way through. We've been through here once or twice, including in other Dragon Quest games, where the layout is not identical but very similar.
Maybe slightly different.
Yeah.
Okay. It's too bad Ragnar died, but like I said, we're far enough in the dungeon. Vivify, first try. And I've got tons of MP, as I said earlier. I'm not concerned about having any trouble in here. So that staircase at the top of the screen going up is basically my ultimate destination here.
Now, the basic guideline for how to get through this tower is just always go up. There's only one staircase that you take down to get the right path through here.
All right, just a little further. A lot of enemies on screen now. It'll take a long time to resolve these run fails, but that's not a big deal.
Yep.
We're practically there, but just going to top Christo off and keep moving.
Okay. Good. Really nice couple of dungeons there. We're moving pretty fast through this last segment of the game.
Yeah.
All right. Going up. Once I get to Zenithia, I'm going to do something that looks a little strange. As soon as I enter Zenithia, I don't need to be here anymore.
This place looks nice.
Oops. I want to go back to Conanburg.
Oh, the place with the haunted room in the inn?
Yes.
Okay.
So, just checking some things here. Okay, cool. That looks good to me. So, I want to take the inn here in Conanburg, but that's also because I'm kind of double dipping here. There's also a very important item I need to get here in the second floor of Conanburg's inn. Using the final key, I can open this door and get this cursed weapon, the Sword of Decimation. Along with the Demon Hammer, the Sword of Decimation is another very useful cursed item, but we're not going to equip it. I think Ragnar is the only one who can equip it anyway, but we don't want to equip it. We want to use it as an item in battle because it casts the defense spell, but since it's an item, it technically doesn't cast the spell, which means it goes through effects like Fend Spell or Bounce, and that's going to be very important. Hey, Taloon, have a Z-Sword.
Oh, he's going to be so excited about that.
He's been looking for it.
Yeah.
I need to make room on my hero for this Dew of World Tree. This is Heal Us All as in item form, so I can use this as an item to heal everyone in my party back to full HP. Whoever's currently in my active party. We're going to save this for the final boss. If things go my way, I will not need it, but if I want it to use it, it's a great strategy, a great thing to have in your back pocket for that. All right, we're entering into this cave.
Welcome to the
zero-step
final
fight.
cave.
Yeah. They're waiting for me here. This dungeon is one of the longest and most dangerous parts of the game. This is like the worst possible
What a warm welcome. Yeah.
I'm like tempted to just leave and go back. Hey, Christo, can you vivify, please? Okay. All right. It's not that big of a deal yet. This part of the game, I've got to go through this long and difficult dungeon. The good news is I have the wagon, but the bad news is that it's long and dangerous, and it's going to drain a lot of my MP if I fail to run too many times, or specifically if characters die. Characters take a lot of damage. I can just heal them with Heal All. That's not a big deal. But if they die and I have to spend multiple attempts using Vivify, it will rapidly drain my MP, and I don't want that. There is a bit of a safety measure that you can do in the game, in your run, to help you not only in this part, but also in the final stretch. And that's to acquire an item called the Hat of Happiness. Hat of Happiness can be purchased for 4 tiny medals, 4 small medals.
Oh, wow.
This is not going well. And what the Hat of Happiness does is that it replenishes some MP per step on the wearer. So normally we would put it on Christo, and he'd be able to walk around here and recover some MP as we're going. And that can usually help make this part a lot more stable. But we were discussing this and planning the route a couple months ago, and I was kind of asking about the Hat of Happiness, and my 2 co-op runners here were like, well, you know, it's really only going to affect you, so it's up to you. And I was like, well, you know, I've never gotten a Hat of Happiness before. Why would I start now? So even though it's a good safety measure, I've decided to just go without it, just because it does require a little bit more conscious routing around getting some extra small medals and some other things like that. And
yeah, and what's nice is Vivify is hitting at 100%. So
yeah,
it's nothing to worry about.
Seriously, I'm pretty sure this spell works all of the time. No, wait, never mind. Can't even say that. Can't even finish that thought. Master Malice here is a little bit irritating. He's on a scripted set of actions, and his first action is always to use Explode It, which is going to drain 10 of my MP, but not kill me, so it's not too bad. How are we doing so far on my MP? 71 over 80. Not too bad yet.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, Master Malice is about as strong as all the bosses we have coming up. He's got like 1,000 HP, he regenerates, he's got in-game spells. Like
he uses, I think, upper and then fend spell. So
Yeah.
it's like super hard to deal with that. It's like, well, I can't use magic on him, and he's doubled his defense. Great. Super. What do I do?
It's basically a boss fight. Yeah. And then later on, when he shows up in Nekosara's palace with the 3 demi-ghouls, he is basically a boss fight.
Yeah.
Except you can run from him, and you should.
Okay. Okay, these guys are pretty harmless.
Yeah, the Belzabals are pretty cute.
Yeah.
Just assessing the situation, they're flustered. They might critical hit you for very
40
low
damage or something. Yeah, it's kind of silly. But they have the what spell is it called? It's the
Farewell.
one. Farewell. That's what it's called. I always forget what that one's called. I know it's not Sacrifice because that's the offensive one. Farewell, where they'll sacrifice their life to revive all the other monsters.
Yeah.
That's kind of what they're for. They're more of a support monster. So seeing a big group of the Belzabals is actually Beelzebel is actually really good. So they're not very harmful.
Yep.
All right, so this first room is really, really long, and if you look at the map and you've been paying attention, it's kind of like this spiraling inward kind of thing, and it's so you can imagine you're going deeper and deeper into the center of the earth towards the evil world. And that's kind of what we're doing in this dungeon. We're climbing down and down and down and down to reach the evil world at the center. Oh, summoning friends is good. It's not hitting me. I like that.
Yeah.
Selena's
So
HP.
yeah, we're about out of the spiral here, which is kind of like getting through the first third or so of the dungeon, maybe a little bit more.
Okay, still have more than half of my MP, so I'm feeling good.
Yeah, we're in good shape here.
It's not uncommon for me to finish this dungeon on fumes in terms of MP, completely out. And I've even had a lot of situations trying to go through here where I'm out of MP and I can't really heal or do much, and I still have like a third of the dungeon to go, and I'm like, oh boy.
Yeah, fortunately there are some things we can do if it comes down to it, like bring Lucia into the party and have her heal us during fights. You don't necessarily want to do stuff like that, but it's available as a possibility if we need it.
Yeah, same thing with Healy. Lucia is a guest character, which means even though she has spells that other characters can cast in the field, like Heal All, I can't tell her in the field to use it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because she's got almost 200 magic that she could be spending.
Yeah, it would be really helpful if we could lean on her a little bit on that, but unfortunately not. But so far we're making our way through really well. One of the other things that you're sometimes paying attention to in this dungeon is trying to earn experience points for Bray. We have the wagon, which means any 8 monsters we kill in here are going to add to Bray's experience total, but thanks to everyone's generous contributions to do the extra incentives, the Meet Rosa and the Sorrow Knight stuff, the Sorrow Knight actually is going to give me enough experience that I basically don't need to worry about that at all. So I'm safe to simply just run away from all the encounters here, which is going to be faster and easier anyway. I'm actually going to...
Let's see some imposters.
I'm actually going to kill the imposters because Ragnar's imposter actually hits pretty hard.
Yeah, these are so cute. I love the imposters.
Yeah, these are really cool. They borrow the stats and spells and abilities from the person they copy into. And it looks really, really interesting to see the... Actually, you know what? I'm going to do Alina Ragnar. I'm going to go for it.
Speaking of useful cursed items earlier, you just passed a treasure chest that actually has some sort of useful cursed armor in it that I've thought about putting on Ragnar because it gives them more resistances than the zombie or the dragon male has, but it just takes all of his agility away, which really doesn't affect Ragnar at all.
The big 2.
Yeah.
A little bonus there. Not something I usually do too often, but I saw a good opportunity to put Alina in the front of the party, grab that string seed, and chow down on it. Of course, we want to give stats a string seed if we had one to Alina, because she attacks twice per turn, and her benefit is going to be better because the strength benefits the critical hits more, and her crit rate is higher. So mathematically, Alina benefits far more from 2 points of strength than anyone else does on the team.
Yeah, and because her weapon is so weak, it doesn't add very much attack power. Her base strength is really the biggest factor in how much damage she's doing.
All right. So I feel like we're doing pretty well so far through this stretch.
Part of the Journey to the Center of the Earth where we have the underground lake. So fortunately, there's a boat.
Yep. Very convenient.
Yeah.
Good.
There's some powerful armor on this floor too that we're not going to pick up, but we could equip that on some of our spellcasters, then they'd make them resist about everything, but Christo can't equip it, and Bray's so fragile it doesn't really help him.
Yeah, and that's actually the room I was talking about way early in the Pedeki Seed Cave that has some of those moving tiles.
Yeah.
Right next to that treasure chest, there's those moving tiles, and if you decided to take a ride, it'll take you way back to the spiral at the beginning of the dungeon, so...
Yeah, you gotta make sure you step back on your boat, not on the tile.
You will not be able to get back to your boat.
All right. 30, 25 over, what did that say, 60, 65? 65? Yeah, this is good. This is good. We're almost done. I'm feeling like we've got a good shot at making it through here without too much more trouble. Okay, so this doorway here is like what I feel like the official entrance into the evil world. So, we're on the home stretch.
Yeah, so kind of like Lock Tower, we're at the top of a tower now, exploring it top to bottom.
All right, I'm going to reorder the party again here. A very specific party order here with Ragnar in front, and I need to make sure he's...
Everyone else flies in, just in time to fall down the hole.
Down. Yeah, let's bash this guy. He'll give me about 700 XP just to slice through this. Oh.
No, don't even need a demon
nice
hammer.
potion. Bray's level goes up.
That's good. I was wanting Bray to be stronger.
And there's Day Knight. Yeah, he's level 17 then, I think. Alright, I do have a slot. Okay, we get the Mirror Shield. This is a shield upgrade for Ragnar. It has really high defense power, but it also has a special property where if Ragnar takes magic damage from spells, he'll reflect 25% of that damage back onto the caster, and it completely ignores resistance effects. That's not going to be super relevant, except, it's kind of helpful for one boss.
This is great. We've seen every Yeti in the game.
Yeah.
And they're going to kill my hero. Oh, wait, strange dance. They're not going to kill me yet. All right, they didn't kill me. Not that that would have mattered at all, but okay. All right, good, we made it. Wait,
Oh,
we didn't make it.
classic Dragon Warrior 4.
Okay, we made it. All right, this is the final return point, the last refuge. And now that we have that, I can come back here whenever I want. Couple of bars of the Ragnar theme there.
Yeah. It's nostalgic at this point.
So there's an NPC in the last refuge who, if you speak to it, they will recover your HP and MP and save the game for you if you want. But it actually is so much dialogue and walking to get back there. It's legitimately a couple of seconds faster to return back to Soretta and take an inn than talk to that NPC.
Yeah.
I don't need to save the game anymore. Well, I will save the game one more time before the end, but
Yeah. That NPC starts as a flame too and slowly transitions into a person.
has to materialize into a person. Yeah.
It takes a little bit of time.
Okay, we're gonna do we've reached the evil world here, and in the center is Necrosauro's palace, but it's guarded by a barrier, and I have to destroy 4 mini-boss fights in order to break the barrier. I'm a Dragon Warrior 4 speedrunner, which means I have my own unique order of doing these mini-bosses. I think every single runner is like, I like doing it in this order, I like doing it in this order, I like doing it in that order. And all of them have different pros and cons and advantages, disadvantages, and things like that, so... I'm starting here with the Androgue fight. Androgues have a decent chance of getting hit by defeat or the Aeolus shield, but they can also call for backup like this. Okay, there's one. As long as there's 2 or more Androgues on screen, I'm going to continue using the Aeolus shield. Once there's only 1, oh, great.
It's great.
Good job, Christo. 2 crinkle times for him. That went pretty well. That can drag on a lot longer if Aeolus or Defeat don't cooperate. Gasp!
Yep, we only saw 4 Dougs. Not too many.
And we killed 2 of them. Alright, good. That's the Androgue fight. Next up, I'm going to go to the top right corner. Oh, buffered input. The top right corner and do Rodamvice. Rodamvice is like the trickiest of the 4, I would say, in that there's like the most like varied things that will end up happening in the fight. It really depends on turn order and Rodamvice's actions, and even how effective Expel is on turn 1. Rodamvice casts a lot of magic spells and acts twice per turn, but he's also accompanied by 3 demi-ghouls. My main focus is going to be to expel the demi-ghouls out of the battle as quickly as possible. Then on turn 2, if I remember this time, I'm going to use the Zenithian Shield. We haven't used this before yet, but the Zenithian Shield, when used as an item in battle, casts the bounce effect on my hero. That's going to reflect all magic attacks away from me, and is basically going to make my hero virtually invincible during this battle, as Rodamvice's most powerful attacks are magic. Most of the reflected magic, Rodamvice will also resist, but it protects me extremely well. He also says here, he was the one who ordered the abduction of Rosa. Ha ha ha. So he's actually one of the real secret, true bad guys behind the scenes here. He's been kind of manipulating Necrosauro into wanting to become the new ruler of evil and masterminding the creation of this new powerful monster.
Yeah, we do not like Rodamvice.
No, he's definitely a big bad guy.
Yeah. All right, so let's see these demi-ghouls disappear.
Wow, she hit it twice and didn't kill it.
Feet got
That's
1
fine.
out of 3. Come on,
That's
Expel. Okay,
good. Okay.
So that's most of the physical damage from this fight gone.
That's a different order than I'm used to.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Because you get Z armor before I get the shield, then yeah. Well, we got a bit of a break there because
it was fine.
Roddenweiss didn't do anything, which is kind of funny. Every now and then he wants to attack me, and that does basically nothing, so that's good.
Okay, we'll see if Krista survives this. He might or might not.
Nope. Now that's going to be a bit of an issue. It's going to slow the fight down. I'm probably not going to lose, but Alina's gonna die. I'm gonna try and protect Ragnar.
Yeah, as long as we can save at least one of these two.
Dang it. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to do this.
Yeah, use the leaf.
Yeah. I'm gonna use my leaf of the World Tree on Ragnar, and I'll go ahead and get another one. We've been doing really good from Esther to the end, so a little bit of a setback I'm not too worried about. To make this even easier for myself, I'm gonna go ahead and cast Fen Spell on Ragnar. I would like to get some of the reflect damage from the Mirror Shield, but at this point, things have gotten kind of out of control, so let's just make sure we win.
Yeah. Shout-outs to fans of Fendrag. This is your moment.
So now all the spells are going to miss Ragnar because of Fen Spell, and they're going to miss my hero because of Bounce. Let's go ahead and use Sword.
Yeah,
Doesn't work.
So solo
That's fine.
hero probably wouldn't have been able to really finish this fight to keep up with Roddenweiss's regeneration, so we needed to revive Ragnar or Alina in order to actually stay ahead of his regen.
Yeah, I could have used Alina, but I like using Ragnar because he has the Sword of Miracles. And that'll help him heal himself. I won't need to do it. He's still taking incidental damage from the attacks of Roddenweiss, so...
But he heals most of what he takes there.
Yeah. With Fen Spell in place, I actually cannot heal Ragnar. It won't work, so... But that's okay. It doesn't matter. This is going to end up being a very, very slow Roddenweiss fight, but there isn't much I can do about it. Things just lined up really kind of poorly. Like I said, that sometimes happens in that fight. You're not usually going to lose, but it just kind of drains your time. And in this case, it took my leaf, which, whatever. We'll go get another one. It's not a big deal. Fans of the balloon theme get to hear it a little longer.
Oh, nice.
All right.
Ash is cheering back there.
Well, Christo is dead for another boss. That's kind of irritating too, but I did learn Vivify, so...
Yeah, he's got everything he needs.
While I try and handle this, I want to ask the host, Lisa, if you have any additional comments you'd like to share with us.
I do have additional comments to share. $30 donation from Purple Mario 920.
Thanks again.
Hey, PM.
Great to see you all still going strong. Best of luck at the endgame Fen Spell strats. Donation to go towards the Chapter 6 incentive, winky face.
Yeah, when you said Purple Mario 920, I was going to ask what's the catch.
There it was.
There it is.
We are running out of time to meet our donation incentive to power up the Zentian Sword. We are at $418 out of $750. So we're not that far away.
Yeah, I've only got a couple more boss fights, and I'm going to go get another leaf, but I really, really want you all to dig deep and, in the spirit of generosity, find enough donation dollars to get that incentive met. There's really not much time left on that one.
Yep. And that does allow us to explore a little bit more lore in Chapter 5 as well, because we will talk to a character that ordinarily we would completely ignore, who is actually pretty important.
All right, next up is the Infernus Shadow. This is easily the most deadly of the 4 mini-bosses I have to fight. I'm really praying that he goes to sleep, and if he does, then we can lower his defense power and get through this a lot easier. Emit Blizzard is the weakest of his AoE attacks, which is fine, and he only acted once. This boss can go once or twice per turn, and only going once is lucky. And now I can use Decimation to lower defense. We swapped in Lucia because she'll heal the party just like Christo will, but she also has the defense spell, and if I can get her to do that for me, that can be really helpful. Nice crit, Alina.
Yeah, this fight feels a lot like those Kilian and Balzac fights from earlier, where you really just want him to be asleep, and when he's awake, he's just extremely dangerous, can take 2 actions a turn. It's very similar.
We got our decimation, and he stayed asleep for a very long time, which means this should be a be a dunk.
Yeah. It's all buttered up.
Yeah. All right. All right. That was one of the bosses I was a little more worried about. That went super smoothly.
Yeah.
All right. Christo gained a level. That's nice. 8 hit points. 12.
Oh.
12 is a lot more than 8.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Good. It's good to know that the cartridge isn't completely cursed.
Yeah.
Okay. Bray also earned his 19th level and there learned a spell by kill, which he learns 100% of the time at level 19. Must be nice. If anyone was watching the Dragon Quest III run by my friend Hactical earlier on in the marathon, we had to learn by kill, and it was only a 50-50 chance, and it's not nice that it's like that sometimes. All right.
Mina got the sword drop.
Yeah. We got a Sword of Miracles from the Infernus Shadow, and it's much more powerful than the Magma Staff. Hey, Taloon, have a Magma Staff. And I'm going to put it on. And now we're going to go fight the Giga Demon. The Giga Demon is, conversely, the easiest of the 4 mini-bosses. He's going to mostly focus on doing some basic attacks. He has this defend thing he does that reduces my damage. He has a lot of HP and regenerates a lot of HP. Oops. Bonk. I got to do that puzzle there. If you touch one of those clay dolls, you get kicked out.
Yeah, you're losing the bonking competition.
Oh, no, I know. I didn't practice bonking at all.
There was no competition.
There was absolutely no competition. And the bonk off.
Bonk off 2024.
Someone out there should have been keeping track and donating $1 for every bonk. All right, turning around is actually a faster dialogue than just talking to him again. And for the Giga Demon, I'm mostly going to attack. The Giga Demon falls asleep on the very first turn. It makes the fight a lot faster, but if not, then, whatever. I have some MP on my party, so it seems okay. I'm just going to keep attacking. So this is a turn where the Giga Demon is going to defend and attack at the same time. Well, he's not actually going to attack now, but the defend is in place. It's like a super defend. It reduces damage by like 80%. You barely hurt him when he does that. Yep. But nice Critalina. With the Giga Demon asleep now, this is going to be the freest of fights.
Yep.
And this is pretty free even when he doesn't go to sleep.
Yeah, just goes even faster when he sleeps because he doesn't cycle through his actions as often when he's asleep.
Yeah,
so
which means
taking 2 per turn, he's taking 1 per turn, and then you won't see that guard turn nearly as often.
Yep. And Christo can stay on the offense. If someone's really beat up, I'd have him heal, but no, that's the Giga Demon. Okay, great. That was easy.
Can I pop in with some donations?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. I have a $50 donation from Exodin. No comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
$100 from DoeWolf.
DoeWolf, thank you.
RPG gamers, there is only one choice. We must make the damage numbers bigger. Power up that sword.
Yes.
Please.
From Agotho Sophos, $31.40. No comment. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
$100 from the Eggman85. Mental health is so important and is becoming more important every day. Hope this donation helps us to realize all of our full selves. Thank you so much. We are now up to $600 out of the $750 required to power up the Zenzian sword. Time is running out. Did you say one boss left before?
I need to do some shopping stuff, and then that's pretty much. We're doing this dream sequence that you all met for the Meet Rosa thing, but after that, I'm pretty much out of time. So,
it's the last chance here.
Yep.
So this is the second dream sequence. You see this after you defeat Esterk, and this is where we actually get to see what happened after Rosa was abducted.
Yeah, these humans abducted Rosa, and they're being mean to her because they want the ruby teardrops when she cries. So Necrosaro shows up and is very upset at the humans and destroys them. You've come for me. Rosa, with her dying breath, asks Necrosar to listen. begs him to give up his obsession of destroying the world, of destroying mankind.
And just be with Rosa.
But when Rosa passes, Necrosauro abandons the last of his humanity and promises to destroy them, along with the rest of the world.
Get the dramatic pink screen.
So we see the kind of the tragic fall of Necrosauro here, kind of the full story there. Okay, next I need to go to Rosaville.
Yeah, thank you again to everyone who donated for the Rosa's request incentives. That was completing that. We saw both dream sequences, and we got to talk to Rosa and fight Sour Knight, all of those things. It was pretty special. We don't usually do all that in the speedrun, but really helps us complete the game, so that was really special. Thank you so much for making that happen.
Okay,
Ragnar's so excited.
So now I need to get the Sword of Miracles. Oh, I forgot to do a couple of things here. Alright, I need to equip Sword of Lethargy. And I want to rearrange my party. And put... Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I used that leaf, and I want to go get another one. So this is buying you just a couple more seconds to meet that donation incentive. Let's go!
Yeah. Just a little bit more balloon theme. I'm so glad we get another
We
one.
have met the incentive.
Yes.
All right.
$500 donation from Anonymous. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much.
We also have a $26 donation from Refunzi. I know you said it before. I'm so sorry. Moreover.
Yes.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much, everybody, for meeting this. Well, as soon as I finish what I'm doing here, I'm going to go check that out. So, oh, yeah. Awesome.
That's wonderful. Yeah, we met all of the incentives for Dragon Warrior 4. So thank you so much, everybody, for that. We will make sure that we don't bring Lucia back to Zenithia Castle, of course.
Oh. Is that what Ash just reminded you about?
Oh, yeah.
That's a pretty good idea. Pretty good idea. Thank you. Would not have thought about that.
Yeah,
Okay.
if we try to enter Zenithia Castle with Lucia, she asked us to take her there, and we just haven't been because she'll leave the party. And you can, in her place, recruit this baby dragon named Doran, but he's really not that great. He's got high HP, but he just doesn't really deal much damage, especially to the final boss. And Lucia's heal all spell is just too valuable. And the fact that she has really good resistances because she's got the water flying clothes equipped. Really big MP pool.
Now I'm suddenly really paranoid. I'm going to save the game.
Yeah, it's
been a little while since I've saved the game, so let's save the game. I wanted to do one more safety save before the final boss step, but I don't know. Like I said, I'm suddenly paranoid for some reason.
Yeah, we don't want to lose Lucia. She's really, really helpful in the final battle.
Yeah. Super important. Okay. Oops, I forgot to move this. I reminded myself of this like 10 seconds ago. You're going to need to move that sword to get in here, and I want it on my hero anyway. Oh, I forgot to move Aeolus Shield. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, we're done with the Aeolus Shield. Hey, Taloon, have an Aeolus Shield.
All right.
But give me that sword back. Transfer to... Awesome. All right, there we go. Now we can get inside. That's what happens if you try and come in here with all the without all the gear. I can also take this shortcut up to the entrance. That's nice. Okay, since we met the incentive to power up the Zenithian sword, we're going to go meet the Lord of Zenithia. This is Dragon Warrior, Dragon Quest. So how about we say hello to a dragon?
Big dragon.
The Master Dragon. He rules the castle and oversees the world. But he says he cannot stop Necrosauro's ultimate evolution. Not as powerful as we might expect, but he says humans can do some miraculous things and places his hope in us. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Master Dragon.
Here's the power of his hope. It's about half a level.
I didn't even gain a level from it. Awesome. All right. But this does power up our Zenithian sword, which is fantastic. And it also gives it that additional freezing wave effect, which for this final boss fight might come in handy in a specific situation, but... Okay, now I'm going to get everything ready. Ragnar, Alina, Hero, and Lucia. I'm going to cast Repel one more time. And I'm going to check all of my gear, just because we've been doing some bonus stuff, and I want to make sure I've got everything. Sword of Lethargy... Sword of Miracles, okay. I'm going to go ahead and check Alina's defense power, 101. That looks perfect. I won't need to adjust that. And I want to make sure my hero has everything I want. Sword of Decimation, do, leave, Z-Sword. All right, looks great. All right, we're almost finished. We're coming up at the very end. I'm going to use this so you can see how kind of slow it is. I think if you want to heal and save, it's not terrible.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to heal and save. That's going to be the final save now, though. So we're heading into Necrosauro's Palace. This is the other dungeon that would have been very helpful if we had a Hat of Happiness, but I don't. So it may take me a couple of tries to get through the palace, but we really want to get through the palace without spending too much of my MP. Some of it's okay. Oh. That guy's not getting out of my way.
He's coming straight for
These
you.
clay dolls meander around kind of aimlessly, and if they bump into me, then it starts a fight with one of them.
BDD flings up the Sword of Lethargy.
Don't show him how
it doesn't work. I'm just like Ragnar. Wow, 2 Sleepmores failed? How did that happen?
It's fine.
This thing's going to kill me now. No?
The Sleepmore spell is actually more likely to work than waving the sword around. Because it's the using the sword is more like a single target sleep.
You say that, but... Okay, fine, whatever. It's demonstrating what's going to happen in the final boss fight when Ragnar flings up the Sword of Lethargy. It doesn't do anything. Oh, hey, he gained a level from that.
All right.
2 levels.
Someone else gained a level from that.
Oh, there's the level. The Master Dragon almost got you there.
Yeah, he got me that close.
So close.
Yeah.
And Christo or Bray? No,
Bray. Okay, now that is actually like completely useless, but that's okay. Okay, good. Now that we're through the barrier tiles and the clay doll nonsense, I'm going to top my characters off here.
1 more level, and I think Bray's going to learn the X-ray spell.
Oh. Does that come in handy in Necrosauro fight? I've never had X-ray for Necrosauro.
It helps us identify Mimi.
All right. Okay, good. The encounter rate in Necrosauro's Palace tends not to be too high, but if I do get a lot of encounters that I fail to run from, they can definitely do a lot of damage. If any of my characters dies beyond this point, it's probably better I reset the game. I'll try Vivify once or maybe twice, depending on how my MP looks. But generally speaking, I want to avoid spending a lot of MP. It would be better to take a couple of extra tries getting through the palace and go into Necrosauro in good condition than go into Necrosauro in bad condition.
So it's nice that we ran from those Guardians before the second turn, because those guys, just like the Dragon Riders before them, who look kind of similar but less pink, follow a scripted pattern, and on turn 2 they use Sleep Breath, which is a group sleep attack, and we have no resistance against that at all, so it's really easy to get sleep locked in that turn if you fail to run twice.
A 112.75. Okay.
Can be really dangerous.
I want to leave probably about at least 60 MP on Christo, and hopefully about half, 60 or more on my hero. The more I have, the better. But if it gets to the point where we're through the palace and my MP's not looking good, then we'll do it again. Or if people start dying, then we'll do it again. It's not a big deal at all, really. And I know.
Nice music loop.
Yeah.
The outside areas don't have monsters, and as I said, the encounter rate tends to be low in here. All right. I think it's a good idea we start talking a little bit about Necrosauro, since that fight is coming up. Necrosauro is a multi-phase battle. Necrosauro doesn't have 2 phases. He doesn't have 3 phases. He doesn't have 4 phases. He has 7 different phases. Each phase of Necrosauro is considered a different monster with totally different stats, totally different HP values, totally different resistances to certain effects, totally different abilities, and it's a very dynamic fight that, as a speedrunner, as speedrunners, we need to know a lot about this battle, and our strategy is actually very complicated, has a lot of moving parts. The general idea here, to just give you an overview, is we're going to spend the first few turns, or the first couple of phases of Necrosorrow that are focused on basic attacks, we're going to spend those turns setting up a specific powering up of our party. Two things in particular I'm looking to do is to buff up my defense power with the increase spell and buff up my attack power with that buy kill spell. That's what Bray has been earning experience in the wagon all this time for the final boss. Because the buffs effects never wear off unless you're hit by freezing waves in this game, setting them up in the beginning of the fight means we have them for the entirety of the battle until we get to the final phase, if I do things right. All right, failing to run here is rough, but that's okay. Hero still has a lot of MP, so we can heal out of his pool if this doesn't go too poorly.
Yeah. So we always see Blizzard and then a physical from these guys on first turn.
Yep.
And we'll see some Sleep Breath.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Good dodges there.
Nice dodge, Alina. That may have saved her life. Okay. Still looking okay.
Can I pop in with another couple donations?
Yep, this is the best final opportunity.
Great. We have a $10 donation from Darkwing Duck. Exclamation point roll 32. Rolls 1.
Oh no.
$25 from Big Papa P himself, Puexel.
Thank you, Puexel.
Thanks.
Good luck reclaiming your battle HUD from the big green baddie. I sort of paid for an entire seat, but only expect to need the edge. Thanks, I hate it. Thank you so much for your donations.
Yeah, thanks for the good well wishes for this final stretch here.
Yeah,
and if you haven't seen this before, yeah, it definitely is an edge of your seat kind of thing. All right, my MP's not great, but if that's all I have to spend, and I'm at like what 70 something and 62 on Christo or something like that, 74, 62. Okay, this is fine.
Yep.
But I would really like there to not be any more Guardians, especially.
Darkwing Duck, of course, a veteran Dragon Warrior 3 speedrunner in the community, so great to hear from you.
Yeah, it's kind of where I got started in Dragon Quest speedrunning, was watching him do Dragon Warrior 3, then I moved to 4 shortly after. Back in like 2014, 2015.
Yep. I think his were the first Dragon Warrior speedruns I saw as well.
Just thinking a little bit about how efficient I want to be in splitting this stuff up. I don't have tons of MP, this is right kind of on the edge of like how much MP I feel comfortable having going into this fight. And in fact, I think I'm just going to leave Lucian missing a few hit points. I'm not worried about that. Okay, very important here. I need to make sure I use my Baron's Horn. As I said earlier, this summons the wagon here, and I absolutely need my wagon for this final boss fight. There's a lot of very kind of choreographed party switching and manipulation going on to convince my party members to do very specific things. Oh, stop.
Like to get exploded first? At least you know you're only going to get one.
You're so close.
I kind of want to reset the game, though. All right. Fine. We'll do this. We're going to have to hope that the middle phases go pretty smoothly. Okay.
Yeah, Christo 45.
That's pretty low.
It's probably okay, but it's a little scary.
Yeah, I'm on... If I take any more, I gotta go back. The good news is we're pretty decent on terms of time, so if I have to do this twice, it's not the end of the world.
All right, go get him.
All right, let's do it.
Good luck.
All right.
So yeah, like Diener said, this is a 7-phase boss fight, so we are entering into phase 1 here. Necrosorrow has 2 arms and 2 swords, and he's going to use them twice in a turn to attack us. So we're really going to focus on a couple things here. Number 1 is Christo's going to try to cast Beat on Necrosorrow. That's a really great effort, but we're going to try to keep that from not happening anymore by casting Fence Spell on Necrosorrow. It's an interesting tactic there, but it really makes it so both Christo and Bray are going to do much more useful things than they would do otherwise.
Split physicals. I should get increase 1, good.
Yeah, so we've already gotten actually some great things. We got increase from Christo. That's 1 out of 2 casts of that we're hoping to get here in phase 1. And Diener already successfully reduced Necrosaro's defense with that Sword of Decimation.
Which is going to help for the setup later. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Yep.
I might call a few things out loud to myself. That's mostly just to focus on myself. So I'm going to do my best to concentrate here.
Yep. So now that we have our defense increased with those increased spells, what we want to do is get Necrosaro into a specific range of his HP where Bray will be comfortable casting the By-Kill spell. So we're going to bring in Nara so we have a coffin block for Bray so he can come out and not be targeted by physicals.
Bray to the back. If Necrosar is in kind of what I call the sweet spot of HP, we're going to get By-Kill. We haven't done enough damage yet. That's mostly because Alina didn't score any critical hits, which is fine. I'm going to slow play this. There it is. Good. First By-Kill on Ragnar. Now I'm going to remove Ragnar, and we should get Hero.
Nice.
Good.
Nice. This is great.
Now we're going to add Alina to the 2 spot. If she doesn't score a critical hit, I should get By-Kill on her as well.
Yep. So perfect phase 1 setup there.
Awesome.
It's exactly textbook.
Switch with Lucia, and I'll attack. Why not? She should heal herself, which is why I didn't heal her earlier.
Nice.
Good.
So we're in great shape here. We're going to finish out phase 1. We may or may not get Ragnar out, but we can just bring him out at the beginning of the next phase here.
That's just very common. Oh, I even got to sleep.
All right.
Switch.
So that's going to be very important in pretty much all these phases, is that it's really nice to have Hero or Ragnar get the last hit on Necrosaro, because then there's a chance he'll go to sleep after the phase transition.
Yeah, the check to see if he falls asleep happens after the phase transition, so you can move into the next phase with him asleep, starting asleep, which is really good.
And if he's already asleep, the transformation does wake him up, so yeah.
Okay, so
phase 3 is a troll-y kind of phase. He's got some deadly attacks. Well, he has beat. And if you use beat on me, then I'm in a lot of trouble.
Yep, he also can cast Increase in this phase, and that's actually what the Zenithian Sword powered up is most useful for, is removing that increase buff from Necrosaro if he casts it during this phase. So we got him to skip a couple actions by being asleep there, but he's awake again now.
Good.
Okay, nice.
Okay. At this point, yeah, definitely if he woke up again, I'm just going to continue attacking. I don't think I have enough damage to clear this phase. It has about 1,000 hit points. Oh, yes, okay.
Keeps going to sleep, so we don't need to worry about
lucky phase 4. Good. Or phase 3. Okay, phase 4 always starts with this transformation sequence. The next 3 phases have much more vulnerable to the Sword of Decimation or the defense spell. Phase 4 is on a scripted set of actions, and one of the actions is freezing waves. I need to avoid freezing waves at all costs, which I can do with some little techniques here. If he does not go to sleep, then I am going to have to... Oh, he went to sleep.
Very sleepy today. This is nice.
Keep it up, sir.
Yep. So the first few phases where we got the defense lowered very easily he's actually kind of resistant, but now, starting in this phase, he's actually pretty vulnerable to using that to lower his defense. So we're going to definitely use that here in phases.
This should push phase, good.
4, 5, and 6, just to move through them as quickly as possible.
So 5, he's going to grow some new arms. Now he's going to switch in these next 2 phases to either attack or Scorching Gas. And Scorching Gas doesn't do much, but the attack is pretty strong. So, but with our defense power increased, then it shouldn't matter too much. I'm doing a little bit of a technique here. What should happen is my hero should heal Alina, and then she should go into the wagon. This is going to be important. I want Alina safe and tucked away in the wagon for now, and I'm only going to use her in the final phase, and it's going to be really important like that. But I did it that way so that she's at full HP going into the wagon, so I won't have to worry about her coming out of the wagon and being badly hurt.
Yep. And the other plus to this is now Lucia is coffin blocked for those powerful physical attacks in phase 5, and then especially in phase 6 coming up after this.
Oh, she did heal, man. She didn't do it before. I wonder why. Can't tell Lucia what to do. All right, phase 5 should be done.
Really clean.
This is what Poexel was talking about here. And so once we get into phase 6, Necrosar is continuing to evolve, and now he's growing and taking over our UI. It's one of my favorite things about the old Dragon Warrior bosses, that they're so huge that they just invade your screen, and then he's taking over. That's my UI. Give it back.
So phase 6 is one of the most important phases of the whole fight from a speedrun perspective. We want to make sure that going into phase 7, which is the final phase where he's really dangerous, we are set up as well as we can possibly be. Fortunately, we've got all of our buffs, so we're good on that. So what we really want to do is enter into this phase with Ragnar, Hero, Lucia, Alina, all pretty much at full HP, or as close as we can get them to that. Sometimes it's tough to time it exactly, but
Defense doesn't work. That's a little annoying, as it usually does work. But that's okay. Still no sleep in this phase either. He's not sleepy in this phase. That's okay.
yeah,
It's not a big deal.
keeping us pretty healed up, but we wouldn't want to enter into it quite yet. Hopefully he falls asleep.
No. I'm just going to continue attacking. Tornado Order didn't work out great there, but I think Ragnar's okay.
Yeah,
Good.
okay,
He is.
There we go.
There's
Okay.
a sleep. Lucia, please, can you go? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to drop Lucia out of the party, and I'm going to heal myself. Heal more should suffice. Okay. Rosara wakes up.
But he's really close to the phase transition here, so we'll see.
I'm going to actually... Oops. Okay.
So
Okay, good. This is going to give me hopefully enough
healed
time
up.
to heal Ragnar.
yeah, so
Good.
we're going into phase 7 here in pretty good shape, actually.
This should be it right here. We didn't get decimation, so it made it a lot slower, but all right, this is the final phase. What we really want to see is him to go to sleep immediately right here, but this doesn't happen often.
3 out of 8 chance. Nope. Let's cast some Iron Eyes.
Okay. So this is what we talked about the party AI learning stuff. So I'm going to cast Iron Eyes several times here. I'm going to go ahead and use it 4 times. And this is hopefully going to teach Ragnar that, hey, this guy is immune to sleep. Do not use the Sword of Lethargy. Attack him with it instead. That is critical that this phase, that he stays asleep as long as possible.
With Iron Eyes passing 3 turns every time we use it, and the AI having that increased chance to learn every time, 4 Iron Eyes gives it Ragnar a 92% chance to learn that he should not swing the Sword of Lethargy.
Another thing I personally like to do while I'm doing this Iron Eye strat is just to take a couple of deep breaths, so let me concentrate here. Okay, let's do this.
Let's get him. All right.
Freezing Waves takes away my buffs, but now I want him to spam Freezing Waves nonstop because it doesn't do any damage. Great.
Yep.
It's annoying, but it doesn't do damage. All right, sleep.
Sleep, please.
Sleep. Nope.
Okay.
Try again.
Icy Wind is his most powerful attack, so we really hate to see it. And twice in a row.
Twice in a row is really bad. I really want him to go to sleep now.
Okay.
I need to be careful here. Add Lucia to the front. I'm going to use the Sword of Decimation. Okay. The next part of this phase of, what I'm doing here is using the Sword of Decimation. Oh, good. First try, and he's still asleep. Okay, let's go. Now we're going offense. Let's go, go, go. Alina, into the back. Attack. Okay, I'm going to count some things here. 100, well, about 50.
Still asleep.
Fine, whatever. 100, 150. Switch Lucia with Christo. Attack. 250. Necrosara wakes up. Cast Heal All. That's good.
Back to
300,
sleep.
okay.
Let's go.
350. I need to do a little more damage. 450. 500, okay. I think we're in great shape here. Okay, I'm going to switch Christo with Bray. Bray's going to jump out of the wagon and cast By-Kill on Ragnar.
He woke up. We'll get at least 1 by-kill.
If he goes to sleep, yes, we win. We
got
win.
it. We got it.
I'm going to hold down this attack button. Even though he wakes up, I believe the hero attacking here. Nope.
Get him, Bray.
Almost. Bray tried.
Got him.
Okay, so time isn't quite yet. It's going to be when I leave Zenithian Castle after all the dialogue here. It's going to be about in 1 minute and 30 seconds. So I'll call it out when we climb down the stairs in the castle.
Whew. I love the Necrosara fight so much.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
All right. And that's going to make it here at the end. Master Dragon saves us from the collapsing mountain there in the evil world, and he's going to congratulate us, revive all our heroes, and tell us that, hey, we can live in Zenithia if we want, but well, I think we'd rather live on Earth with all of our friends. The friends we made along the way. So, we're at the end of the run, and I think it's a good opportunity. We're going to start giving some shout-outs here pretty soon. I'd like to thank everyone as part of the Dragon Quest RTA community, especially TheCowness, Evil Ash, Vaxerd and some of the other people who did a lot of the routing and like behind the scenes work for this game. I think it's really added a lot to how much we know and about this game, and it made it a lot more stable for presenting on a stage like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Countess, Ash, Vaxerd really have done a lot to make this run understandable and put together a lot of really wonderful resources for learning this run as well. So, yeah, I really appreciate.
Okay, really
the work you guys have
quickly, that's time.
done. It's time. Yeah. It's awesome, man. There you go. Yeah, so yeah, absolutely. Thanks to those guys. Thanks as well to our friends in the, again, in the Japanese DQRTA speedrunning community, especially my friend Crimson-san, who helps me put on the Dragon Warrior 4 international community races that we do periodically.
Those are so much fun. I love participating in those.
On the RPG Limit Break channel. So look out for those. I think we'll probably try to do one sometime in the summer here. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And yeah, just thank you so much, RPG Limit Break, for allowing us to do this. This has been just such a blast. Dream come true.
I'd just like to reiterate shout-outs to everyone in the DQRTA community, and like I said in our interview earlier, if anyone wants to learn any Dragon Quest speedrun, you can find our Discord server on any of the speedrun.com leaderboards. It should be linked there, and there's people in the server who run pretty much all the games, and we can link you to whatever resources you'll need to get started.
Yeah, tons of guides and information and knowledge, but also just a bunch of, like, honestly really nice people who are really supportive and want to encouraging you and wanting you to be successful in these things. So that's one thing I also want to reiterate, like I always want to. I got my start in speedrun because I watched a speedrun here in 2016, Clear Tonic playing Dragon Quest 3, and I was like, wow, I want to learn that. If you have seen Dragon Warrior 4 or any of the speedruns during this marathon, you're like, wow, this looks like it might be cool, and you're not interested, get started with it. Get in touch with the community. You don't have to have these grand aspirations of being some world record holder or anything like that. And there's lots of ways to get involved in the community, even outside of just completing runs. Like we were talking about some of our other friends in the community who just contribute knowledge instead of, even just playing the game.
And if nothing else, I mean, speedrunning's a new way to play your favorite game.
Yeah, definitely a new way to experience a classic game that you really like.
Yeah, I think we all really love Dragon Warrior 4, and Dragon Warrior 4 speedrun is special in, kind of a similar overlapping way, so it's just so cool to do this.
A couple last things for me. I want to thank any of my friends watching at home, SUMD, and family, mom, dad, love you guys. Thanks so much for the support. Really means a lot to me, so... yeah, that's it for me. Yeah. Anything else from you all?
I want to thank my partner, Ari, for supporting me through all the speed running and taking care of the dog while I'm here. Yeah, thanks a lot.
I guess on that note, thanks to my brother for watching my dog all week. It saved me some money. And just thanks to everyone who's been watching and donating throughout this run.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
I think that's it for us, though. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, everybody. That was a really great run. My name is Lisa Rocks. I was the host for the second half of this run. Coming up next will be Bob the Ninja Goldfish taking over for me, so everyone please give him a warm welcome when he pops up. Otherwise, that's it for me. So happy end of last day of marathon, and have a good day.
RPG Limit Break 2024. Acknowledge me. I am the leader of the island of relevancy. I am the head of the table, your tribal chief, Bob the Ninja Goldfish, taking over here. Big shout out to Lisa for helming the last stretch. But before we get into our next game, I'm going to throw it over to an interview that is being helmed by my right-hand man, my Padawan learner, main event, Vonnie Von. Take it away, Vonnie.
Alrighty. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us on this final day of the marathon. I am Vonnie Von, and with me I have my good friend Rivers McCown. We'll be talking to him in just a second, but what we need to do is we got to tell you all about our final prize block of the marathon. What we have available in this particular block, we have this Star Ocean Second Story R for the Switch. That's a $10 donation to get in on that. We've got these Palom and Porum Perlers down here, somewhere in this vicinity. It's going to be $5 to get in on those. We also have some Fire Emblems Three Houses coasters. We don't have those here, but those do look pretty cool. It's $15 to get on that. And then you've got this framed cross stitch here of Zeromus, which is just absolutely phenomenal handiwork. That's going to be, this was brought to us by accident. Got to make sure we mention that. And it's going to be $20 minimum to get in on this. And then, of course, you know we have our grand prizes. We've got the Bob the Ninja Wailord plush. You've seen it all throughout the week. And then you've got this Mamma Jamma right here, the Buster Sword. $75 cumulative for Wailord, $250 cumulative for this sword. So if you haven't hit those numbers yet, we still got a few hours to do it. So you've got your opportunities there. Okay, now, as I turn my attention to my dear friend, Kotaku acclaimed speedrunner, Rivers McCown.
Which meant something once.
Yes, yes, indeed. He is going to be running Final Fantasy IV as the finale for our event. And I actually want to start there. When you first found out that you were going to be wrapping this up with your speedrun for the event, tell me what went through your head.
Disbelief, surprise.
Okay.
I hadn't been speedrunning a lot in the last 12 months for sure.
Gotcha.
I got the news and I was like, whoa, okay.
Well, hold that thought, because we'll get to why you hadn't been speedrunning a lot in a bit. But now, Final Fantasy IV, just because I've known you for so long, I know you have a love affair with this game. It is something that you absolutely adore. Tell the folks how you got into that game, and then more particularly how you got into speedrunning it.
So, I mean, as a kid, you get it at Blockbuster, right? You get to Blockbuster. We rented it. I couldn't get past the Mega Sisters. It was terrible. And then, eventually I figured out how to beat it, get a little bit better.
Yeah.
And so drawn into the speedrunning community by a Paladin tournament that we had in 2015.
Yes.
And we would do a later one, I think in 2018, that I think you were in.
2017.
2017.
Yes.
And so I came in fourth in that first one, and I was undefeated in that second one.
You sure were.
That was a lot of fun, and kind of the beginning category sucked me in, and here I am with some world records and whatnot.
Yes. Now, that Paladin percent tournament that you're talking about, for those that aren't familiar, it's kind of like a partial game category, and it's a great way to kind of dip your toes in the water of speedrunning an RPG, this one in particular. And I know that's something that's really important to you. You want to try to bring more folks into the fold. You want to grow the community. You're a great ambassador for Final Fantasy IV. So tell the folks about what it is that makes it such a great speedrun to learn.
Well, I think that there are so many cool tricks and glitches in this game. You got the mist skip, of course, like right off the bat, you're like, oh, wow, this is really cool. I'm getting these in-game weapons, mid-game weapons, mid-game armor, picking up GP off the underflows. you're skipping the entire sealed cave, which we're gonna do again.
Yep.
Just kidding. If it's all bosses, we'll play it. We'll play it. I promise.
Yeah, that's actually a fantastic segue into what I wanted to talk about next, which is the run you're going to be doing here later, but more specifically, the incentives. Let's start out with something that is going to be an exhibition that you'll do before the run itself, and that's the nuke glitch. Now, I have been watching very intently in the Final Fantasy IV speedrunning Discord all of the science and dissection and everything that has been going on there.
The block is hot.
The block is smoking hot. So what I want you to do is tell these folks how it is that you even discovered the nuke glitch in the first place, and maybe just a summary of how it works and what it does.
Okay, so how I discovered it in the first place was actually on a ROM hacking forum.
Okay.
I cannot even claim it myself. They uploaded something to YouTube of them playing around of trying to make nuke a multi-target spell. And it turns out the game really didn't like that.
Right.
It made some holes in the game, sent you right to the underworld, soft locked you, and so I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. What if we do this in a dungeon?
Yeah.
And so I brought it out there.
Yeah.
I showed it off at GDQ in 2018, just briefly, like how you would do it.
Yeah.
We didn't have like a route or anything at that point, and now we've come to the point where the grind to get nuke for Pelham is real. It's like an hour and 20 minutes, so it's annoying, but not undoable.
Right.
And then we just skip through the game with all these item warps. It's super fast, and Wylam deserves a lot of credit for figuring out those warps.
Yes, shout outs to Wylam for sure. Now, like you said, when it was first discovered, it was kind of just like a party trick being able to do this nuke glitch. But now you have actually crafted it into an entire route.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, we've got a whole brand new category for Final Fantasy IV. So, game is hot for sure. Couple of the other incentives I want to talk about. Obviously, we're naming all of the characters, of which I believe there are 11 or 12.
Yep.
Yeah, so
everybody but Fu. You can't name Fu.
Can't name Fu. Plenty of opportunities to get your money in for that. There's also an upgrade incentives to fight all of the bosses.
RPG dead.
Yes. So be sure to throw the money to make Rivers do that. But then the final one that I wanted to touch on is the character that is going to be leveled up and be the main character through which we will be fighting the final boss. And your choices are Edge, Rosa, and Rydia. What I want you to talk about is what are the differences between the three as far as the strats, and which one would you prefer to see?
Okay, so I spent the most time working on Rydia because I figured you guys, you Final Fantasy IV community, you love Rydia. You just do. It's just in your blood. I think you guys think that she's the main character of the game, and that's cool. I am totally okay with it. I've spent more practice time on that than any other run.
There you go. So donate to Edge is what he said. Yeah.
Rydia has nuke for the end game, which is her kind of kill spell. We're going to show the nuke glitch and the nuke witch.
Yeah, there you go. Nice little bookend. Yeah.
Edge will throw Excaliburs if you donate to make him the in-game character. And Rosa is going to have to get creative. She's going to use some white spells. She's going to berserk Cain a lot. So no matter how you choose to do it, it's going to be pretty fast. But if you pick Rydia, it will go very fast at the end.
Nice, awesome. Well, you've got some choices there, and that's going to be later on in the run to determine. So plenty of time to donate there. Rivers, I got to get you out on this because I'm really happy that you have joined a very, very special fraternity, and that is one of fatherhood. Getting back to why he hasn't had a whole lot of time to practice lately, because you have a baby boy.
I have a 10-month-old baby. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
I was the one who stayed home for him. So
Yeah.
I'm the one who's being the stay-at-home dad right now.
Yeah.
And it's extremely rewarding and extremely terrifying every day. I think that's the best way to put it.
Yep.
Every day is an adventure. As soon as you think you learn something, it switches. It's the best randomizer there is. Really.
Yeah. And there is no fact for it or anything like that. You can't go to
There's no newbie guide.
Yeah, there is no Discord server that will just give you all the tips and tricks there, unfortunately. Well, Rivers, I'm going to be hosting your run, and it's going to be an absolute honor and an absolute joy. Best of luck to you. It's going to be a fantastic showcase, and clear your calendars. You don't want to miss it. You got plans for tonight, and it's watching this guy absolutely dissect Final Fantasy IV. All right? Bob the Ninja Goldfish, you wonderful, wonderful man, you. I will toss it on over to you.
Thank you, Vonnie. It's me. I'm back. What up, chat? Let me see those Whale Lord emotes there. That would be awesome. as we are in the run-up to Fire Emblem 3 houses, it is, at my jurisdiction, time for everyone. Let's make that counter in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Let's make number go Bert, because we've got so many cool incentives coming up. But first, I want to say hi to everyone in the chat. Bo Jim, Rob Draven, the whole crew. Thank you so much for being here. Shout outs to the guys over on YouTube who are watching us. We're streaming over there for the first time this year. It's going to be awesome. Now, talking about some of those incentives that we've got coming up. We have a few naming incentives for 3 houses. So if you're waiting on any of those, get your snipes in right now. Do not wait. Then we've got stuff coming in for Star Ocean after that. Choosing the main character or the route. You've got Rena is winning with $50 and Claude at 0. If you want to see the Claude route, now is the time. There's a voice language for Star Ocean. English is at 0. Japanese PS1 is at 0. And Japanese PSP is at 0. If you want to affect that in any way, get those donations in. We're also trying to raise $1,000 to fight Acelia Queen in Star Ocean and $1,000 to fight Unlimited Gabriel. So if we want to make those happen, let's get it going. While we're talking about that, let's see. Let's